Morning. Good morning, participants. Am I audible? Good morning, RBO assessor. First, I'm not audible. Hello? Can you hear me? Somebody has to answer.
I can hear.
Yes, sir.
I can hear you, sir.
Okay, thank you. I thought nobody's here. Anyway, so 8:30 is the time, no? Or 9? 8:30 is scheduled time.
Yes, sir.
Okay. If first says we can start the class. Okay. RBO assessor host. Okay, anyway, I have not received any permission from host to start. I don't know how many of you are registered participants. Okay, let us have a rewind. What are the chapters or topics so far covered by your MEP classes? Anybody? So that I can explain in such a way that it, is useful to you. If you have covered some other portions, economics over. Mr. Karthikeyan Murugan, Muruganji, can you unmute? Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. I am hearing you, sir.
Switch on your video, please. Then I can communicate you better way. Okay, yeah, you're a youngster. So tell me, what are the chapters now, topics you have covered so far?
So, want to fire
You are not audible.
just a minute, sir.
Okay, what about Mr. Balasubramania, sir? Can you answer me? Somebody from you, you don't know how many MEP class you attended? This is the last day, no? Maybe, I don't know. Or first day?
Sir, microeconomics.
Third day.
Hello.
Microeconomics, very good. Okay.
Then macroeconomics.
Yes. Which one you feel easy? Micro or macro?
Sir, for us, both are similar, sir.
No, sir. Macro is very easy. Micro is a bit difficult. I think so. Okay, come on, next one.
Because it's a new subject to us. I feel
Of
personally,
course, yes.
it's both the same, sir.
Mhm. Yes, Vijay. Can
Parallel
you
economy.
switch on your video? I request Mr. Vijay to switch on his video. You don't have a video?
Yes, sir, we have.
Continue. Economics, then what? Second topic. Have you gone through IBBA syllabus? No? All are well-versed with syllabus at least. See, we have principles of economics, macroeconomics, parallel economy. What about parallel economy? Completed? Don't remember? Black money?
Completed.
Completed. Thank you. Then bookkeeping and accountancy.
Completed. Then
General
laws.
laws.
General laws completed.
Salient features of okay. Introduction of statistics.
Professional ethics completed.
Okay. So there is
Environmental issues evaluation is complete.
very good. Okay. Then
These are introduction to statistics.
introduction to that. So this is the first class related to valuation, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, fine. So today we have valuation of real estate, right?
Right.
Okay. So shall we start? How many of you may be knowing? How many of you are registered for this MEP classes? So that we can start straight away because I'm not getting an answer from RV also. What about sir? Can you tell me, Vijay sir? How many participants? Approximately
Sir.
10, 12,
Sir, it was.
No, actually, sir, we have
It was
22 participants.
22. No,
Yeah,
22.
22, 23. 23
So
participants.
what to do now? They are not
It's a
joined
mixture
yet.
of both L and B. No, sir. Actually,
No,
it's
L&B
a
and P&M.
LNB and
PLM is
training is different. Yeah, today's.
no.
So
Today it's
I'm asking
only
plant
for
and
LMB.
machinery people are there. Only
yeah,
for
only,
LMP. Fine, 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 fine. That's all. I'm also LMP.
let me contact them again. So actually, I have already dropped them a message personally also.
Yeah, we'll wait for them. Otherwise, they will lose the. Again, they have to attend the classes.
That's something issue. So yeah.
Yes.
So
Attendance.
we'll wait for next 5 minutes only.
No
If
problem,
not,
no problem. You take your own time. I don't mind because people
okay.
should be, participants should be. Without participants, there is no meaning in taking classes, no?
That's right. Okay, sir. I will wait for 5 minutes only. I'll contact them again. Okay.
Okay, fine. Thank you.
Oh.
Till then, I will go vanished. Okay.
Uh, sir, it's my request. By that time, please give some tips for examination, sir.
Fine. That's a good question. And tips. There are so many tips I mean, your faculty might have given you already. Anyway, from my point of view,
Yes, sir.
my first tip is I will tell you, don't try to attempt all the questions. Okay. The questions which is 100% sure you should attend. 100%. Elimination method like in quiz competitions. Just leave it from the mind. Sometimes questions are so confusing. So leave it because if sometimes the right answer may not be there. Such cases also there. So don't attempt all the questions. Even if you attempt 65 to 70 questions, you will get pass mark. Those who are attempt 80 questions, they failed. I know 85, 90, but you should have some confidence on you. Depends on how you are going to prepare after this MEP classes. But inviting negative marks is the main issue in IBB exam. Even in case study, if you don't know, in case study, you know how it is framed. There are 12 marks question. There are eight question mark, one question. There are two questions, and the sub questions are 2 into 6, 12 marks, and 4 into 2, 8 marks. So out of these 6 questions, you may be not knowing one or two questions. You leave it because if you try for this, then negative mark is 0.5. If you are right, okay, you will get 2 marks. But don't attempt such questions. It's my request. Otherwise, also you will pass. There is no such hard and fast rule that you have to attempt all the questions or all the case studies. Nothing is there. I have seen so many people. From my experience, I am
Yes,
telling.
sort of. Yes.
Okay. So from my experience, I am telling, don't attempt all the questions. If you are 100%, then you take your own time. Your own time in the sense, see, you are all employed, you are all engaged in some other this thing, but every day you have to do some kind of homework, at least for 1 month or 2 weeks. That depends on you. How many times you are going to spend daily. Daily you have to spend. Don't miss a day. Daily you have to program for early morning or early night. I mean late night. So to cover this, whatever we have taught in these classes, and extra output you can get it from either by study materials. The best option is fingertips. Information is in your fingertips. Okay, Google, YouTube, so many avenues are there to learn valuation. So this is only a guideline. Guideline means you will get an idea about how the question paper is. Some MCQ you can work out, some case studies you can work out. You will get an idea, but you have to develop. Don't depend on frequently asked questions. Frequently, of course, it is a factor, but don't confine into it. You have to learn each and every. They can ask any. See, for example, I will tell you economics, macroeconomics. There is functions and role of money, inflation, control inflation, deflation. Anywhere from anywhere that they can ask questions, and moreover, The second one is that I don't know whether you will understand it at this stage. If there is any valuers doing valuation in this batch, they will know it. See, depreciation value and depreciated value is confusing for many. Depreciation value means how much you are going to depreciate. So depreciated value means your minus depreciation, replacement cost minus depreciation, the cost of the building, replacement cost you are calculating. Then you deduct depreciation value, which will give you depreciated price. Depreciation and depreciated is different terms, and in a hurry we will confuse this one in examination hall. It is another tip I can give you. Then third one is read the question very carefully and understand the question first. It is the most difficult part. Sometimes they will ask which of the following is not true or not included in this particular answer. So that kind of questions will be there. So read the question very carefully. Don't think that general, you can Google it, IBB exam difficulty. It is one of the difficult examination like civil service, because they can ask it from anywhere, any question, and computer randomly select the questions. And even marking system is also done by computers. So, you know, they have the software is already in, programmed for this particular exam. So be careful for that. But if you take it, passionately, passion is the word I will use. Valuation is a passionate subject, actually. It is a mixture of everything, hybrid. You can call it hybrid topic. So far we don't have that kind of what you call MEPs or from 2017-18 only this Companies Act came to effect, and then only MEP started, mandatory education programs. So before that we are all doing from by experience. That's all. Now you have to uniformity has come. That is why we are trying to pass the values bill, etc. Okay. Without standards, you cannot control the profession. This is a most difficult profession, one of the difficult as well as one of the attractive, creative profession in the world now. Average, there is a rough calculation. Average income of a valuer is around per month. Can you imagine? So it is more than any other profession. I will tell you that. So because you have got so many avenues, not only banks, not only financial, you have now with your capital gain and sale proceeds, you have to fill up, you have to do those various purposes of valuation is one of your topics, and various avenues you will learn in continuous education program. That is, after you pass the examination, you will have some CEP programs, continuous education. There we are doing new avenues like green buildings, how to do valuation of green buildings, or how to do green buildings, you know what is that. Then comes valuation of easements, valuation of so many other valuation purpose for PML, Prevention of Money Laundering Act, and so many evaluation for Enforcement Directorate. So many avenues are there now for you. Even it has not, that statute valuations like capital gain. Of course, you will do it. I know, because once it is learned within 2-3 hours, you can learn it, and then you slowly practice. Okay. practice is more important. So after passing the examination, don't think that you can do the IBBA CARPC process. What is the CRPC? This process, that is a corporate insolvency and resolution process, CIRP. Corporate insolvency and resolution purpose for which Companies Act is implemented, or a liquidation case of a big company. So first we start with small jobs. You start at least for 6 months. You have to work under some experienced people better always. Then your question was related to only the IBBA examination. Okay. So you cannot take calculators. Only simple calculators you can take, as far as I know, because there was a discussion in your group, I think, whether scientific calculator which we were using in non-programmable type, that you have to confirm. In my batch in 2017-18, they allowed scientific calculators which we non-programmable calculator like FX, that Casio 991E S plus. Okay. So nowadays people say that only simple calculators like which we are using for finance. Where is that? I have a copy. So only take that one. Get the permission from, or you can ask your local NSIM, SEBI branch, so that you can confirm it. Then they will provide you one sheet of paper, white paper for working out any number of paper they will give. Pen, only this much. Even mobile phones are not allowed. If calculators are not allowed, you have to learn it in Excel sheets or Word. The calculations are there. All the to find out the exponents and all. That is raised to 10, x raised to 15 and all. You cannot do it in a simple calculator. So be careful while you are taking the examination or what are the things. Then comes your topics. You have to learn the topics in such a way that, see, we have some weaknesses as well as strength. Wherever you are weak, you have to develop some knowledge, more knowledge on it. Don't spend much time in the topic which you are well versed or because I know as being engineers, you may like mathematics more and a solution of those kind of things. It is of course there in evaluation, but a little difference is there because we are learning in Inca approach a new. There are 3 approaches for evaluation. In short, Inca approach and cost approach and market approach. There are 3 valuation methods are there. Now, above all, we are following in banks and all, they have a format. But for other valuation, you have to do in your own format. If they are not provided format. So, especially company valuations, you have to do in your language, simple, good language, not much technical jargon, simple words, but exhaustive. Whatever observation, inspections you have made, everything you have to write. We'll see all those things slowly. But only thing is now, as far as examination is concerned, your time is your precious time is required to prepare. Without preparation, nobody is going to pass. Up to 50 marks, yes, anybody can. For 40 to 50 marks, even after the MEP class, you can score. But after that, even get a half point is very difficult. 50.5, 55. To reach that, you have to work at least 3 days for 1 mark. So very important. That 10 mark, which is your pass mark, is 60. So to get that 10 marks, you have to work out 3 hours a day. Then you can get some idea per mark, 1 mark. So try to give your time and passion. One should be passionate in their profession. your honesty, your integrity, your these are so your ethics you have covered. Okay, that is not in paper actually. I'll tell you, if you are honest, integrity, your integrity is intact, you will get many valuation assignments. That is for sure. But it will take some time. Once, see, you are not budging pressure from anybody, you will get many assignments. So, these are all that, as far as IBB examination is concerned, you have to take these tips very seriously. All the faculties will tell you this. You can see now onwards. Tips are very important to write the examination. Any other question? Shall we start the class? Oh no, still people has to come. Okay, let's wait. I think they are under the impression that it started 9 o'clock because we announced half an hour before you have to log in. That is what generally they are doing for all classes. So if it is 8:30, try to be at least by 8:15. I'm the first man login today. Generally, myself and our host will be there. And participants will come 8:15, 8:20, 8:30, 8:35, 8:40. No, time is very precious for everybody. Time is time value you are going to learn now. One of the topic. Time value.
That's why we shared the schedule before only, and the timing is already mentioned about 8:30.
Yeah, then you should be present by 8:30.
So I
At
think
least by 8:15 you have to be ready
yes, sir.
for 8:30 class. 15 minutes at least.
Yes, sir.
Then
And sir,
only-
actually only 2 to 3 members are left, so you can proceed with the session,
Mhm.
and they will join shortly because we
No,
cannot
I'm
wait.
not. Oh, host is talking. Okay, I'm participant. In point of view of participants, I'm telling.
Ajay.
Try to be in time. I mean, 15 minutes early, so that you will get 15 minutes. We can interact, and we will start exactly at 8:30. Now it's
Yes.
11 o'clock. Okay, we have to start. Then our topic is today's 5 hours continuous class. You know it. So I know that attention span of a man. How much? कितना टाइम आप एक चीज पे attention कर सकते हैं? Maximum 15 minutes. 15. Yes, Muniswamy sir, it is a fact. So take your. I mean, I don't think you can fully concentrate on all the 5 hours. But this PPT will be shared. At least you hear me what I am saying. Then if you have any question, you can ask, unmute yourself and clarify the doubts. Okay. So this is not that difficult subject. Valuation of general estate. We'll start with a presentation better. Okay. So valuation of okay, I kept it somewhere here. Yeah. Okay. So we'll start with this topic. Valuation of real estate. What is real estate? You know it. Real estate is known as real property also. All are same. Real estate, real property, all these things. But there are two aspects in real estate. Even though the word calls real, tangible and intangible. What is tangible? You can touch, you can feel, you can see it. All are tangible assets. And intangible assets means you cannot touch it or feel it. Or I mean, that is called intangible. Goodwill. Your goodwill is a business has got a goodwill. It is called intangible. So real estate means the both of these. nowadays. When we value a real estate property for a high corporate office or a business, so then you have to do tangibles as well as intangibles. Let's go to the topic now. Syllabus. First of all, let me explain the syllabus for 10 marks. Most of the questions will be MCQs. Most of the questions. But I have shown some illustrations from various topics. Sometimes you have to, otherwise you won't understand. So those illustrations are just for purpose of your future class. You will learn it in detail in future class. The mathematical equations, mathematical way of solving some kind of valuation, income, especially income approach and cost approach and all. So let us see the syllabus for 10 marks. Cost, price, value. There are three terms, basically. So we will see that what is cost, what is price, and what is value. Okay, that is only one slide. Cost, price, and value. Very easy. So then you will come to know what is marketability, utility, scarcity, and transferability. This is basic elements. Actually, you can write it like this. I made a mistake here. I think it is for your better understanding. This is another bullet we can give. Basic elements of value: marketability, utility, scarcity. This short form MUST, must. So these are basic elements. We will go in detail. Marketability, what is marketability, what is utility, what is scarcity, and what is transferability. These are the basic elements. Then basic factors are there. These factors affecting the value. That is physical, economical, legal, and social. That is also four factors are there. 4 elements plus 4 factors. Remember like that. Always connect something with your own method. So here in basic elements of value, I remember the word must. Basic element. Marketability, utility, scarcity, and transferability. Factors affecting legal, economical, physical, and social. You can use any word for that. You can do that. Then we will learn about highest and best use. Highest and best use of a property. Suppose you have got a piece of land, and highest and best use may be a commercial complex rather than a residential building, because it is more profitable, beneficial to you. A property should be beneficial to you. It is one of the basic principles. So highest and best use, when you use, when in some cases, especially in corporate valuation, company valuations, you have to take this aspect, highest and best use of the property, because you are going to see a process for what? Solvent and insolvent companies. So how to make it solvent from insolvency? Insolvency means they cannot no more run. They close that one, or they are going to close that one. So to make it solvent, maybe highest and best use you can suggest. Maybe that particular area you study, and if is suppose it's an industry, even a new machinery, especially for plant and machinery people, they can suggest this machine is this much old and it is outdated. In Germany, there is another machine which is more productive. So such kind of things for P&M, and for us also. Suppose it's a housing project, villa project. There is no scope for that villa project for that area. You can suggest that better to make a commercial building. Commercial, it's a hub of commercial hub, in some places, highest and best value may be a commercial one, or an industrial area, it will be industrial. So you have to suggest what is the highest and best use. HABU. This is called HABU principle. HABU. There is a word, HABU, highest and best use. Then value in use. So that's a value in use means that particular owner got some benefit from that particular value in use. Value in exchange. So that we have learned in history, from history, value in exchange, barter system. If I have 10 kg of wheat, I have to go to the market and I need vegetables. So I will find out a person who is selling vegetable. I will give my wheat to him. He will give me back the what you call vegetables. But there are two conditions to be satisfied. First one is that particular seller of vegetable need wheat. If he has sufficient stock wheat in his house, he won't give you vegetables for this wheat. So he should be also in want of your product. This kind of thing. That is the value in exchange. Here in the modern times, we call it sometimes transactions with cash, or you can accept services of a particular person. Okay, I will give you this property in lease. For example, I am telling you take it for 10 years and you do this job for me. That's all. If he's a chartered accountant or if he's any which is useful for you, any service which is useful for you, that is exchange. So the cash is not involved actually. So that is called value in exchange. Then we come real property. Real property and real estate is same. Rights, interest in real estate. We call these two words, rights. What is rights of what we have? What the real property possesses in particular? Bundle, we call it bundle of rights. A bundle of rights. It's an MCQ. Bundle of rights. Property is a bundle of rights. Sometimes we call property, definition of the property is bundle of rights. So rights are the, interests are the. Interest not here it means not bank interest. That is lesser's interest, lessee's interest. You will see so many interests. So that is not at all related with any percentage or anything like that. You have to calculate. Okay. Types of ownerships that you know. What is types of ownerships? So types of ownership means you can have freehold, your own property. You can co-join with some other, your wife or spouse or anybody. So that is joint ownership. Likewise, there are so many lease agreements are there. So there are so many types of ownerships are there, at least 6 or 7. And types of occupancy in real estate. That is very important. Types of occupancy. Suppose you are giving rent. Don't use the word rent. I'm not against rent, but there are types of occupancy. First one is, as I told you, leasing out for a particular period. So some bundle of rights you are giving to him for a particular period. He can use your property as his own for 10 years, or 30 years, or 70 years, whatever it may be. The lease term is there. That is lease. Sometimes you have to give rent. If you have a flat in some good area, and you will fetch a good value in, good rental value, rental price you will fetch. Then comes license. Mostly we are doing it. If you have some shops or land, which you can give in license also. If it is a vacant land, you can give a license for other man for parking his vehicle, for temporary purpose. Parking his vehicle. See, parking areas less now nowadays, so you can use it as a parking. You can give another person a license. Okay, you do that business, you give me this much. That's all. Or your property, your shop, you can give it in license only. What is license? License is not comes under transfer of property. You are not transferring anything, only giving the permission. The word is permission. Permission to use the premises. So it should be generally it should be renewed in 11 months. Okay. So to evict licensee, evict means to take you need that property and you no more need any tenancy. So in that case, you need 12 months to evict a licensed property. This is recently asked question in IBBI. Everybody will write 11 months, but 1 month eviction notice period is there. So 12 months. Right answer is 12 months. Okay. Don't forget it. So that is that. Now I hope it is clear. I'm not so fast or nor slow. You can ask, tell me to slow down or faster. No problem. So this is types of occupancy in real estate. Then comes annuities. Annuities is what? That is in Inca approach. You will learn it in very detail. That is capitalization rate, rate of capitalization, years purchase. The new word, years purchase. Sinking fund, redemption of capital, reversionary value, construction and use of valuation tables. This topic is included in valuation of real estate. So here you need some calculations. Valuation tables are there. Some equation. Forget about tables. You cannot take any. In our high school classes, we used to take logarithm table for mathematics examination. Similarly, there is a table for valuation also, but there are some formula luckily for us. So you can solve it by formula. You need not take a table, valuation table to the examination hall. So that is important one. So valuation tables and capitalization, we will see what is capitalization. Why you are capitalizing for the benefit enhancement of capital. Whatever you spend for a particular real estate, you have to get it back. You have to not only get it back the capital, but you should get the benefit also. So that is called capitalization. And rate of capitalization. Rate of capitalization means suppose it is your rate of capitalization is 6%. For example, I will tell you that is same in fixed deposits. You put bank some amount, they will give you 5% or 6%. That is called rate of capitalization. Your FD is capitalized. So you will get at the end of the period, 5 years or 10 years, you will get a particular amount. That is, it depends on the rate of capitalization. Then years purchase. See, here the concept of yield is comes. See, 100 by yield is the years purchase. That is more or less, no property is perpetual except land. Perpetuity means what? Perpetual or perpetual, lifelong. So land is lifelong, whereas building is for a particular period only. Load bearing buildings we will take as a values, we take 55 to 60 years. Whereas in RCC frame structure, you will take it as 75 to 80 years. And here I want to stress one point that being engineers, you are the man to fix the age, lifespan of the building. How much year it will go. So suppose you don't know the exact, sometimes in my home, ancestral property. So that kind of property, still it is after 150 years, 150 years, it is usable, maintainable. So we will see that in such cases, you have to use useful lifespan. Okay, that we'll see that in cost approach you will learn all these things. Don't worry about it now. Then sinking fund. It's a concept actually. Sinking fund means if I pay 60 lakh rupees for a flat, I should get it back after its life, 60 lakhs. So I will keep some amount for getting 60 lakh after 70 years or 60 years. Okay, that is called sinking fund. That concept comes from this, but we are using it for depreciation, finding depreciation also. So in Inca approach, this is the thing. We are taking future value to present value. Future value to basically we valuers are interested in prevailing market rate, that is present rate. We are not certifying future rate or past rate. So everything should be in present value. So even if it is, we know you can predict or by discount flow method or any other method. This is the future value. So you convert that one into what? Present value. There is a procedure. First we will find out future value, then we will come back to the present value. That's a method. Okay, that is in the Inca approach. Then redemption of capital, how to redeem capital, reversionary value. That is especially in, I think, in lease agreements. Reversionary value. That means after the lease period, you will get back your land or whatever you are leased. So that is reversionary value. You are going to get it back after 10 years or 12 years or 20 years. So that time, what will be the value? That is called reversionary value. Okay. Then, as I told you, construction and use of valuation terms. So here we will go not into the deep. I don't think we have more time on construction and use of this in Inca approach. You learn it. I will give you some idea. I will try to teach you. I mean, explain what is how to construct it or this valuation table and equations. Okay. Then comes urban infrastructure and its influence on value of real estate. So, what is urban infrastructure? Can anybody say an example for urban infrastructure?
Metro.
Okay, like
Highways.
yeah. Oh, sure. Okay, fine. Thank you. That's a good answer. Metro rails, good road network, rail network, telephone system, communication system, whatever, drainage system, municipal drainage system. These are all urban infrastructure and its influence on value of real estate. Okay, it will, of course, it is outside your property, but even then it will affect the value of the property. Then comes real estate market and its characteristics that we'll see. Investment in real estate, factors influencing demand and supply schedule in real estate. Simple things. You can go through it and you will find that it is very simple. Then comes a concept of green building. This is very important part now onwards. Why? We know that carbon emission issues. Global, we thought that time the word originated when carbon emission, carbon printing, or global warming. We thought it will come by 230 or 240 or 250, 2050. Now it is already there. You cannot predict even correctly, floods, sometimes drought. Flood in Sahara, it has happened. The largest desert in world, Sahara. Okay. Then we are witnessing unexpected drought also, like in Cape Town, South Africa. One fine morning, all the water vanished. There is a single source. Cape Town was very affluent city in the world. All the Europeans, Americans were settled there. One fine morning, that lake, particular lake, where the water they take, is dried up without any reason, apparent reason. So all the people are gone now. So they are now very poor. People living there has to walk kilometers to get water. So green building means environmentally friendly building. That is sustainability as another factor. Then recycling of elements. Whatever you are using for construction, it should be reusable. Recycling process will be there. That is called green buildings. So these are the chapters which we are going to cover. Now, fundamental principles and concepts. These are all fundamentals. Then sometimes it may come as an MCQ. If see, basically value is an economic concept. So that is why you have to learn economics in this, because economic theories are demand and supply. Sometimes you have to analyze for a particular property. So if the question comes, value is an fill in the blanks concept. So there are 4 options will be there. You can select economic. It's an economic concept. Sometimes they will give a option like engineering or anything else. So value is an economic concept. Now, what is utility? The word utility is sometimes we use in real estate property. See, utility in the sense in architecture and civil engineering, we use the word utility when designing a particular house or a particular building in the point of utility. That means you can put the furnitures, put the TV's position without reflecting the light from the next window, etc. That is utility point of view. How to increase the space. So that is in a given location, given confined area. So that is called utility in engineering and architects point of view. But here, utility is defined as the power of commodity of satisfying human needs. So in utility, basically you are looking at your satisfaction. I will give you a best example. You are going, if you are a believer and you are going for a church or a worship place, temple, what you are deriving is a satisfaction. So even though temple is non-marketable property, it is considered as a non-marketable property that I will come to next. So you are getting utility from it. Now we'll see what is marketable and non-marketable. Marketable means you can sell it in the open market. Whereas non-marketable properties like temples, you cannot, it is not anybody, temples cannot be, or worship places in total, church, whatever. So it is not possible to sell it. So it is non-marketable. It is called non-marketability factor. So that also you will learn. So while you are certifying a valuation report, temple property, temple especially, temple properties may marketable. There is an auditorium outside, and the management committee decides that to sell it off. So temple properties may be like auditorium, like there are so many properties for a temple trust. So you can market it. But in case of non-marketable properties, you cannot write market value. Market value means you can sell it in open market. So in that case, you can certify the present worth of the temple, you can calculate. Okay, it's a rare case, but even though you should understand. The next bullet you see, the commodity needs to be scarce, limited to. That means there are so many land in my place, empty lands. They are ready to sell. So the value will decrease. Whereas a heavily densely populated area, I have a land. No other land is there. So it is scarcity. It is called scarcity. No other land, scarcity of land. So I will fetch more market value. Got this idea? Limited to or scarcity, that word. Scarcity is a factor for market value. Okay. In valuation profession and economic principle, cost, price, value have a specific significance. So we are going to see our first this one, cost, price, and value. So what is cost? That is the actual amount you spend to produce something, right? So that is the actual amount you incurred for construction of a building, suppose. You will certify what? Cost of construction. We have done it in engineering, estimation method or bill of quantity method, whatever method you use, VOQ. So that is cost, actual cost. Then if you add developers or builders profit to it, but then it becomes what? Price. Price tag. In you go to a shopping mall, you can see so many costumes or dresses hanging on. There is a tag, price tag. So price tag is what? They added the profit. Okay, so that is called price. Price, what you pay for goods or service you require, and it is a fact. It is a fact. As soon as transaction takes place, sale price becomes a historical fact. This is an important thing. So once you sell it, then it becomes historical fact. These are all technical kind of words we use in value as values. Historical fact. And it is customer's perspective policy. It's a policy also. Price is a policy. Maybe a MCQ. That's why I put the policy. Price is a policy actually. That depends on you. 5%, 10%, 15%, whatever. It's not fixed. It is up to you, the producer, what profit I should take or non-profit. Sometimes people are charity basis, a non-profitable charity. So they will sell it for no profit, no loss basis. So 0, 5, 10, 15. That is why we call it policy. Price is a policy. Clear? Then comes value. Cost, price, value. Value is an economic. There are so many definitions for value, but most of used definitions are value is an economic concept, depends on supply and demand. Underlying portion you see the price most likely to be paid by buyers and sellers for goods and services. It's a price most likely to be. See why we use the word most likely. We know that in mathematics 2 plus 2 is 4. In valuation it may be 5 or 3 also. 2 plus 2 or 5 plus 3, maybe 9, maybe 7. Depends on many factors which we are explained. Scarcity, marketability, whether it is open market or closed market, all those kinds, there we'll see it. So many factors are affecting value, whereas profit and cost is fixed. Price is a policy. value is most likely to be the price most likely to be paid by buyers. Most likely to be. Means its worth, utility is also inherent qualities. So there is inherent qualities are there. Its worth, its utility, etc. Okay. Inherent means it is you cannot see it actually. You cannot it is inherent property. So okay, value is measured by price and it is not a fact but an estimate of most likely price of an asset. So value is an opinion. You can say value is an opinion also. So there is cost is a fact, price is a policy, value is an opinion. In simple words, cost is a fact, price is a policy, value is an opinion. This is the main thing. Just go through it. Sufficient for you. This MCQ. You can it may come. I don't know. You cannot predict anything. So go through it. I hope it's clear. I am audible also. I think I am audible. And any doubt, you can just tell me. Okay. You can unmute yourself. I request host to give them permission to ask questions so that let them, all the participants, floor participation is very important in all classes. Whatever you know, you can share it also. Right? So it's not a, what do you call, one man, interaction with others. No, I don't believe in that. You can also add something on it. So far, I have got one infrastructure question only. One somebody has answered. I don't remember his name. I didn't see his name actually. Now there is a simple schematic diagram. So cost, starting from zero, cost is something somewhere in, suppose it is 10 rupees. Price is okay. Oh, he has taken so much price. Almost double 20. And perceived value. That may be very much high sometimes, especially in case of if you add the intangible. These are all intangible. Apple, that logo, Puma or BMW, whatever. So that will affect the value. That is inherent quality. That is an inherent. Okay. Value may be, you can draw the graph anywhere. This is for illustration purpose only. That perceived value may be near the price or much over the price. These are all, so many other factors are there. It's a simple schematic diagram just to know what is cost, price, and perceived value. Now let's go to types of value. This I'll advise you to go through international valuation standards, or many books are there, especially international valuation standards you have to follow. Until Indian standards are not framed up, it is still in, they are preparing Indian valuation code. So until then, you can use IVSE, International Valuation Standards. So from today onwards, you are not you are competing with local value. You are competing internationally, and we have got a good name also. I will tell you, Indian values. Okay. So market value. So definitions. Definitions are more or less, you have to learn. There is no other way. The estimated amount for which an asset or liability should exchange on valuation date. Valuation date is very important. Between a willing buyer and a willing seller. So there must be a willing seller and willing buyer. In an arm's length transaction, arm's length transaction without any compulsion. There should be, they talk each other after proper marketing and where the parties had each acted knowledgeably. Both of them acted knowledgeably. After buying, they cannot say that, oh, this is not, you have to some knowledge on it before buying it, your property. Okay, prudently, without compulsion, without forcing, without the force of anybody. Somebody forces you to buy something that is not market value. That may be some other value. So market value means without compulsion. No compulsion to buy. Your free will. Okay, that is called market value. This definition you have to learn by heart. Okay. Now value in use. The property providing satisfaction is considered as value in use. I have given an example which is a MCQ also. A building under construction has no value in use because it is not using. When value in use comes, when it is using it, when you use the property. So once this has come in an IBB question paper, a building under construction has no value. So they will give many choice apart from no building in construction. Under construction, okay? I hope it is clear. Then investment value. So investment value means value of an asset to a particular owner or prospective owner. That is when we invest in something, that is different. That is called investment value. Investment. What are the investment properties? Can you tell me an example? What is investment in valuation? Okay, you purchased a flat for occupying yourself. Is it an investment? You have got so many flats. Okay, I agree. Another city also you have flat. That is also for your stay. When you go to that city, you will stay there. When you are coming to this area, you will stay in another flat. Is it an investment or not? Anybody? Nobody is unmuting. Okay. It is not investment. Self-occupied properties are not investment. Suppose you bought a office building for your office purpose. It is not investment. It is called, you are just purchase a property, not investing. You are not expecting any return from it. Okay, you bought the flat and you are given for rental purpose. Rent, you will get some rent. That is income generating. That means it is an investment. So basic principle of investment property is it should be income generating for you. Okay, fine. Let's go to fair value. Fair value, the estimated price more or less as market value. The estimated price of the exchange of an asset between non-informed and willing parties reflecting the respective interest of the parties. Fair value is taking into account of advantage and disadvantage from the transaction, whereas market value generally disregard this aspect. So in fair value, we will see a fair value in company valuations. Fair value means advantages you have to write, disadvantages also. Then only you can come into a conclusion of what is the exact value. Okay, so advantage as well as disadvantage is considered in fair value. We use the word fair value instead of market value. Okay. Now special value, and okay, we'll see what is a special value. The word itself, it is very clear. See, if I am living in a property here. There is another property just rear side of my building, back of my building. So I need that property very badly because my property is a bit small and my family members are increasing. So I want some extension, or I want to, even I'm living in a bungalow. Then also I need it. I need a swimming pool there. So I am a special purchaser. So if he offers 10 lakhs in open market, I will give 15 lakhs because I'm a special purchaser, because I need it badly. So special, it's a special value, my 15 lakh offer. So an amount, just see the bullet, an amount above market value that displays specific attributes of an asset that are only of value to special purchaser. This extra 5 lakh I am offering because it is my need. Got my point? It is my need to buy that particular property. So that is called special value. Okay, then we will see what is synergic value. The scheme, the sketch is very clear. There are 3 people. They are showing it becomes 3.5. So additional value created through synergy. That is individual. See, you have got a business. Suppose we'll tell, forget about the other real properties. Business valuation also your part. So business, you have a business in Trivandrum, in Mumbai, in Kashmir, or in wherever, Chennai, in Hyderabad. So Bangalore, if you sell it separately, suppose you get X amount of money separately. But if you are selling the property, your business, for a single person, so what happens? He will get the whole business. It is not divided among others, so he will pay more. So that is called synergy. It is the result of blending or 2 or more assets or interests where combined value is more than the sum of separate values. So the combined value is more altogether than the separate value. Okay, this is called synergic value. There are so many wordings are there, values are there. You can go through, as I told you, international valuation standards. Everything is detailed, and you can get an idea from that. I will share it. I think it is already with the AAR. He will share it to your group. Okay. So go through that thoroughly. Sometimes some questions may appear from IVSC standards, like what is in which section of IVS. It's a small book. Basis of the values are come. So you can write section for 1041. Very easy to learn. 101 only, starting from 101. Investigation approaches, whatever scope of work. 101, 102, investigation. 103, this approaches. 104, basis of value. 105, finished. So there are 5 main topics, and subtopics are there are a few, 8 or 9 subtopics are there. From the subtopic, only 3 or 4 is required for you. L&B values. So you can learn it very easily. Get the IVS as a small book, and you can go through that before examination. Okay? Then you will get a very good idea in how the valuation portion is, importance. Now, what is liquidation value? That is another, as per Companies Act, it is called liquidation value. Suppose you are
I had one
insolvency.
clarification.
Okay, come on.
Sir, regarding the previous slide, synergistic value.
Yeah.
Sir, there, as you given an example, the properties are in a different location, like in
Yes.
Hyderabad and Bangalore, and this is the city. The value of a property also different. So accumulation of that value, there will be a one value.
We are talking about not property, business.
Huh.
So you have valuing the business as a whole.
Hmm.
Means you are producing same thing from the same factory. I mean, from Bangalore, from Chennai, or Hyderabad.
Hmm.
You have produced something.
Yeah.
So that you see, if the person who is purchasing will get the whole thing together, he will
Yes,
pay
but
more. There is
the
competition is less.
Huh,
Tell me.
but the factory setup, whatever we have in a multiple cities, that factory value also when we assess, that value will be different, no? That cannot be assessed in the same for all the cities.
Generally, in insolvency process, we will assess all the related business.
Mhm.
You have to assess the value. A Bombay valuer will do that one. Your Chennai valuer will do his own property, or even a single valuer can do all these things. That depends on the client. If they engage you for the whole thing, you go for it. And if you are not in your local area, you are getting, you do that one. But in principle, you will get more value in synergy.
That more value,
That
there will be any some percentage kind of thing. I'll give you this much percentage value. That is a dependent on person to
no,
person, or there is any standard?
it is standard, not person to person or anything. This is a by definition itself, synergic value is a blend of see the wordings, two or more assets or interest, where combined value is more than the separate values. So it is always like that in business. Combined, because they are getting a combined, then it is called synergic. If it is less than this one, then we won't call it synergic. If the combined value is less than the individual property, then it's not a good business also. So, it is not synergic only. It is synergic value will be always higher than individual values. Got my point?
Yes. Thank you.
Okay. Now we'll see liquidation value. After CRPC process, that is resolution process, still you cannot solve that issue in the particular business or a particular company or whatever, individual, anything. It can be anything, individual, LLPs, companies, all comes under this. So if you are not, you are not able to, generally this one will be done by securities and financial people, but even though you should understand the process. We are in valuation only of a land and building part. Don't do anything other than specified. It is very IBBA is very strict about it. Even you cannot do plant and machinery valuation. So you will be debarred even from doing further land and building also. So you should confine in your area. Your area is land and building. You got very good scope in it. So you need not go for others' territory. Now let's see what is liquidation value. So after the insolvency process is failed, then it will go to liquidation, that is selling off. That is called liquidation value. Liquidation value is the amount that would be attained when an asset or group of assets are sold on gradual basis. So we are going to sell it off. it should take into account the cost of getting assets into saleable condition. So here I would like to stress 2 points. One, in financial institutions, when they auction a particular property, they will write, you can read in the newspapers, the advertisements. It is called, what do you call it? As is, where is basis. As is, where is basis. That is, now what is the condition, you can take it. So it may be with them for 1 year. There may be so many bushes, so many cracks in the building. Maybe you cannot say anything because bank won't maintain it. That is the main problem. Or a financial institution, when they get the property through NPA, non-performing asset, that is default of payment of from the mortgagee. So if they get that kind of things they possess it, there may be some issues like that. So here they will say as is, where is basis, whereas in liquidation value you have to do some work. Even it is closed for 5 years, you have to make it saleable condition. The land should be very clear, compound wall, if it is cracked, you have to do some maintenance work so that it will fetch more value. That is the concept. So see, when you go for a purchase a land, you will also see that one. If it is full of bushes, snakes and all, you won't purchase that one. A psychological fact. Maybe you can make it very good plot by leveling it and all those things. So that is a simple amount which you are going to spend to get a higher value. In liquidation process, liquidation value, you have to do that in a saleable condition. Here it is, you can use the saleable condition or saleable condition. There are, in valuation it is use the same spelling, saleable or saleable whatever condition, as well as those of disposal activity. Liquidation value can be determined under 2 different premises of value. Okay, that is very in simple words. I will tell you. Liquidation can be done in a proper marketing time giving. That is, then it will fetch more value. Proper marketing time frame, instead of giving too much. What is forced sale value in what is there is another word, forced sale value or distress value. All are same. That is, suppose my nephew is hospitalized and I am in debt to him and I want to give him the fee for within 1 week. So what I will do? I have a property, I will sell it. But in that case, people know within 1 week I have get the money. Proper marketing time is not there. So I will get very less amount. That is called forced sale value. If enough market rate is there, then it is called orderly transaction. If not shortened marketing period, we call it a forced transaction. Shortened. Instead of 6 months, if you are getting only 1 or 2 weeks time, then the value will be less. There are 2 types of liquidation values. Okay, one is orderly and one is forced. That is the difference of liquidation value. 2 types of liquidation value. Go to the next one. Now, what is realizable value? That is, you are purchasing, you purchase already, or the bank has taken over the property. So what it will be realized next day, not after so many years, or after 6 months, say. So there will be some cost for the bank to hold it, plus advertisement, brokerage, commission. So you have to take into account of all those things. Holding cost during expected marketing period. You have to hold that one, no? So in holding period, you have to clear the municipal taxes, land taxes, everything. So that expenditure is there. Then all selling costs related to disposition of property, brokerage, commission. So suppose you have to pay brokerage, you have to deduct that one also. So in realizable value, this will be deducted from the market value. You are certifying the market value, and in realizable value, you are deducting these two, holding cost and all selling cost related to the property, brokerage, commission, etc. Generally, we take it as 90%, 10%, 10% of total market value. Generally, in financial institutions, holding cost 10%. So realizable value will be 10% less than. Generally, I'm not talking about a principle. This is a thumb rule. I'm just telling. In IBBA question paper, there may not be any. If they are not mentioned the percentage, don't write anything. And you know, in some cases in IBBA question papers, especially in case studies, there won't be any data of salvage value or anything. So don't use it. Don't assume anything. That is the first principle. Don't assume any percentage, anything. And there may be some data which is not useful for the calculation. Leave it as it is, especially in the case studies. Some data will be given which you don't need for calculation. Don't use it. It is for test your knowledge whether you are doing it properly or not. So that kind of things are there. So in case study, you may see some unwanted data already there. So don't use it in the calculations. Similarly, assuming also is not good. You'll go wrong answer. Okay. So just I'm remembering you. That's the tips. One of the tips I have to provide. So this is a schematic diagram what our net realizable value and all. Okay. We'll go to the forced sale value. As I said, forced sale value or distress value. The price that could be obtained under circumstances where a seller is under compulsion. I am under the compulsion. I am forced. My nephew is in a hospital. So I forced to sell it in a time frame within 1 week. So can vary. So generally it varies from less than 25 to 30% of market value or sale value. Okay. Thumb rule, as a thumb rule, I am telling you. 30%, 25%, 25 or 20, you can write. Depends on the condition, nature of pressure. You cannot fix a particular value, but generally we take it as general practice because you know how this generalization has come 25% or 20%. It is by practicing from you know market transaction has done in decades and decades, and you have got all the details there. So it will reveal you these things. Generally, it goes. Most of them goes under minus 25% or 20% in case of a force value. The process is to be completed within a short time of period. So that also you know. It's a time factor is not there. Then salvage value. This is an important term in case studies in cost approach also. Cost approach. You generally see this one. Salvage value. Suppose your house has got 100 rupees or 100 crores or whatever, 100. So salvage value will be 10%. What is that? What is this salvage? That is, it is the after the economic life of the building, if you sell something, you know, it is not collapsed, but it is the verge of collapse. So that will be salvage value of the building. Or it is almost 10% of the market value. So if the market value is 1 lakh, you can use 10%. 10,000 is the salvage value. Okay. So that is called salvage value. Whereas in scrap value also more or less same. In IBBA question paper, sometimes they will give you scrap value, sometimes they give you the word salvage value. Both are in calculation purpose, you can use both as same. Actually, scrap value is the amount that is likely to be obtained for a portion or a component of material item. That is scrap value. Suppose you have good timber, roofing, and aluminum frame for staircase or handrails. You can sell it separately. That is scrap. Whereas salvage value is building value, total building value as a whole 10%. Salvage scrap value is, it is more or less the same, you know, scrap value and salvage value. Then reinstatement value. This word we use in insurance. Yeah, one of your topic is insurance and loss assessment. So you should learn what is insurance, how you insure. I'll give you a few tips now. In insurance, two types of insurances are. One is reinstatement policy. Second one is market value. Depends on market value. So in reinstatement policy, you will get a replica, whatever in the condition which your building is there, they will reinstate it. That is called reinstatement value in insurance. So it's a kind of replica of the original building. See, reinstatement value means the cost of replacing or reinstating on the same site property of same kind or type, but not superior to or more extensive than the insured property. So it's not like a new one. They will give you the amount only. Okay? Not they are going to, so they will calculate it. The present condition, how much it will be. So that is called reinstatement value. There are three or four types of such values are there. Replacement value, reinstatement value, reproduction value. Replacement value means you are giving a new building, constructing a new building, and your this much will be the replacement cost. Then you will deduct for depreciation. Depreciation due to physical wear and tear, age, like human beings. Age is a factor. Wear and tear will be there. Earlier, I don't have specs like this. I can read and write without specs, but as I get older, I used to have a specs. So this is restatement, wear and tear of my body. So in replacement, depreciation will be there. The depreciation comes from age of the building. So that is physical depreciation. Okay. Then that is replacement. Then comes reproduction. Reproduction is replica. Same building, same this thing. Whereas in reinstatement, there is a slight difference, especially used as insured properties. Okay. that this kind of reinstatement value, replacement value, and the reproduction value used in different occasions, and that you will learn in cost approach method. Cost approach to value, there is a topic. So you will learn it in detail. These are all just you familiarize with these words and it will be easy for you to remember that time. Okay. Every day you have to go through whatever PPT or whatever learned in your classes. Every day. Otherwise you will forget it. Now when I talk to you, maybe something you will be in your mind. But when you read it daily basis or go through it, don't read it, just review. Then you will have that memory. It will keep it in your memory, and next class it will be easy for you. Okay, purpose of valuation. There's a different topic there, various purposes of valuation, but here it's a short thing, purpose of valuation. Value of property depends on the purpose of valuation. What is that? Who can say this? Who can prove with an example? Value of property depends on purpose of valuation. Give me an example. Anybody? Very easy. Value of property depends on purpose of valuation means what is the purpose of valuation?
If we need money
Some-
emergency, the value will be decreased.
Not in that sense, actually, sir. So, logical answer, but not in that sense we are using it. I will tell you. Mortgaging. Okay, I will take mortgage. Purpose is mortgage. You will certify a particular value. And if the purpose is for capital gain, you will certify another value. If the purpose is for insurance, you will certify another value for the same property, I'm telling you. Because in insurance, foundation is not taken into account. 10% deduction is there. Arbitrarily, 10% I'm telling you. Question paper, it will be specified 10 or 15%. So, for insurance, the value is different. For capital gain, value is different. For mortgage purpose, value is different. For selling purpose, value is different. So you have to write that in your valuation report. Value of the property depends on the purpose of valuation. What is the purpose? You have to write clearly. Okay. What is the purpose of the valuation? So that is the purpose of valuation. Clear, no? Different value. Even in a single day, you can do that. In a single day, 4 people are approaching you. One is for capital gain of that property. And he is saying it is mortgage in this bank. So, mortgage value you have to get. Or I want to insure this property. Can give another value. Is it clear now? A very important point I am telling you. Any doubt you can ask. Valuation of a property depends on purpose of valuation. A very important point. I think it's the example, second bullet. Valuation of purpose of land acquisition. Yeah, for land acquisition also various services required. For government or private public participation, PPT project, anything. For land acquisition comes road widening or railway line widening. Not the same as mortgage value. When you go to the bank, mortgage is different and land acquisition cost, it is different. So that is there. Similarly, valuation purpose of insurance is not same as that of taxation. For taxation purpose also you have to do valuation. That is actually nowadays local authorities are doing by their engineers, but actually it is our concern, our area, how to tax, how much tax is to be paid. So first of all, you have to find the value of the property, market value. On the basis of that only they can put the municipality tax, property tax, corporation, whatever. So I think eventually it will come to you, come to the values, area, avenue. Okay. So that is for valuation for taxation. It's not same as valuation for insurance. Since third one, since valuation is essential exercise for assessing the present value of future benefits, it's an Inc approach, right? In Inc approach, I told you, valuation is an essential exercise of assessing the present value of future benefits. Certain microeconomics indicators like inflation, fiscal deficit, and monetary policies of government, inflow of foreign money, GDP growth, growth rate of country, etc., influence value. So these, what you call economical facts or income generating facts influence the value of the property. Okay. Now this is a bit important, as I told you, elements and factors. We are going to see basic elements. I told you must is the short form. Marketability, utility, scarcity, transferability. These four aspects. These four aspects are important. Marketability and value. The following shortcomings make a property less marketable and decrease the value significantly. So, these factors will influence the marketability of a property. That is, to market it. What is that? Outstanding mortgages and liens. What is mortgages? Outstanding mortgages. If the property is in the bank and you are going to sell it, so anyway you have to clear the amount, no? Which you have to pay to the bank. Then comes restrictive covenants. See, whenever a legal term comes, like covenants and all, these are all legal terms. Whenever a legal term comes into play, in value, will decrease. It will decrease the market value. Here, the restrictive covenants means a promise included a legal agreement that prevents one party to contract from taking a specific action. In some contract, they will write, you cannot do that, you cannot do this, and all those things. Or school properties, recently it has happened here. School property is going to sell. Both are trustees. One trust is taking over, another trustees. But unfortunately, of course I can say the name. Sai Baba trust is there. The other property is by a local belief. And there is a Saraswati statue there. So the condition was, don't remove the Saraswati statue. You can have but Sai Baba trust will, they will put their Baba photo, statue there, definitely. So these are all restrictive covenants. That means you cannot remove or this kind of things. A promise or legal included in a legal agreement that prevents one party to contract from taking a specific action. Here, what is the specification? Don't remove the statue. So that is a restrictive covenant. Clear? These are all MCQs. Then comes encumbrances. You might have seen encumbrance certificate, EC. It is called EC certificate. EC, encumbrance certificate. What is encumbrance? Lease, restrictions, encroachment, air and subsurface rights, all those things. It is encumbrance. What is air and subsurface rights? See, this is called easement rights that I am written separately in the next one. You have to get the right to get the lighting and proper air. If it is so close, one property, one building is so close to the other one, so this will be a problem for air and light. There will be a dispute for that. So that is why we are giving setbacks, offset, whatever you call, setbacks or offset of the building. From this property line, you have to leave 3 meters. The other person has to give 1.5 meters, whatever. So that is the restrictive covenant, encumbrance. Okay. Then easement on property. Easement means, suppose you have a plot beside another plot. You don't have direct access from the road, main road. Because in front of you there is another property. So you will request the other person to give my easement right to travel at least to my home by walk, by car or whatever. That depends. If the enough space is there, he can give, he may give. So that is called easement right. You are getting an easement right. It is no possession right. The possession properties you can possess. This is non-possessionary. It's a permission to use. Okay, this land you can use for easement. So that is called easement. Then comes the minor points like errors in parent titles. Parent title means old title, old deeds, sale deeds or settlement deeds or even gift deed. So many deeds are there, no? Before you buy the property was with somebody else long back ago. Maybe some 2-3 hand is already changed. So if any title defect is there, title defect means, for example, easement right is not mentioned. So that becomes a landlocked property. Landlocked means it cannot be accessed. So in that case, there is an error. You have to rectify it and sell it. Then comes adverse possession claims. What is adverse possession? Who can say adverse possession? Adverse possession claims. What is adverse possession? Okay, let me explain. Suppose a person is living in your property for 12 years, minimum 12 years. The property may, or a part of property may go to him. It is the adverse possession. If you are not make any agreement, sometimes you are in US, you have got so many plots here, property here, and in one of the property somebody else is living, started living, and all these 12 years you are not, nobody has bothered you to inform. So that 12 years, within 12 years, if you don't give notice, that after 12th day, 12 years plus 1 day, that property will be go to the possessioner. In case of private parties or individuals. In case of government, it is I think 30 years. Adverse possession. Then government will assign it, grant it. Okay, you can take the property and live. Okay, you clear? Adverse possession. That is, the property is not theirs. It is our property, but our negligence has paid that price. Okay, that is called adverse possession claims. If he proves that I am living there for 15 years or 13 years, that claim will be accepted by court. That is called adverse possession. Then structural encroachment. That is another point of view in decrease in market value. What is the structural encroachment? Okay, I will give you an example. There is a compound one between two properties. Okay, you have a sunshade and water is directly falling to the compound wall. You can complain and remove your sunshade. You have to leave 30 centimeters mandatorily. Sunshade is 60 centimeters. Then you are leaving offset 90 centimeter in that kind of case. Why that 30? The water should fall in your property, not others' property. Even not in common compound wall. Clear? So that is called structural encroachment. The particular portion of the building is encroached to the other property. A piece of property projects another premises. That is called structural encroachment. Then comes existing violation of an equitable servitude or covenant. That is servitude and covenants. It is another topic we will see in detail. Then comes zoning, restriction and violations. What is zoning rules? See, in some metro cities and urban areas, there are zones, residential zones, commercial zones, industrial zones. So, if your property is in an industrial zone and you are using it as a residential purpose, the market value will be less. What is our topic? Marketability and value. So, if zoning is there in a commercial hub, in a residential area, you cannot start a commercial hub. Vice versa also. So, that is called zoning. So, zoning purpose, that is regulatory purpose, no statute. So, by government only, the zoning is done. Zoning and sometimes height restrictions also near the airport. There is height restrictions. And even sometimes electric post. You have to leave vertical distance and horizontal distance also for 11 kV lines. That is height restrictions. Here zoning restriction. All are comes under, it will reduce your market property value. Let us see utility and value. Must, M-U-S-T, must marketability is over. Now utility. Consumers determine the importance of benefits the use provides and willing to pay for it. Utility means the stage of being useful, rewarding or advantageous. With increase in utility, the value of real property increases. This is basic principle and we all know it. If the utility is more, marketability is more. The demand side must be taken to reflect consumer taste and preferences. See, as far as a consumer point of view, Utility is concept that has been used to prescribe this taste. Consumer taste. Depends on utility, depends on consumer taste. Suppose I don't like some properties, for example, I'm telling you, and some other person may feel, oh, this is very nice. For example, I tell you again, I don't like to live near a railway station. Whereas some people who are going up and down every day, I don't want trains. I will go by my bus or my own car. For me, it's a nuisance in night, Every time I have to hear the sound. Whereas the other person, he's easy access. He can early morning he can get up, take his train and go to the office. So it depends on the preference or taste of the consumer. So utility point of view, sometimes it is different from different consumers. Okay, utility and value. Then comes scarcity and value. As we have seen, scarcity, I have given you an example. If there is no other land is available in a densely populated area, in that case, it is not scarcity. You won't get land. All land are used. So that will increase the property value. So that is called scarcity. The second point is when the demand increases with a fixed supply of land, a scarcity of land as well as built-up spaces is created in the market. As I told you, it's a genuine process. When the scarcity increases, the demand increases. Value of properties is directly proportional to the scarcity. So these things directly proportional. In mathematics, we are seeing it. So it is directly and inversely proportional, it. So this is directly proportional. That means scarcity is more. What is more? Tell me. Value is more. Yeah. If scarcity is more, value is more. That's directly proportional. What is inversely proportional then? If supply is more, value is less. Right? It is inversely, it is called inversely proportional. If demand is more, value is more. If supply is more, value is less. Right? That is directly proportional and inversely proportional. That is the difference. This is directly proportional to scarcity. Okay. So let's go to the next slide. Transferability factor. That you can sell or lease or whatever you want. That is called transferability. It's one among the bundle of rights. Don't remember, forget this name, bundle of rights and all. So, physical transference of landed property is not possible like with other commodities. So, physical transfer means you cannot take away your land to another place where the supply is very less or demand is more. You cannot take it physically. It is a fixity. It is a property of land. Whereas you have a wheat, same example I will tell you. Plenty of wheat field and you can take it away to the other place. If in Punjab, you can take it away to Kerala. So there is good demand. So in certain goods are transferable, no? Whereas here the transferable fixity is the land for land. Okay. It is due to this character, real estate, a rise in value occurs in some locations while value may go down in other locations due to excess supply. So this is the reason in real estate, demand and supply. because in certain locations it is in excess. Next to 3 kilometers, it is more. Nothing can be done. Another property I can tell you, fact. When you have demand, other things you can produce within a week or maximum 1 month. Apples are not there, okay, for 1 week. Okay, I will import. I have time, 1 week. Whereas in real estate property, it will take years to meet the demand, right? Because the construction time. Okay, third one. The more easily it could be transferred, the better value the owner of the estate could expect. Easiness of transferability. That is another point. Easiness. Because some properties are co-joined. There are so many other ownerships are there. Owners are there. So maybe I have seen 25 owners for a particular property. All these 25 owners should sign. Whereas in freehold of a single person, it is very easy. Freehold properties. So take care of, this is the exact meaning of the third bullet. The more easily it could be transferred. Easiness of transfer. The better value the owner of the estate could expect. Okay. So must is over. Right. Now factors influencing value. Physical, technical factor, economical factors. I told you these things. You can change the wordings and you can get a short form for this. This is an important one. Give me 2 minutes break, 5 minutes break. I will come back. Okay. Somebody's there. Okay. Just wait for 5 minutes. Don't go away. Don't dog off. I will come back now. So let's start. Okay. Now we have seen elements: marketability, utility, scarcity, and transferability. Now factors. There are physical factors or technical factors, economical factors, legal factors, social factors. These are all these three topics, two topics. MCQs, definitely so many MCQs will come. So be careful. This one is very important. This one is also very important. Elements and market factors. Okay. So the main thing is sometimes we confuse legal and social or economical and social question. So be sure that you understand the subject thoroughly. Okay. Physical and technical factors. Physical factors we know. Almost engineers. What are the physical factors? That is technical factors. Location. Location, most determining factor of a property. Suppose you have a property in main road, and you have a another person has a property in a interior part of bylane. So which one fetch more value? Main road property. So location is very important. Then comes infrastructure. That infrastructure means that outside the property infrastructure, water, electricity, sewage system, etc. That is called infrastructure. We have already seen. Then quality of construction. So see, in a valuation report, you can write so many parameters like this. Wherever you want. See, quality of specification, construction specifications, all these deciding factors, specific. Instead of M20, they used only M15 grade of concrete. So inferior, you can deduct some amount. Because nowadays M15 slabs are not there actually. M20 is fixed in some places, part of the world. So quality of construction, you can say plastering, cracks are there, defects are there. If major defects are there, like structural cracks, that also you can mention. Then you have to substantially reduce the price, because expenditure is there for structural cracks or foundation cracks. Then planning. Planning means here it means parking for visitors. That shows the hospitality of in case of an apartment, there is an extra parking is there for visitors, or easy access to services like lift, generator. So, we have seen some places where you have to walk a lot of distance to get a lift. Whereas in some places, as soon as you enter, you will get a lift, elevator. So that is that should be planned in such a way, even if in a commercial building also. So that will be a physical factor. Now amenities and facilities. Amenities mainly inside the property, not like infrastructure. That is a jogging track or clubhouse, lift, etc. These are all extra amenities and facilities. You can write this in valuation report. There is a lift, 4-person lift or 8-person lift, and easy accessible. Then clubhouse, common area consists of clubhouse, jogging tracks, etc. Or gymnasium, meeting rooms, boardrooms. So that will increase the property value. Okay. So these are our technical and physical factors. Try to remember it. Now we will go to legal factors. Economic. We'll go to economic factors. Inflation. That will affect the property value. You know it because you have learned economics. Inflation refers to the rise in prices of most goods. In inflation period, sorry, I used the word inflammation. Okay, inflation period, the prices of almost all goods will be increased. Goods and services of daily or common use, such as food, clothing, housing, etc. Real estate is known for its hedge against inflation. Okay, in some cases, like real estate, you can postpone the selling. So real estate is an hedge against, means it stops that bad ill effects of inflation in a way, right? That is inflation economic factor. Population changes. Nowadays it is more because migration is more. People are almost the farmers from various states are migrating, no, to get another employment because people are now more urbanized mindset. So what happens? These people will come to where the urban population is more, and they will start working and working. So that is population migration changes. Natural and or net migration increases land price. Now there is another factor is also there. Apart from migration, nuclear family. See now, couple of decades ago, the concept of nuclear family has formed actually. They want separately husband and wife or whatever. After marriage, they will go and they will settle because of their job requirement or independence from others. They will select for nuclear family. So that is also a affect real estate because increase in demand. When the nuclear family increases, increase in real estate properties. It's an economical factor, not a social factor. People usually confuse these things in question paper. So population change is not a social factor, it's an economical factor. That's why here we will confuse ourselves. So these wordings, just note down, because whenever this word comes, population change, then straight away you can write economic. Inflation, you know it is economic factor. Okay, population change is also economical factor. Then economic growth. An increase in the production of economic growth and services compared from one period of time to another will affect the value. So economic growth also. These are the economical factors. Now as I told you, any legal factor comes, market value comes down. Let us see. Clear title. Okay. If the title is clear, no defect, then its clear title is the phrase used to state that the owner of real property owns free and clear of encumbrances. No encumbrance, nothing. It is clear title. So marketability, in that case, marketability is small. Clear title. Conversely, if title defect is there, market value is less. The second bullet, rights and interest. Right to acquire, hold, dispose of property. Freehold right fetches maximum value. So there are so many right to acquire, acquisition of land, or right to, by person also you can acquire a land and hold it, enjoy it, dispose it, whatever you want. Okay, rights and interests. That comes under legal factors. Covenants. Condition tied to the ownership or use of land. There may be some conditions. refrain from using, for example, refrain from using the home as a business. So that's a condition. If a doctor is living there, an advocate is living there, if the association of that particular apartment decides that no private practice is allowed, that's a convent. They cannot practice there. So such people won't come to the market. They don't like to purchase such flats, apartments. Again, there is a court order, I think, maximum 3 patients at a time or 2 patients at a time can enter for a doctor's in case of emergency. In case of advocates also. So statutes. What are statutes? Statutes means laws. Law bounded. Legally bounded. Acts, rules, regulation, orders, all these things are legal factors. For example, building bylaws itself. As engineer, most of you are doing submission drawing or drawings for other constructions. So you know what is bylaw, frontage how much, setback how much, FSI, coverage area, these kind of things. There is a restriction, no? You cannot, suppose you have 1,000 unit of land, unit, maybe in sand or maybe in quota or ground, whatever word you use, 100. You cannot use this 100% coverage. There is a restriction for every building. Residential building, maybe 55% only you can use. Or for commercial, it is 60% maybe or less. So there is, you cannot, open space should be there for various important aspects like firefighting. In some multi-story building, you should have a setback of more than 4 meters. Maybe 6 meters, because fire engine has to come. So all around. So you need to leave that space. So these are our regulation bylaws. Then RARA rules are easement right. Easement right is also burden sometimes. When you give an easement right, it is a burden for you. Because otherwise law will act, court will give you give him a way through your property. They have got the right. There is no word like landlocked in actually. That is why when you certify a landlocked bill, suppose it is landlocked when you inspect a site. What is landlocked? Can anybody tell? Simple word. What is landlocked property?
No access.
Yes, Mr. Vijay, you are doing valuation
No, sir.
or Sadhya? But
I am just a
how
civil
did you get this answer?
engineer.
How did you get this?
It's a common word.
So
It's a common word. This one,
really?
just like
Okay.
it's a common word. Just use the example of Nepal, Bhutan. You take all these things.
Very good. Okay, very good. So that's right. You are 100% right. There is no access. That is the exact definition. Okay, I will ask you one more question. Behind this building, if there is a agricultural farm or other agricultural paddy field or wheat field, whatever, is it called an access? Can public use agricultural land, that pathway, as a public road, public use? Who can answer? I expect Mr. Vijay to give some answer. It's an MCQ. As far as agricultural land is concerned, it is public. Anybody can, as per Indian law. That path now in between field you're walking through, that is public, not the farm owner, property owners. Clear? In agriculture field, okay? Then RERA Act is there. Who is familiar with the RERA Act here? Anybody? Or at least heard about it.
Real Estate Regulation Act.
Okay, can you give me some highlights of RERA? Which city you belongs to? Which place?
Karnataka, Davangere.
Karnataka RERA is very famous. Mumbai RERA is Maharara, Maharashtra RERA. These are all very famous. All the states are now under RERA Act. So RERA means Real Estate Regulatory Authority. You learn it, I don't know whether in this one or some other portion, it is in detail. We have to learn this subject, RERA topic. Real Estate Regulatory Authority. That means a builder has to register his project in RERA. Project name, not in builder's name. And he has to keep 70% of amount, 70% amount received from customers into a separate account, escrow account. It is called escrow account, separate account. He will sell only for carpet area. Rate for carpet area. 5-year maintenance is mandatory now. If what is that? I cannot see the full chart. Builder is time bound through RERA. Yes, either way, 15% is the punishment, total amount, if he is not completed in time. Builder is time bound to RERA. Thank you, Mr. Sandeep G, for writing this. Okay, in chat I can see now. So, if the customer is defaulter of payment, because he has to pay now, stage wise, he will also get penalty, 15%. Now, real estate RERA tribunals are there. Tribunal will decide any grievance and their verdict is final. Nobody can interfere it, even in court. So RERA Act is very powerful act as far as real estate property is concerned. So be familiar with this RERA Act as engineers also, as well as a valuer also. RERA Act is very important. Okay. So these are all legal factors. Even RERA comes under legal. You know it. Now let's see what is social factors. Customs. Means here there are cultural activities, different cultures, different customs. So India offers astounding variety of virtually every aspect of social. India is most, variety of social life culture. So diversities of ethnic, linguistic. See, how many of us are here sitting here, same language, speaks same language, regional language? No. So that diversity is there. Regional diversity is there. Economic diversity. India has got most, as per Forbes, most influential or most elite family from India, and most deprived of people are also from India. Most of them are below poverty line. So it is a diverse thing. No other country is facing this kind of problem. So economic, religiously also, we have the religious factors. All the Indian culture accommodate all the religion. So class is there, caste is there. So this has got substantial effect. I will tell you why. You see, whatever you say, a middle class man cannot afford a very luxurious apartment, or a vegetarian, a non-vegetarian cannot participate or cannot buy a property exclusively for vegetarians. There are so many factors influencing. So these are all social factors influencing the market value. Okay, so you can imagine from religious, class, caste, everything. I need not explain it. Actually, these are facts which all of us are aware of in India. Okay, then rearrangement of family structure. See, migration and population change is economical factor, whereas rearrangement of family structure, like nuclear family, comes under social factor. This is the difference in a question paper, how they will confuse us. Here, one of this example I am telling you. Rearrangement of family structure. The family as a social structure has been undergoing change. Yes, change. Both in its structure and functions, changes has taken place. Nuclear family leading to demand for flats. So here the nuclear family comes under what? Not economical. It is under social. Because it's a social arrangement, no? Then this is one very interesting fact, proximity to celebrity. Urge to reside close proximity to celebrities. See, in Mumbai, I have seen people who are so rich living in prestigious buildings, very old buildings. You can't imagine even. Why? That prestigious factor is there. Once Amitabh Bachchan was there, Shah Rukh Khan lived there, Sachin Tendulkar lived nearby. That celebrities not only in Mumbai, everywhere it is there. For example, in Chennai, do you know what is the price of land in Malabar Hills? Is there anybody from here from Tamil Nadu? Yes, I have seen some names. Yes, who is that? Arun Kumar, you are from Tamil Nadu?
Yeah, Tamil Nadu.
Which place?
Madurai.
Huh? Madurai,
Madurai,
okay.
yeah.
So you know Madurai, no?
Yeah.
So Pace Garden, where Jayalalitha was living, no? These areas are very posh area. Your
Okay.
Rajinikanth is also living there, right?
Yes.
So it's a prestigious area where property value is very high.
Yeah, I don't know the price.
I-
Maybe the other person, Karthik.
I don't know. I also can't imagine the price. I will
Okay.
tell you frankly. I can only I heard that such proximity of celebrities is very high. Vice Garden, Malabar Hills. And then some other place, Delhi also. Some places are there. Calcutta also some places are there. Metro city especially. So the proximity of celebrity is a factor. Mainly cricket players, film stars, or very famous authors, singers. These are all celebrities. So that is a social factor. the market value will increase unimaginably. You can't imagine. It is much higher than the market value. Maybe 2 or 3 times. Right? So, who is that? You are from Chennai. Your name is not Arun Kumar. You wrote this?
Huh?
Can I see? Chat box. I am from Chennai. Who is that?
That only is other person. Karthikeyan Murugan.
Name, please.
Karthikeyan Murugan, sir.
Chennai.
I'm Chennai.
Karthikeyan Murugan. Okay, you are an early bird in the session. I know. I have noticed a few names. I will tell you. Shashik Patel sir, Vijay sir, Karthikeyan Murugan sir, Shivali Bakshi, Pallavi Zoha. They are all come around 8:15. As a faculty, I should know how much interest you are taking. That's all. So, okay, fine. Anyway, let's go ahead with the role of valuer. To analyze these 4 factors, so we will analyze, estimate the value of the property for a given purpose. Purpose is important. Given purpose, whether it is for capital gain, that you will learn in detail in some other class, MEP class itself. Then comes 4 factors: physical, legal, social, and economical. Okay. Example for various purposes of valuation: sale, purchase, insurance, land acquisition, etc. I think loss of valuations are there. Real estate valuation. Land acquisition comes under it. Loss of real estate, your topic, you see, 10 marks. Laws, there are 2 laws you have to, general laws of Indian legislature, that you have to learn, 10 marks there. Then again, laws of real estate, the land acquisition, contract acts, all comes under this. So you will learn it in particular class. Okay. Valuer may cross-check the value computed on the basis of rental yield method. Sometimes we have to see rental yield is given. It is given by market only. Some thumb rules are there for residential properties. It may be between 2.5 to 3.5%. For commercial, 4 to 5, something like that. So, but in market study, it will revert. So, a valuer is an investigation officer also. You have to investigate really the market, at least around your area. So, in order to get this, some of the aspects which we use in valuation. Everything comes from market. Market is supreme. That is why we call market is supreme. Why? So many transactions has taken place in decades and decades. So market knows well which property, which get more highest and best use. So all those things. Yield. Yield means how much it is going to get the percentage of your capitalization. So that kind of thing. So may cross check. It is may cross check. If you want, you can cross check. That's all. Then we will come to this one. Highest and best use. HABU. HABU. Value in use, value in exchange. Okay. So let's see. This is highest and best use. Legally permissible. It should be legally permissible, economically feasible. That line is very interesting. You see the definition. Try to by heart it. The reasonably probable and legal use of vacant land or an improved property is physically possible. It should be possible physically. Yeah, you can construct the physical. That is legally permissible too. Financially feasible. These three conditions true should satisfy. Physically possible, by heart it. Physically possible, legally permissible, financially feasible. Then only Habu principle can be applied. Physically possible, legally permissible, and financially feasible. This is the very important definition of Habu. Physically possible, legally permissible, and financially feasible. Okay. If there is any doubt, you can ask. Highest and best use may vary from current use or even an orderly liquidation. Yes, as I told you, sometimes current use is low, Habu. In liquidation purpose also, we consider Habu. Because if there is a factory building dilapidated, so better to remove that factory buildings and sell it in a vacant, as a vacant land. It will fetch more value because anyway the person who is going to buy is going to remove it. So if you want to make money in liquidation to get the shareholders their price, stakeholders their amount, then highest and best use should considered, and in liquidation purpose also. Okay. This liquidation purpose and fair value, generally we use fair value and liquidation purpose in corporate insolvency resolution process, CRPC. Okay. So fair value we know, liquidation value is a force sale, kind of force sale. You can deduct as usual 80% and market value or fair value, or you can calculate yourself the cost improvements, cost to demolish, cost for this thing, then adjust for time frame. Then you can arrive at a more accurate value. Otherwise, as we sometimes do, 75 to 80% you can deduct. Now, value in use, this also we explain is net present value of the benefits that an asset generates for a specific owner under specific use and a component of going concern. This word going concern also used by valuers. This term you have to use whenever possible. Going concern means it is assuming the entity will continue to remain in the business. You won't close it tomorrow. Going concern. For foreseeable future, he will continue to do the same job. Then only you can use it as a going concern. Going concern. Value in use is estimated at a use which is less than highest and best use, Habu, and hence it is generally lower than market value. Value in use may be less than Habu. Price, okay, value. Then third bullet, value in use is open market to market prices. As we know, it is open market to the open. Value in exchange, we'll see. It is the price of an individual good which can be sold and bought in the market. Simple definition, value in exchange. Thus, value in exchange depends on two things, time and location. Time factor you have to see. Because there is a cyclic economic cycle, as you know, recession, inflation, then boom period, all those things. So that time is an important factor, location is an important factor in value in exchange. Or giving money, a good or service.
that is worth something in exchange, as I told you. It's like a barter system. Service provided by a doctor or service provided by a chartered accountant. If you are a big businessman, you have to look after your business, no, for accounting purpose and all. In that case, you need not accept money from him. You give him and you can tell him adjust in your remuneration. That is called you are taking his service. Okay, so these are all very simple thing, but only the words you have to remember. Then comes property, real property. That is real estate property or real property. Rights and interest in real estate, types of ownerships, types of occupancy in real estate. All are very simple. Let's see. So this is the characteristics of real estate. If you think by logic, you can get these things very clear. Fixity. So this is a peculiar characteristic of real estate. Investment in real estate are long term. We know that. So it's performance of investment. Real estate. How you are going to invest it and how much you will get back. That is fixity. Permanence, not performance, sorry, permanence. It is called fixity. Then comes immobility, as we know. Land cannot be moved if the market becomes better in another location. As we said, some supply is less and demand is more in some locations. You cannot take the land. It is immobility. So fixity, immobility, then comes durability. A building can last for decades or even centuries, and the land underneath it is practically indestructible. Lands are considered as indestructible. So we never give a depreciation for land. These are all MCQs. Heterogeneity. The real market is typically divided into residential, commercial, industrial. It can also be further divided into subcategories, recreational, income generation, historical, etc. So there are, what is heterogeneity and homogeneity? Monolithic, it looks, there is no diverse this thing, but in heterogeneity, diversity is there, like commercial, residential, etc. Okay, heterogeneity is a peculiar character of real estate. Heterogeneity. So we have learned four words: fixity, immobility, durability, heterogeneity. These are peculiar characteristics of real estate. Okay. These are some notes. Despite being physically non-transferable, the rights associated with the real estate can be transferred. Either entire bundle of rights or leasehold or mortgage. We are not physically transferring the property. The interest is transferred or right is transferred. So either an entire bundle of rights. In case of, for example, lease agreement, we are giving some rights, bundle of rights to the other party. A conveyance deed on appropriate stamp paper is drawn when such transfer occurs. So this should be stamped and registered. Otherwise, court will not take. No value at all. If you go for arbitration or if you go for a civil case. So any conveyance deed, whether it is purchase deed or sale deed or settlement deed, anything, appropriate stamp paper is drawn such a transfer occurs. It is the transferred rights and privileges and encumbrances that dictate the market value of real estate unit. So, what are the privileges of that particular one that dictates the value? What are the rights? More rights, more value. Encumbrances. We know what is encumbrances now. Encroachments like or things like that. So let's see what is a bundle of right. Okay, bundle of that underlined word, bundle of rights. So bundle of rights can be divided into 10 or 11 aspects. Right to possess. Yes, I have the right to possess this land. That is the number one. Whether can anybody say property is a fundamental right? Anybody? Participants, please try to answer this. I am making a statement. Property is a why?
Even though if we have a right on a property, usually we pay to local body or a municipal will collect a taxation on that. It means government have a holding on it. It doesn't mean whole. It is the property. I mean to say, we don't have any complete right on our land.
Okay, you are very near to the answer. A peculiar word is there. I have already mentioned. How the property become a constitutional right? I will reframe the question. How it become? It is not fundamental right. It is legal right. It is constitutional right. MCQ. How it becomes constitutional right? Why it is called so? See the difference between fundamental right and constitutional right. Okay, I'll explain. We don't want to waste time. Okay. See, in 1978, it is changed to, it was in fundamental rights. It was once a fundamental right, property. But to develop the nation with major projects, widening of roads, they have to take your fundamental right. Right? It is which is impossible as per Indian laws. Your right to express, your right to speak, all your fundamental rights. Nobody can take it away. If property is a fundamental right, nobody can touch it, even government. So when the land acquisition is required, comes into play for the benefit of the whole society, beneficial to the society, land acquisition issue comes. Hence, it is removed from fundamental right to constitutional right. Government can acquire your property. Is it clear now?
Yes, yes.
Right. So the right to possess means it is not a fundamental right, it is a constitutional right. You can expect an MCQ from that. Right to use it in any way you like. You can construct a building or you can use it as a parking area, all depends on you. These are all nobody is going to question. The right to manage it in any way you like. You can give it lease agreement, rent it, anything. Right to the income of a thing, income of the thing. So you can generate income from your property. So that is another bundle of right. You can generate income from that particular property. Right to the capital. So capital means you have to sell it, no, to get back the sell to or give it away. So that is called right to the capital. Right to security. That is immunity from the word uses expropriation, right? Limited right. Expropriation means limited rights. So that immunity is there. No trespassing. It's a security issue. Then comes rights of incidence of transmissibility. This is a little difficult one to explain also. Right, that is to give to somebody else after your death. This comes under Succession Act, Indian Succession Act, to your next legal heir or by will to whom you are going to give all those things. That is incidence of transmissibility. Incidence of transmissibility. Then right to absence of terms. What is that? The indeterminate length of ownership rights. That is right to absent from any term. If somebody asks you the property for a price, no, don't give. Until it is a statutory land acquisition or something like that. So right to absent from anything. Somebody propose, okay, you take it for lease agreement at all, or give us. You need not budge on it. You don't have any thing in. You can absent from the term. The prohibition of harmful use, that is there. It is not a right actually. You cannot use a property for a harmful or illegal use. I hope you understand this harmful use by law. Okay. Then the next one is liability to execution. Explanation is there in the bracket. The thing taken away for repayment of it. So execution, who the creditor can execute it. Creditor means you are mortgaged property and you are a defaulter and you are not doing it properly, then it is executable by the creditor bank. So that is that can be taken away if it is mortgaged or in any other case. Then residuary character. It's a simple thing. Existence of rules of governing reversion of lapsed ownership rights. For example, who is entitled to the property, taxes are not paid if some other obligation ownership is exercised. So this is called residual character. So these are all bundle of rights actually. It is not defined anywhere in our syllabus. Taken from some reference book. Okay. Now comes principal types of interest in real estate. So freehold interest, leasehold interest, co-ownership right, easement right, transferable development rights, rights under adverse possession, claim duration 12 years, adverse possession. Private property 30 years for government. We all seen this. Remember this 12 years and 30 years. Maybe they may ask. Now we'll see freehold, you know it. Leasehold interest means you are given a property for a particular period of time to another part. That is leasehold. Then co-ownership. Not a single person. There are two or more persons. Easement right. What is easement right? Who can say what is easement right? So if somebody can tell me what is that easement right? I told you already. Explained it. If suppose your land is landlocked and front road portion owner gives you permission to use that land to enter your property. That is called easement right. Okay, that is easement right. Now, what is TDR? That also comes under Land Acquisition Act also. TDR means transfer of development rights. Transfer of development rights. So government plans to develop something. They don't have cash. They have to pay by TDR. They will give you a certificate of extra FSI, which is marketable. So instead of Solatium market price, some percentage of times of market price you will get only in land acquisition cases. But if government gives you a certificate of 1 FSI or 1.5 FSI extra, that means it is called Development Rights Certificate, DRC. One is TDR, means Transfer of Development Rights, and this is Certificate of Development Right, 1 FSI or 1.5 FSI. If you get it, you can go to the particular metro city near to you or a urbanized area near to you, where suppose flat culture is there, in short. So if a builder gets it, there are so many takers, they will take definitely. Because a builder can build up to FSI as per their FSI rules, 10 floor. You are giving this 1.5 for which you are get a land acquisition case you got. That's extra 1.5. You can sell it. You can auction it. You get, instead of 10 floors, he can build 20-25 floors. So see the difference. So that amount builder will share with you. So that will be much higher than what land acquisition cost really gets. So transfer of property, TDR is very important thing in land acquisition or certificate also. Certificate of Land Development Act. Okay, I mean Certificate of Development Rights. That is in FSI, Floor Space Index, or FAR, Floor Area Ratio. Both are used as same term. Now comes adverse possession, a legal permissible under Limitation Act 1963. Adverse possession is not illegal. A legal principle under Limitation Act 1963. Okay, that is adversely possessing your property for 12 years or government property for 30 years. It will be automatically transferred to the occupant who is occupying the property. Okay, so these are the principal types of interest in real estate. Any doubt you can ask. Then we are going to see what is tenancy. Tenancy in India is governed by various rent control legislation in different states. The rent control legislation is a state act. Here we need so many explanations. See, in what happens if you are giving in rent? If you are using the word rental agreement and per month, monthly rent, that means it goes to Rent Control Act. What is Rent Control Act says? Totally against the owners, because you cannot evict a tenant, first of all. And second thing, court will fix a standard rent. It is called standard rent. When court is fixed a rent, that will be much less than prevailing market rent. So suppose your market rent is 30,000, and if he goes to the party goes to the court, it may fix to 5,000 or even 500. I'm not joking. Yes, there are people who are living in such places here in my nearby places for decades for a very low value. Now the other properties are fetching 30,000. This poor fellow is getting 300 rupees for last lot of years because court will fix it. If you go for any dispute, that is Rent Control Act. Now, what is license? That also I told you. License is also a kind of easement. There is slight difference. The grantor of license called licensor and the acceptor is called licensee. So in license, you are giving the right to use the premises. To elaborate, I will give you an example. If you are given a license to a party, he is running a supermarket. One day, the supermarket is trespassed by somebody, or it has been the theft has happened. This licensee cannot go to the police station and file an FIR. Only the owner. So here, the ownership is more important than Rental Control Act. That is called license. Okay, this schematic. Now, to learn from this, I think we have to go through some tables. Valuation table I told you. So you should be familiar with that one. Give me 1 second. So I hope you have gone through these definitions. Annuity is defined as a fixed income over a period of time from investing large amount and receiving a small series of amount over time. That is like, pension schemes. For example, now it is not related with real estate. Pension schemes, you might have heard. So you are fixed income over a period of time for investing a large amount at first, then receiving a series of small payments monthly wise. So that is pension schemes are like that. Capitalization is the conversion of a regular income to an equivalent capital value. Here that note you have to, that is an MCQ. Office supplies are expected to be consumed in near future. So they are charged to expense, not a capital. Suppose you start an office, your capital investment does not. Anybody have doubt? Yes, Mr. Is that? Somebody is asking. Okay. What is that? Okay. So office supplies are like papers or whatever, staplers, pen, pencil, whatever consumables, even printers, ink, it's expensive. These are all not capital. This is consumables. So it is comes under expense, kind of thing. Rate of capitalization. That is return represented by the income produced by an investment. A return we are all expecting certain percentage. So that is expressed as a percentage. Rate of capitalization. Okay. Year's purchase. Year's purchase is the capital sum to be invested in order to receive a net annual income as an annuity of rupees at a fixed rate of interest. This is the basic equation, the following one, from which you have to do income approach. Year's purchase is equal to capital value divided by net income. Capital value divided by net income will give you year's purchase. That particular YP, it is denoted as YP. In IBBA question paper also, they will use the word YP, year's purchase or year purchase. So there are three variables now, YP, C and N, right? If three variables are there, if you know the value of two variables, you can easily find out any other variable, third variable, okay? So sometimes market value we need, that is your capital, right? Market value is your capital. So in income approach, market value is equal to YP into N. From the above equation, year's purchase is equal to C. Okay, bye. Take this equation. Take the equation, this equation, okay? Here you are going to convert this one into this net income. Net income you are going to use here, okay? Market value is equal to year's purchase into net income. This is your capital. That means market value in income approach. So you have to learn YP, C and N. Okay. These are the three variables. This is the relation between YP and C and N, C by N, C upon N. Okay. So market value you can easily find out. Now, annual sinking is an account that is used to deposit and save money to claim the capital invested at a given rate of interest. So that also we have seen. Annual sinking fund, I explained. You purchase a flat for 60 lakhs. That is your capital. You have to get back your capital without considering anything. Inflation is not considered, nothing is considered. In future, you will get 60 lakhs. That is the amount we are calculating here, annual sinking fund. So the interest rate is very maintained. See, for annual sinking fund, suppose the rate of return is 10%. Annual sinking fund rate will be 2% only. So it's very small amount you are keeping aside. Okay. So annual sinking fund. Now rate of redemption of capital. That is adopted when to earn the capital invested in types of properties where income would terminate after some years. Because as I told you, land has got perpetuity, lifelong you will get, but building do not have. So that will terminate after some time, some years, either building or in case of lease agreement. After some time, you won't get the same amount, lessee. So, in that case, it is called rate of redemption of capital. Rate of redemption of capital. These are all terms which just familiarize with these terms now for time being. Very elaborate class will be there for income approach. Then reversionary value is defined as the present amount of value which is obtained after a specified period. Reversionary value, as I told you, after the lease period, he has to return back. So that is called reversionary value of that after specified years, 10 years or 15 years, whatever. Okay. So I'm just going through the definitions only. That's enough for this class, because everything will be elaborated in this one in income approach or in case studies and everything. So don't worry about it. But be familiar with this one, reversionary value and all. Now the construction of tables, use of tables. This is the income approach actually. I don't know how far I can go into this subject, because you have a class for income approach separately. There you are going to do only this. So let us see basics. Okay. See, these are the useful equations for a value. And starting point is compound interest. What is compound interest? What is simple interest and compound interest? Just explain, practical explanation. I don't want the formula and all. Simple interest means fixed, that is we are learned in high school classes. PNR by 100, right? We are just multiplying number of years and rate of interest to the capital. C, P is the capital, suppose 1000 rupees. N is the number of years, 20. R is rate of interest, maybe 6%, 6 by 100. This is PNR, finished. It's for 1 year. Now, compound interest, that is for fixed deposit. You know, you are depositing 10 lakhs. Then you will get after 5 years interest at the rate of I interest. 1 plus I raised to n. That is for 1 rupee. Remember that. We are considering only 1 rupee. Why? You can convert that one into any amount by multiplying that constant 1 plus I raised to n. So 1 plus I raised to n. 1 is 1, you know, it's a mere number, plus I is the rate of interest, n is the exponential, that n is the number of years. You deposited for 10 years means 10. If you want, take a calculator and calculate it. I'll tell you an example. You have 5 lakh you put an FD with an interest rate of 6 for 10 years. So the formula will be 6 lakh. Okay, after that we will use this 5 lakh. Let it be the capital. 1 plus I raised to n means I, 6%. So don't write 6 by 100. So 0.06. So 1.06. 1 plus 0.06. 1.06 raised to n. That is 10 years. So 1.06 raised to 10 will give you a constant. Write it 4 digit. Not 2, 1, 2, 3. 4 digit you have to write. Then multiply it with your capital amount. C is 5 lakh. Okay, multiply by it. You will get after 10 years, you will get that much amount. That is the formula for 1 plus I. Now, if you understand this one, the others are very easy. Present value of 1 rupee. So, future after 10 years, you are getting this one. So, now what is the value? So, just reciprocate it. 1 by 1 plus I raised to n. Reciprocal of first equation. Then comes amount of rupees 1 per year. Third one. That every year you are depositing same amount. Not once. In compound interest, you are depositing only one time. This you are every year you are depositing per year, per particular December, end of the year or whatever. You are depositing 1 rupee. That will be, in that case, the equation changes to 1 plus I raised to n minus 1 divided by, whole divided by I. Not only, that is why that brackets are very important. Whole divided by I. I upon 1 plus I raised to n minus 1. Clear? Now, annual sinking fund. Annual sinking fund is just reciprocate the third question, third equation. Amount of 1 rupee per year. The reciprocal of that. I by 1 plus I raised to n minus 1. This is called annual sinking fund. This is the only complicated part you have. Once you know the concept and where to use this one, you will pass IBB exam. I will tell you. This is the most complicated part in your whole syllabus. First of all, you should know the concept. Why amount of 1 rupee per year? Common man will know what is amount 1 rupee per. That is post office fund, recurring deposit. Every year you are depositing, and after certain period, you will get an amount. That is the third equation. And the fourth equation is sinking fund. That is just reverse it. What is the present value of rupees 1? Of depositing 1 rupee, 1 rupee, 1 rupee every year. Okay. That is called annual sinking fund. Now the next two equations are the values equation to find out the value of that market value. There are two methods are there. One is single rate method, the other is dual rate method. Single rate method means 1 minus PV by I. Here present value, this one. This PV denotes this. So substitute for PV, you will get 1 minus 1 plus 1 by 1 plus I raised to n, the whole divided by I. Okay, 1 minus PV by I. Here. Here only you will see from the question paper itself, you will understand only 1% will be the one constant, that is interest rate. If 2 interest rate is given, that means annual sinking fund is considered. IP at the rate of 10% or 2%. And 2%. Or not all. And. So there are 12 rate. That is sinking fund is considered. So in that case, you just find out 1 by IR by IS. This is for my use this no. What is that? See. This is present value of income of 1 rupee. This is IR by IS. This IS here, this IS. Don't substitute directly 0.0 if it is given 0.02. Here you can do IR 0.010 means 0.1. Here you have to go to annual sinking fund formula. This formula. This is called IS. Okay, substitute here and then come back to the this one here. Okay, here you can use IS. So this is called annual 1 by IR plus IS. At a glance, it is simple, but IS should be get from the fourth formula, annual sinking fund. You substitute that 2% there, then you will get IS. I hope it is clear. Okay. From this notation, it's not working properly. Okay. So
Which is IR?
IR is same I. That is rate of capitalization. So if, for example, for compound interest, you are using I, no?
Interest of rate,
5%
rate of interest.
whatever. Rate of interest. Same rate of interest. That is IR. IS is from sinking fund. That is why rate of interest is separately used. Some people use some other wordings. So for learning purpose, we use like this. Only thing is IS should be from fourth equation. Substitute it. So I think there are some illustrated problems. Okay, it is here. No. Amount of 1 rupee compound interest 1 plus I raised to n. That is okay. Now we'll see common rate one. Try to solve it yourself with your calculator or Excel sheet. Okay. This kind of equations you learn only when you solve it in MEP classes itself. Don't postpone it. If you have a calculator ready and paper ready, you can do that. Even paper is not required. Mr. Saurabh has invested an amount of 2C in purchasing land on taking a loan of 10% compound interest from a bank. What amount will he have to repay to the bank after 5 years when he finds the purchaser of his land? So this is compound interest rate 10%. Okay. Instead of depositing, he has taken a loan. That's the only difference. Question is same. He has taken a loan of 2C at the rate of 10%. So you see, I is equal to 10 by 100, 0.1. N is for 5 years. So the amount which is loan is accumulated to 2 crore into 1 plus I raised to N. 2 crore into 1 plus 0.05 raised to 5. That is 2 crore multiplied by 1 point, I told you 4 digit, 6104, 04 for 5, sorry. So he has to repay 3.22 crores after 5 years. Clear? Clear, sir? Sometimes in MCQs also this type of questions may come. This is just MCQ. So you should be very fast in calculators or in Excel sheet. So let's see the next one, okay? Present value of rupees 1. So that is just inverse. Rupees 1 is invested today, accumulate 1 plus I at the end of 1 year. Rupees 1 invested today, accumulate 1 plus I raised to N at the end of N years. Present value is received to be received after N years is 1 by 1 plus I raised to N. This is called time value of money. This will be less. Why? Inflation factor. Okay. Future value is always less. 1 rupee in your pocket today is worthier than 1 rupee in tomorrow. This is time value concept of income approach. Time value concept. Let us see a problem. Read that one. Mr. Patel, a developer plans to develop a large area of land and estimates the residual value of the site to be how much? 10C. But the site will be handed over to him only after 2 years. Consider the present value of the site considering the interest rate 12% per annum. So what is the present value they are asking now? So we have to reverse it. See, this is 10C, right? Residual value of the site.
1C.
So this will be reduced to how much? Present value becomes 7.9. From 10 it is reduced to, because this is 0.7971. You see here, that formula if you apply, 1 by compound raised to interest, 1 by 1 plus 0.12 raised to 2. So that is 0.7971. What is that? It's a constant, of course, but it is paise. 1 rupee becomes 79 paise or 80 paise within a span of 2 years. So that value is decreased 79 paise only now. So accordingly, the present value of the site is also decreased. Present value, okay. Now we will see annual sinking fund table. You know the formula we have seen, the last bullet, 1 I divided by 1 plus I raised to N minus 1. This is the sinking fund formula. But how question will be framed? See. Oh, it is not here. Let us see in dual rate or single rate. I might have demonstrated. Okay. This table indicates the present capital value of a series of income, one to be received at the end of each year at a compound rate of interest for a given number of years. Okay, present value of rupees 1 per annum at single rate. Years purchase single rate. Okay, so this table indicates the present capital value of a series of income of rupees 1 to be received at the end of each year at a compound rate of interest for a given number of years. So that equation, you have to see that 1 minus 1 plus 1 upon 1 divided by 1 plus I raised to n. This either you have to by heart it better, because you won't get time for solving this or deriving this formula at that time. So better by heart this 6 formula. Okay. Let us see a illustration. What is the present value of net income of 5 lakh per annum for 10 years at the rate of 9%? So this is only 9% is given. So it's a single rate method. You have to use single rate. First you find out the constant. That becomes 6.4176. That means this is the future value. Therefore, because it is more than 1, so always the future value. Therefore, present value of present value of 1 per annum years purchase is 6.4176. So in order to find the 5 lakh, how much is? Yeah, he is giving net income of 5 lakh per annum. So 5 lakh into multiplied by 6.416. That is 32 lakhs 06. See, but how many years he is giving? 10 years. Yeah, he is giving 5 lakh rupees each. But his return is 32 lakhs only because of time value of money. Present value decreases. Again, read the question if you don't understand. I mean, clearly comprehend. What is the present value of a net income of 5 lakh per annum for 10 years at 9% interest? So 5 lakh per annum. So use that for present value of 1 rupees per annum. You can calculate. It is 6.4176. So again, multiply it with the 5 lakh, you will get present value. There is only 32. Whereas, see in the problem you see, even 5 lakh rupees per annum for 10 years, 9%. So actually it should be more than 5 lakh, 50 lakh and more, including the future benefit. But present value is 32 only. Critically, you think only the problems, you see the read the problem, then compare it with it, all the other things. So you'll find that future value is more and present value is less. Converting the future value to the present value is the process. So we are looking inwardly, not external. Future values we are looking at externally, and present value we are looking at inward. That is the thing. So let's go to the next one. Okay. Present value of 1 per annum dual rate. Now you will consider dual rate. In order to make a leasehold income comparable to freehold income, an amount is set aside from leasehold income annually so as to accumulate at a given rate of interest to a capital amount of value being equal to the value of the leasehold interest at the end of lease period. This is done by lessee generally. The terminable income flow from a leasehold interest can be perpetuated and thus the rate of capitalization from the leasehold may now be compared with that of freehold interest. The amount thus set aside so as to accumulated at a low rate of compound interest to a capital sum is called sinking fund or accumulative rate of interest. Any word is, there are three words: recoupment rate, accumulative rate, sinking fund, all are same. Okay, that you will learn in laws of real estate. So this is how they find B is equal to 1 by IR by IS. Instead of IR by IS, now it is written I by S, I plus S. Okay. Don't worry about this wordings which they are used. Okay. You know, if you know the concept, it is good. So let us see an example. LSE took on lease of a house for 30 years on an exclusive rent of 10,000 per annum. 15 years back. Here I would like to explain why exclusive or this thing is written. Net income means gross income minus expenses. Other words, or see here I have to write if I write gross income, I have to write all the outgoings also. In question paper it may be there. Like, you know, it is per annum you have to convert everything. Not monthly. Net income per annum, outgoing tax, monthly you are multiply by 12. Then per annum you will get. Insurance, 6 months you are depositing. So multiply it by 2. Then you will get per annum. Outgoings also, everything should be per annum. Then gross, whatever you are receiving in gross income, you deduct the outgoings, that is expenses per annum. That will give you net income. Here in the question paper, net income is directly given. That is 10,000 per annum 15 years back. The property is worth 35,000 per annum exclusive of all outgoings today. What is the value of lessee's interest? YP is, see, this is a typical IBBA question paper. YP at the rate of 7.5 and 2.5% for 15 years. Who can say why 7.5 and 2.5%? Tell me, Mr. Vijay, are you there? What does it mean? YP at that is, you are solving with the dual rate or single rate? You are going to do it by single rate? YP, there are 2 percentages are given. So it is dual rate. What is dual? 2. Dual rate means there should be two rates of interest. One is 7.5, that is rate of interest, and 2.5% as sinking fund. So that is number 1. Number 2, you are going to calculate present value. We are not interested in future value, or the final your result is what? You are certifying present value or market rate of prevailing market rate. Use the word prevailing fair value or fair value or present value. All are present, prevailing. Okay. So gross rental value 35,000. That is the market value now we are in the market. Instead of that, the lessee is paying 10,000 only. So he has a profit of 25,000. This is, I can explain it in another way. What is improved rent? This is an MCQ here. And what is profit rent here? Don't confuse Improved rent is 35,000, profit rent is 25,000. 35,000 is improved rent. Okay, this question may come as an MCQ. A small question will give, not like this, and they will ask which is improved rent. There may not be much difference also. Figures are so close, we will get confused in the examination hall. So always write investment. This improved rent is the rent which is higher than the present rent or older rent. So gross rental value is 35%. Less rent paid by lessee is 10,000. It is in the question. Read the question again. And read the question again. Okay. So here the calculation, you see how we calculate it. $35,000 minus 10,000, net profit is 25,000. So we got profit. Now YP 7.5 and 2.5 for 15 years. So that is 1 by I plus S. Here S is given that calculation. S is equal to R by 1 plus R raised to n minus 1, 0.025 by 1.025 raised to 15 minus 1. All those things, everything is written. Substituting for 7.5 directly you can write 0.075. But S is written from sinking fund method. So 0.0557. Altogether 7.651 you will get the result of constant. Therefore, the interest of lessee is multiplied that 25,000 by the constant. This is the lessee's interest. That is, you should learn who is lessor, who is lessee in a lease agreement. Lessor is the owner, lessee is the person who takes the lease agreement. Okay. And one more thing I would like to tell you now is, if the lease agreement, MCQ, it's an MCQ, if the lease agreement period is more, lessee's interest is more, lessor's interest will be less. Because see, 75 years you are giving a long term. Almost his whole life he is going to enjoy it. So lessee will be benefited for a long term lease agreement. Now, by the way, why we are giving lease agreement? Tell me. Because you need to, so see, I have a lot of land. But I need after 15 or 20 years for my son or daughter education. So I'll calculate, okay, that by that time I will get this much income from that rent. And I will get back the land also after 15 years. Then I will give the lease agreement. I don't want to sell it. This is how lease concept has originated. Okay. Then urban infrastructure and its influence on value of real estate. This is the most easiest one. Easiest means easiest. Influence of power. Wait a minute, I will take this one. So I hope you are read all those things. Influence of power means electricity, not other power, political power or anything. It is electricity, influence of electricity, as you know. Higher rate of values observed urban areas with a superior. If power supply is good, good value you will get. If water is, you are getting good quality of water or plenty of water, drinking water, that is also good. Market value will increase. That good road network is there. You can logically think and answer these questions. So sometimes this will ask also. So market value increases with availability. Then comes, see, influence of power is over. Now comes road infrastructure. Same thing. So where the road network is good, market value is good. In short, high rate of development is seen in cities having better road. Yes, we all know it. These are all facts, no? So anybody can answer this type of question. Now railway infrastructure. Suburban railway system help to shield local government from pressure of. So some people say hence the properties near to the railway channels fetches better value. Last sentence. Compared to their counterparts. Provided he should travel in train. It is my sentence. Provided this guy should traveling every day in train only. Otherwise, it's a nuisance factor for others commonly. I felt so because even in night time, hear the sound, no? So influence of railway structure, yes, it is good to fetch a high market value. Water, as I told you. Now the rainwater harvesting is compulsory in some places because our groundwater depletion issue. Groundwater is going down. So it is a mandatory to regularize the building. If rainwater harvesting is not done in our place, in our state, they won't give the house number or occupancy certificate. It is compulsory now. Rainwater harvesting. Okay. So in short, water availability is good, market value is good. Okay. But this point I want to make very clear. Rainwater harvesting. Either you can do this by collecting water to the open well or borewell from your terrace. That is called well recharging. Open well recharging is there. Bore well recharging is there. There is if 1,000 square feet building is there, terrace area. Do you know how much water you will get in a rainy season? How much? So it is our duty to provide some relief to our Mother Earth, not some relief. See, this is the best thing you can do to your next generation because you have bought from this from next generation only. If they ask, where is our water? Where is our pure air? Where is our these things? What you will reply as a citizen? You don't have a reply at all. So replenishing the groundwater, reducing the pollutants, recycling process, these are all our duty now. I think we are more interested in our rights, but we seldom use our duties properly. It is a tragic thing in India, I have observed. We all observe it, right? So rainwater harvesting is very important because in Rajasthan, some places I've seen some photograph in Tamil Nadu, in Andhra Pradesh, where the population density is very less, that kind of area. People are walking kilometers to get water. Even next is World War reason, one of the reason may be for water. Somebody predicts World War. So water conservation is so much, importance nowadays. Same as green buildings. Same as why we are giving so much importance for affordable building, green buildings, water recharging. We are beyond the limit now. We don't have enough water in the planet. See, we all know that 75% of Earth is water, but potable water, how much? It's hardly 7%. Now it is less than 7%. So groundwater harvesting, we have to make a point in our life. Similarly, all the other things, we can do it. This is our duty. Those who are keeping duty only can say the rights also. We are only saying our rights. We are unfortunately forgetting our duties. It's an irony of Indian culture. From the above trends, it is observed that the value of real estate increased with good water infrastructure. So, in short, influence of water in infrastructure, water infrastructure, positively affect the value of market value. Okay. Now, social infrastructures. What are they? Hospitals, sports, colleges, schools. So, proximity to the schools, colleges, hospitals will increase the price. Proximity, closeness. If you have a property near a very good government hospital or a specialty hospital, whatever, your property value will increase. If a college is there and your kids are for higher education, value will increase. These are called social infrastructures. Hospital, disposal plants, waste plants. Now we are thinking about waste plants only. Even recycling, we are in the thought process. See, actually, this waste disposal plants can be recycled. Manual, as well as brown water. So many recycling processes are there. But we are still waiting for something. I don't know what. Anyway, wastewater disposal with recycling facilities and all, very good social infrastructure. Increased proximity to social infrastructure increases the value of the real estate. Okay, sports area, stadium. These are all social infrastructures. Now comes that. Okay. There are so many development policies and plans by Government of India or your state government, like housing policy. Now it is how affordable housing policies are. The Jawaharlal Nehru National Urban Renewal Mission is there. Swachh Bharat Abhiyan, Adal Mission of Regeneration and Urban Transformation, Smart City Missions, National Heritage City Development, and Augmentation Yojana. These are various yojanas and policies and these things. You can go to the Google and try as much as you can to learn this yojanas. Maybe some question may appear. You cannot predict. Similarly, national building codes also. You can take a soft copy for national building codes. You can expect a question, at least one question, sometimes two questions from national building code. How many toilets required in a cinema theater? How many parking is required in an assembly hall of seating capacity this much? So off-street parking, all those things. So there is bylaws, no? So for certain things, so accordingly you can answer that. So national building code plus our policies, Just note it down, Google it and learn it. There are so many measures. Now comes real estate market and its characteristics. Investment in real estate, factors influencing demand and supply, schedule of trade. Okay, schedule real estate. Okay. Real estate market and its characteristics. These are all we studied actually. So local, national, and international market, 3 levels of market are there. It is difficult to obtain information on price of real estate. Yes, because of parallel economy factor, reliable comparables are not available. Exact amount. So there is no central data bank. That is one of the issue we are facing as valuers. Because our mostly used method is market comparables. That is market approach. If you get a similar property in the vicinity of subject valuation property, then you can compare it with that particular property. But price is not available. Exact price. Stamp duty price is not the price exactly they are spending. Much more than that. So that factor is a concern. Then we have another avenue for valuers in Enforcement Directorate. They are in section, as per section 77, you can apply if you are a 34 MB valuer for national this ED. They are taking good valuers with integrity and honesty to review high value properties, which is undervalued. So these kind of things are they are going to fix values. Already they are invited some people, some valuers, so they are doing it. So what you call very good avenue for you also. So it is very difficult to get the price. Absence of transparency. There is no transparency. Okay. In communication is unique characteristics of real estate seen worldwide. This is almost everywhere the same issue is there. Real estate market is said to be lethargic due to the fact that the supply cannot be immediately increased. So as we have seen, today there is high demand. Tomorrow you cannot increase the supply, or next week you cannot increase the supply because of time constraint, time factor. You need at least 2-3 for constructing an apartment. 2-3 years minimum you need required. So it is called lethargic. That's why real estate is sometimes it is called lethargic, means sleepy. Okay. Next one. Other influencing factors. Okay, so investment in real estate. That is not a small amount. You need a good capital as well as good team of management, all those things. So these things will influence the real estate. Then management aspect, legal aspects, liquidity. Liquidity is low. If you put money in bank, you will get next day, next second now. All are online transfer, no? Google Pay, whatever. So liquidity is high for cash, and liquidity for real estate is comparatively low because it will take at least 6 to 8 months to sell a property and get a reasonable price for it. Next day you won't get. If you are lucky, of course you will get it, but generally real estate liquidity is low. Size of investment, as I told you, the capital investment is very huge. When you are in share market, you have to spend a couple of lakh rupees. Whereas but you will get a gain. Your gain is much more also sometimes in share markets, right? Why? There is a principle: higher the risk, higher the return. If your risk factor is high, you'll get a high return also. Risk factor we have to consider. So size of investment, lack of central market. As I told you, there is no lack of. There is a lack of central data, or some kind of data, for some places. So these are the influencing factors, and values are also getting problem by this. Okay. Factors influencing demand in real estate. What are the factors? Population change, economic growth, accessibility, inflation, change in taste and choice of people. These are all influencing demand. It's an economical. These are all economic. Demand. The word demand has come, no? So it naturally goes to the economical factors: population change, economic growth, accessibility, inflation, change in taste and choice of people. These are all comes under economical factors. Then come influences supply schedule in real estate. So how it is going to apply the supply of schedule? Property development being a time-consuming process, the supply of landed property cannot be increased suddenly. So as I told you, it cannot be increased all of a sudden. Supply. It will take time. Then you should ask me a question from this sentence. There's a particular word I have used that is common parlance in evaluation. What is that? Anybody? That sentence only. Now just the first sentence. Property? No. Development? No. Being a time consuming? No. Process? No. Supply? No. Of? No. Landed property. What is that? Why land property, not land property? Landed property. What is landed property? Tell me. Why landed property? You have to use this word. Tell me the reason. The participant who say the reason will get IBBA passed very easily. Why landed property? Use the word landed property means. What is a landed property? What is the difference between, think like this, difference between land property and landed property?
Property
Yes,
developed on land.
Now
Sir,
better
land.
you keep quiet. Okay, tell me, complete it. Mr. Vijay, complete it.
No, sir. What I understand means land property means it includes even agricultural land also. But landed property only refers to real estate and all.
Okay, your first answer was good. Second answer is also good. Landed property means land plus building. Land plus immovable properties, other immovable properties, which is attached to the earth, embedded into the earth. In short, there is a building. In landed property, there is a building. Okay? Agreed or not agreed, Mr. Vijay?
Yes, sir.
Agriculture not included. Not that point. First, First answer was right. Then I told you, you keep quiet, let others answer. Okay. Because I understood that whatever the concept it is with you. So, good, very good. So that is why it is called a landed property. Land property and landed property is different. Land property is only land. Landed property is land and building. Due to demand being high and supply being unaffected, prices rise harshly. These suppliers could be forced to sell properties at lower prices due to in COVID era. How many unoccupied flats were there all over India? So they are forced to sell it by whatever small margin. So now it is slightly changing. The scenario is changing anyway. So that is the thing. So things which you can learn from. Now the last one, concept of grand building. So green building, sorry, because we do some MCQs. So green building, go through thoroughly. I think next revision of syllabus of IBBA, this chapter will be more elaborated. Now you have only basic things to learn, concept of green building. But now, as such, the situation prevailing in the world is very bad. You know it. So green building has got so much importance now. You should know how to value it. Nobody knows it now. I mean, exact methods. So it's a subject which you are evolving. Now, checklist of green building evaluation. Start from site planning. Water efficiency. So what is meant by water efficiency? See, potable water is available. Sewage water is there. You are not wasting water. So some particular taps are using to control the water pressure, to control the water output from the well. Simply while you are brushing your teeth, we are wasting so much water sometimes. So these kind of things have to be avoided. It will be avoided because there they won't work in full pressure. So in order to save water, then sewage, it is recycled. Then it becomes, in developed countries, they are using it as potable water, some kitchen water. But here at least we can use it for gardening or agriculture purpose. This should be recycled and used for agricultural or gardening purpose. You can use it. It is called brown water. Water efficiency. Then comes energy and atmosphere. So energy, power supply. So that tariff will be reduced. Power supply, because daylighting is not required. In day, even AC is not required in certain buildings. That much coolness is there, because they are using such materials to prevent absorption of heat. So you don't need a fan also. Hygienic atmosphere. COVID has taught us a lesson, but work at home. What is work at home? You are sitting in a place where most polluted place in your home. Why? Do you know? Okay, you are mopping it, cleaning it, Dettol with Dettol or whatever. Even then, pollens, dust, everything will be there. Whatever you do, so many items are there in your home, no? So anywhere it can come. Whereas in a green building, pollutants are not there. It is not thickly congested. It is a hygienic way of living. This COVID, this is one of the best part of the COVID positive cases. Delta plus cases, not COVID positive, Delta, COVID Delta variant cases. Okay. So we start, what is hygiene? Everybody is now washing hands with soap. Everybody is doing, if they touch, they will go for a sanitizer if they are outside. Okay. So accordingly, do you know, the other diseases are also decreasing. That is in effect is happening. Other diseases like, otherwise children, viral fever, where is it now? Because they are also wearing mask. So there are some positive impacts. At least we try to learn from it. That is the main thing. So green building evaluation, when forget about the word evaluation, evolution, the process, it has a good thrust, this COVID. So good energy and atmosphere. Indoor air quality is good. Materials and resources. You are using such materials which is sustainable. What is sustainability? Can use for it long term. It is recyclable. Recycling process can be done. So you need to value in such a way that, suppose you have got a plaster of Paris gypsum board on the ceiling, whatever. It won't last more than 10 or 12 years, suppose. Then instead of gypsum board, there are so many materials and construction techniques for green buildings that we should go to expose. Expose means that exhibition, no? There you can collect so much brochures. Try to go through this. Then only you will be updated. What are the new materials? Old engineers like me, we are not, we only specialized in traditional building frame structures. We can design, of course. Construct, yes, traditional with the concrete and steel. But it emits so much heat. So in near future, there won't be any traditional construction at all. I guarantee within 3 years, 3 or 4 years maximum. Because even 1 degree centigrade, if it is now, from now onwards, 1 degree centigrade of atmospheric temperature increase, that Arctic Ocean will not, that ice, no, that will start melting again. Already melted some portion. If substantial melting is there, almost all the cities in the world will be under the water. Famous cities will be under the water. So materials and our construction concept is going to change. And of course, subsequently valuation also. Then operations and maintenance. So we will minimize those costs. There is a comparison between traditional and green buildings. There is only 2% increase in construction cost, of course, in green building. 2 or 3% maximum. At the same time, your savings in energy, water, whatever way, other things, considering recycling aspect, everything, there is 29% benefit for you in long term for green buildings. Apart from the, we are not hurting the nature. Apart from hurting the nature, you have saving 29% total. So that is good now. So this is the concept of green building evaluation. I don't know what type of question they will ask. Whole building approach. The use of indigenous landscaping reduces maintenance, conserves groundwater and wildlife habitat. Daylight reduces energy required to power artificial lights, improve comfort and productivity. Productivity factor. you know, if you are working in a healthy environment, your oxygen capacity, suppose even in, I'm sitting in a closed room, so I open this one of my door. Why? In closed rooms, your oxygen quality is very bad. So in case of a green building, there are some plans, internal plans and all. I don't know. I'm not that familiar. To be very frank with you, I have seen the expos and all. So maybe from that internal plans or some kind of ventilation, oxygen intake is more, or maybe due to the volume of the building. In whatever way, air quality is better than traditional buildings. Then comes convenient access to public transportation. That is, of course, this. You might have seen in IT buildings with beautiful. See, one more thing is there. Very famous corporates, they will buy this whole building, or they are ready to pay any rent to show the social commitment. Social commitment to the society. They are now to survive and get goodwill, they have to do that. So especially multinational companies, corporates, companies, all are looking after green buildings because they want to show that particular point. We are social, environmentally conscious and all those things. It is called ESG. In small, ESG means environmental social impact. So environmental, social, and governance is a small term. ESG. Governance of what? Government, not government of India or your state government. Governance, awareness in the corporate governance. Somebody should be there of aware of these things. What is happening around? Not only money making. Human beings are becoming concentrated on only that. See, if you are interested in aware of why I should go for green building, you should be aware of the situation, what is happening around you. And you should be able to convey your awareness to others also. Whenever you get a chance, try to teach them. Then only society will evolve to a green building. See, whenever technology develops as society demands, when the society demands, technology automatically comes. This is the particular, mobile phone. All of a sudden, the space of that technology has spread like anything. So many technologies, but it should be attractive as well as it should be. This point should be aware of public. So this technology will come, no doubt. Otherwise, they are not going to do that. So green building valuation. So revenue, more customers are willing to pay premiums. So you can use rental method, that is income method, to valuate such buildings. More premiums means more value. More rent means more value. You are capitalizing the rent. That is income method. So you will get more income from that property. So market value of the property is increase. Occupancy. See, you have constructed a multi-story building for rental purpose. If there is no occupancy, there is no income. So, but in the case of green buildings, occupancy in high demand, higher occupancy rate is there. So naturally, you will get more income. Then operating expenses. So gross minus expenses is net income. So net income will increase. Why? Operating expenses are low. What is operating expense? Energy bill, your electricity bill, water bill, your gas bill, whatever, everything is reduced. Risk, relatively more safe. The materials are, in green building is relatively not like, suppose a column or a beam or heavy beam, 60 centimeter deep beam, fall on your head. You will, succumb to whatever. But in green buildings, at least lighter materials are used, more lighter used. Okay, so risk factor is less. Green building rating system. So there are some voluntary organization, NGOs, non-governmental organizations. They are leads. You may be knowing in Western countries leads. India also it is leads and LEED. They are giving some ranking for parameters. They have got a parameters, some parameters, utility bill, that bill, this. They will make some benchmark. Then according to the benchmark, they will mark. They will put certain weightages to your property and total it. Then you will get 3-star, 5-star, something like that. So, okay. So that is called rating system. A green building rating system measures environmental performance of a building throughout its life cycle. See the word through valuation, market value, what we are using, lifespan, right? Life of the building, right? Here it is life cycle. Because it is recycling, it's a life cycle. The whole particular element has got particular life cycle. So in order to give us some guideline, I can say that you can value in such a way that each and every element, major elements you can take and find out the life cycle value. Okay. Criteria for rating insist of a set of specific parameters. They have a criteria for a checklist. I told you, so many parameters are there. Points are awarded with benchmark for each criteria. So they will set a benchmark. Then they will give minus or plus mark for your for the green building constructed. Okay. To ensure an unbiased evaluation, independent third party evaluation are performed. And that should be independent and okay. Even bribery is included in ESG, environmental, social impact, and governance. ESG. Bribery is considered as a negative basic. So people who have got high honesty and integrity will go for this. Okay, so that is why to ensure the unbiased evaluation. These evaluations are voluntary, not for payment, and have assisted in raising awareness regarding importance of green building. Now it is the stage why we are rating the system, to have the awareness to the public. This building has got this much rating. This building has got this much rating. So there will be healthy competition among them. Next man will try to construct more green building. So it will spread like anything. It's a very positive thing which is going to happen, which I can foresee. I mean, people are foreseeing in near future, coming future, within 2-3 years at least. So accordingly, the valuation system also have some changes for such buildings. Now this is MCQ, you can go through it. And you know my WhatsApp number also. If it is, you can ask me at any time, any question, any topic, except statistics and micro type of thing. Valuation, this you can ask me at any time. take my WhatsApp number or email ID. I'm not telling this as a what you call a routine dialogue, because I am spending 3 hours for in WhatsApp only for my previous batches. They're asking so many questions every day, so night I have to sit and answer it. If I am not aware of that answer, I will go to some other valuer, like Jaram sir or Sabhabadi sir. Those from Tamil Nadu knows them. Sabhabadi, or even Shyamdatta sir from Calcutta, R.K. Gandhi sir from Mumbai, Ajit Nainan sir again from Calcutta. They are all masters of the subject. Try to get those books. There are so many books are there written by them. So try to get. Savali sir mainly writes the study materials, but Shyamdatta Gupta sir's mastering valuation is available in Amazon. Please buy it. It's a very nice book. Then R.K. Gandhi is a master. R.K. Gandhi sir. 3 approaches he has got a book. This much big. But we are no more stock. The edition, second edition, I don't know when it come. So until then, you can depend on so many others are there. I can share the names. Then MCQ. A temple property is not marketable, yet it has got value. Instead of market value, we may call it as what? Who can answer? Somebody should answer. Otherwise, I continue. Because MCQ is, we need answer then and there. Tell me. Vijay sir. Vijay sir, are you there? B, special value. Wrong. See, it is not a special value means I am a special purchaser. Remember that. I will pay double the market value. Value, special value, we have learned it. Special value is for a special purchaser. The land behind my building. If market value is 10 lakh, I will pay 15 lakh. That is special value. You can say, see, our word is not there. Present verb is not there. You can say hypothetical value. It is only a hypothetical value. Okay. What is hypothetical? What I learned in mathematics, no? Hypothetics. We are assuming. That is hypothetical. Some physics problem, we are assuming something first, then we will prove that our assumption is right. Okay, some problems are solved like that. So this is hypothetical value, temple property. Second one, the ownership and possession of the property can be transferred by way of sale, lease, mortgage, will, etc., and hence it has value. This is called answer is there in the question paper. Sometimes answer is there in the question itself in MCQs. Yes, correct. A. Who is that? I cannot see the name. Anyway, A. So A is right answer. Transferability. It can be transferred. Then it is transferability answer. Now, next question. The factors such as location, population, employment opportunities, change in services, trade and commerce, per capita income, state level, playing capacity of local residents, rent of city growth are microeconomics, macroeconomics, physical factors, social factors. I am looking in the chat box. Oh, sorry. Swami sir, it is not that one. Yeah. Who said two? Who said one? One
I
is the
said,
right
sir,
answer.
macroeconomic, large economy.
No, it is micro. Somebody has written one.
Macro,
I don't
macro,
know.
macro.
Sir.
Micro.
Micro, sir, because state level. You see, local residents. These words are there. Because those words are there, you can easily consider it as a micro one. Local residents. The other thing, local population, local, not in higher level. Microscope and macroscopic, you know difference. Microscopic particles, small, local level. Macro means as a whole world in India.
Large.
Macro, large, like our universe. So it resembles micro, right? That orbit and all. Physics. Okay. Anyway, the answer is one. Microeconomic factors. Now, functional aspects, optimal use of inner space with minimum wastage, amenities, swimming pool, garden, lift, security system, intercom facility, health club, children's play area are Arun Kumar. No, he has not answered. I think it is for the previous one. This is inside the property. Outside the property is social. 2 is the right answer. So many answers are coming. 4 is wrong. How it is social? How can it be? Social means, see, it is outside our property. These are all inside. I told you how to differentiate. If it is inside your property, it is physical or technical. It is outside your property, social, infrastructure, all those things. Okay. See, this kind of question will come. I just taught you this and you have made mistakes. Because you are not. Sometimes some Wi-Fi connection is breaking. I can understand that. Wi-Fi goes and comes for certain people. Okay. Property consisting of land and objects and substances permanently attached to the ground is called. I'm looking at answer in chat box. Okay, who said that one? First one is first. Real property. Who said? Name I cannot see. One is right answer. Okay. Already given. So real estate property. Okay. Unreal property. This is our imaginary, physical. So real property is right answer. Okay. The property location also plays a key role in valuation. However, since property cannot change location, it is often dash that can change its value. Location cannot be changed, but something other in this one can change the value. Name it. Waiting for the answer in the chat box.
Upgrades and improvements. One.
Again?
Number one. Upgrades and improvements.
Any other takers? Better answer is there, sir. 4. Who wrote 4? Yeah, Karthikeya Murli. Yeah. Okay, right, sir. Karthikeya Murli is the right answer. Highest and best use. Highest and best use that can change its value. Upgrades and improvements, you have to spend money. So accordingly only you will get it. Highest and best use you are suggesting. So, who left the meeting? Chicago is left the meeting. So it is, I think, because of Wi-Fi problem. Understand best use is right answer. Okay, fine. So thank you so much. It is time. Exact 15 minutes is more. Any doubt you can ask. Discussion. We have a 15 minutes discussion platform, or even you can drop it. I don't mind. Everybody is hungry. You are also hungry. If you want anything, any clarity in this presentation or outside the presentation, please contact me in the mail address. Email ID is there. WhatsApp number, please don't call me. WhatsApp number is there. You can ask WhatsApp. Share the book list. Okay. I will share it. First, you go to this one, Amazon. Just type Shamels Datta. I'll show you the book. I have kept it here. There are 2 books he has written. Anyone you can take now for IBB purpose. So, advanced valuation for secured lending by banks and financial institute. This is one book with a few pages. So that I recently got, 2nd edition, with the fully worked out problems. It is not clear. Okay. Now it is clear. Author's name, can you identify? No. Yeah. Oh, it is reverse. It is coming. Shamels Datta. SYAMALESDATTA. This is the best book by him. It is also available in Amazon. This is included in UK syllabus, United Kingdom syllabus. I think if you are going thoroughly with for 70, 65 above 70 marks, go with this book. Okay. Then this is the book which I told you, Mr. Arcade.
Hold on, we can't see a book. You are using a blur background, no? So we can't see a book. Only your face can be seen. That will get
This is my face.
mastering. Again, it got blurred.
Again, yeah, I know that I will. I can see it. I can see myself. I know that. What is happening? I don't know. It is not focusing. My camera. No, it's okay. Okay. This is mastering
Real estate.
real estate valuation. Again by Shamels Datta. Then you try to get book whenever you get a chance, because to my knowledge, second or first and second edition is over. The other edition is not come. So this is heavy. This book is Bible for Bible or Gita, whatever. I'm not religious. Okay, so this is Mr. R.K. Gandhi's book, Inca approach, cost approach, market approach. This book. Then you can contact Sri Tanaka Sapapati from Trichy. He is giving continuous programs in valuation, especially in cost approach and new avenues of valuation. Recently, he is going to come to your. Recently, he has taken some classes for you also. Your CEP program. Kanaka Sabhavi sir, who is my mentor also, Guru.
Contact him, sir.
So you contact him in WhatsApp and tell him to add to give my reference and try to be in his group. He has got so many WhatsApp group. He will put to you. Everything is common. Whatever is daily question answer session is there. He will answer it A question is there. Question also you will prepare. Answer also you will prepare, give you.
No,
Then
how to
classes are
contact the
there.
Kada
That
Samadhi?
study materials is required. That he will provide. It is always advisable to attend his classes. Okay. I got all the study materials, almost all the study materials of Samadhi sir. Check his.
How to contact Kada Samadhi, sir? How to contact
Yeah.
Kada Samadhi? In Google?
You contact him in WhatsApp.
How? We don't have the number.
I will give you now.
Okay, okay.
Wait.
Okay, nice.
This. Do one thing. You can contact both numbers. One is his office assistant, K. Ilarashi. Okay. The other one is Sabhabadi sir. I will give Sabhabadi sir's number first. You can write it in my WhatsApp, and you got it from Kumar from Kerala. I think he may respond to you. Don't write to him because he didn't see my last message. So let us see his number, another number. Just told you. No? I think she's. Got it. Yeah, WhatsApp is there, but I don't know why he is not seeing the WhatsApp. Okay, anyway, 944 30 43426. 944 30 43426. Or there is an assistant. Ilivarashi. I don't know how to pronounce. Those who are in Tamil Nadu, they can pronounce well. Ilivarashi. Right, assistant of Samadhi sir. 97918. Better to contact her. 97918 74829. Got the number? Hello, nobody's responding. Yes, okay, got. These two numbers you try. And you can refer my name. No issue. Then, this is also a famous writer. Recently, our ARVF journal is first journal. He has written an article. Ashok Naik. His book of Valuation Principles and Procedures. Valuation Principles and Procedures. Ashok Naik is a famous author. Very few authors are there, I will tell you. Good authors. And the most tragic part is nobody is coming forward to good books with good insight actually in the profession. So many, these are all old books actually. They are second division, third division. This is changes, of course. Whatever the changes, they will make it. But new authors are very few. Gopinath Rao, you can write down, but I don't know his number. Gopinath Rao is from Andhra. Then Ashok Nain sir. Then R.K. Gandhi sir from Mumbai. Then if you want, Jairam sir is there. He is more responsive than Trichy. He is master in capital gains. But he didn't write any book, I think. Book is the study material. From Trichy you will get study materials only. With the, when you attend the class, they will give the study materials. Their charges are including study material plus class. Maybe 2-hour class. Along with that, they will produce a printed good, at least a soft copy. Then printed books are there that they can, those who are visiting there, they can get it or approach. He is going to sell, that is closed now. He is going to sell, the latest book has come. 7 volumes together. Study materials together. Together means not much. That you can inquire with Elavarashi. What are the books available? Okay. Elavarashi, correct. Now I am pronouncing correctly. Because spelling is wrongly written there. So you can contact them. So I have given 4 or 5 books name and a person name also. He's not a, he's well-known personality doing good classes all over, I think 164 countries. He visited, out of which 93 countries he is interacted with valuers. So these are all great achievements, no? So we have to learn how to respect them. You respectfully ask things, it will be done. He will do it for you, no doubt. Give due respect. Please share the book names and contact number. Contact from WhatsApp group. No, same. He has to add WhatsApp. Sababdi sir will add or Elavarashi will add you. Don't know who has written this. I have given a name, no, assistant's name and phone number. You write, I would like to add in this next class. Please add me in his group. Or buy some books. You try to buy some books and they will add. Okay. Some study materials. She will list it out. So what are the, you can ask what are the available books written by Sababdi sir and Jairam sir also. Both of them are 1 year senior. Sababdi sir is 1 year senior, same college, 60s. See, yeah. So Jairam sir is 1 year junior, but he has also written so many books, study materials. But I think Sababdi sir is the last person, I mean, final decision maker. So better to ask her what are the books available by Sababdi sir or Jairam sir. Okay. So she will tell you. Then try to buy that book. Tell her to add your name in the WhatsApp group. And I want to attend his class. That's all. From next class onwards. You can tell that Ram Kumar from Kerala. Okay. That's recommended you. So that's all for the day. So see you next class. Shall I say goodbye now for time being? If you are in video mode open, I can take a screenshot. Stop sharing. How to stop sharing? Sharing mode. Stop sharing. Okay. Okay. Honorable Bharat Yankin, sir. Very happy to see you. Arun Kumar, I know him. I seen you so many times. And Pallav, sir, Barwa, sir. Okay. So nobody else. Okay. Irfan Assam, sir. Sada, sir. And what is Sada, sir? SADA.
Sadashiva, sir, it's full name.
Sada means something else, no? You switch on your this one.
Yeah,
The Matra.
Okay, Irfan Assam, sir. You are from, sir, Assam, sir. Irfan, sir. You are from which place? Irfan, sir, you are from which place? Unmute.
I am from Tumkur, Karnataka.
Italy?
Yeah, Delhi.
I heard it. Italy. Okay, Delhi. Okay. So you all know each other, no? At least. Why I am asking is you can combine make a group and study materials can be shared, combined study. So we see in our time it was a physical mode. So we are staying in the same hotel. We are sharing things. So nowadays it's not possible. Maybe they will start again physical mode. So until then, we have to wait only in the see in the this one. So tomorrow you have class.
tomorrow, no. Next week.
Next Friday, Saturday, Sunday.
Good. Okay. Okay. So see you. Goodbye.
Thank you. Thank you, Arun.
Regards. Best wishes. Study well.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much.
गुड आफ्टरनून फ्रेंड्स। सभी लोग अपनी प्रेजेंटी लगा दीजिए कृपया ग्रुप में। योर नेम, asset class and city, put it into the group, WhatsApp group. We'll start within next 2 minutes after presenting. Number 1. Number 2, open the syllabus copy and my book also simultaneously. It's a request to everyone. सभी लोग प्रेजेंट ही लगा दीजिए ग्रुप में।
व्हाट्सएप ग्रुप में आपका नाम, असेट क्लास और सिटी का नाम टेक्स्ट कर दीजिए। सब लोग वीडियो और इसको ऑन कीजिए, वीडियो को। मेरी आवाज आ पा रही है? आर यू गेटिंग माय वॉइस प्रॉपर्ली?
Yes, sir.
ओके। Kind request, everyone should start have their presentation first. Second, open my book and syllabus copy simultaneously. जो मैंने कल बुक शेयर की थी उसको ओपन कीजिए, नंबर 1, और सिलेबस कॉपी को ओपन कीजिए। आज का अपना टॉपिक लैंड लॉज है। तो वन बाय वन वी विल कवर इट। मेरे बुक में आज आपको कुछ चीजें आपको नोट डाउन करनी है, कुछ लिखनी भी है। ओके, प्रेजेंट ही हो गई सबकी, तो उधर ध्यान दे दीजिए पट से 2 मिनट में। नाम, असेट क्लास और ये। व्हाट्सएप ग्रुप में कौन नहीं है? ऐसा कोई है जिनके पास मेरी बुक नहीं है? रेज देयर हैंड। कितने स्टूडेंट्स हैं आपके बैच में? हाउ मेनी स्टूडेंट्स? रफली ऑल आर प्रेजेंट? प्रेजेंट ही लगा दीजिए। ग्रुप में, व्हाट्सएप ग्रुप में आपका नाम, असेट क्लास और सिटी का नाम ये लिखना, मतलब प्रेजेंटिंग। देन आफ्टर वी विल स्टार्ट अवर लेक्चर फॉर लैंड लॉज। सिलेबस ओपन करेंगे। इन सिलेबस देयर इज अ टॉपिक कॉल्ड एज लॉ ऑफ रियल एस्टेट। लॉ
What are the
सिलेबस में आप सब
page
लोग
number?
सिलेबस कॉपी In syllabus, go to the point number 7 first. I'll tell you the page number later on. First of all, go to the syllabus first. सबने syllabus on किया है? सदाशिव, पॉइंट नंबर 7 आप पढ़ पाएंगे सिलेबस में से सबके लिए?
Yes, sir.
Start.
Laws related to real estate.
Hmm.
Land acquisition, the right to fair compensation and transparency in the land acquisition. The Rehabilitation and Resettlement Act 2013. Second point, general building rules and regulations.
Hmm.
Third, Rent Control Act, rent control laws, sections pertaining to occupancy rights of
जरा
tenants.
दूसरी करो. Yes, tenant.
Freezing of rent,
Mhm.
protection against eviction of tenant and its effect on value of property. Next, right of way and section 52. Licenses under the Indian Easement Act 1882. Next, silent features of the Real Estate Regulation and Development Act 2016 and regulating authorities established under the Act. Next, the Transfer of Property Act 1882. Transfer of immovable property, sale, mortgage, gift, exchange, assignment, charge, lien, tenancies, subtenancies, lease of immovable property, lease granted by private and statutory bodies, impact of each on valuation, sections 3, 5, 6, 7, 25, 53 and 53A of the Transfer of Property Act 1882. Next, laws relating to the inheritance succession. Mohammedan Muslim Personal Law, the Hindu Succession Act 1956, the Hindu Succession Amendment Act 2005, the Indian Succession Act 1925, Law of Succession for person other than Hindu and Mohammedan, Will and Testament, Succession Certificate.
Now listen carefully. What Mr. Sadashiv has read, these are the topics which will give you 8 questions, 1 mark each. Please write down. इसका थोड़ा बाइफर्केशन पहले समझाता हूँ और फिर सिखाऊंगा. प्रेजेंटली आप सब लोगों ने लगाई है क्या? दिख नहीं रही है. आपका नाम, सिटी का नाम एंड योर असेट क्लास. व्हाट्सएप ग्रुप में कृपया जिनकी छूट गई है लगा दीजिए. काइंड रिक्वेस्ट. तीन चार लोगों की छुट्टी ऐसा लग रहा है. चेक कर लीजिए अपने लेवल पे. Now, on this particular topic, there will be 8 questions, 1 marks each, out of which 1 question will come on the Land Acquisition Act. The first topic which mentioned in your syllabus is land acquisition, the right to fair compensation, transparency, land acquisition, rehabilitation, dash 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 Act 2013. इस कायदे के ऊपर आपको परीक्षा में एक क्वेश्चन आता है 8 में से. 1 question out of 8 will be on this topic. Write down. पहले बाइफर्केशन लिख लो कि 8 क्वेश्चन मिलेंगे कैसे. Then after I will teach every point. Don't worry about it. राइट टू फेयर कंपेंसेशन एक्ट, जिसको लैंड एक्विजिशन एक्ट आप कहते हैं। तो मैं आपको उसके एमसीक्यूज देता हूँ, जस्ट अ सेकंड। बुक भी ओपन कीजिए साइमल्टेनियसली। इसमें फर्स्ट क्वेश्चन जो है वो कुछ इस प्रकार आता है, प्लीज राइट डाउन। स्क्रीन दिख रही है सबको? स्क्रीन दिख रही है फ्रेंड्स? स्क्रीन दिख रही है सभी को? हैव कम्युनिकेशन। दिस इज द लैंड एक्विजिशन एक्ट 19, देखिए क्या लिखा है, 1894। ये अंग्रेजों ने लैंड एक्विजिशन करने के लिए कायदा बनाया था, लैंड एक्विजिशन एक्ट 1894। इस एक्ट का बेसिक टारगेट था ब्रिटिशर्स को यहाँ पे जमीन एक्वायर करके उनके काम के जो चीजें हैं, जैसे रेलवे है या फिर स्ट्रैटेजिक कोई डिसीजन है एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन के लिए, उस एक्विजिशन पॉलिसी को कानून में बिठाकर करने के लिए 1856 में मंगल पांडे इनका आंदोलन हुआ था। उसके बाद देश जाग रहा था, वो ना हो इसलिए उन्होंने कायदा बनाकर इस देश के ऊपर राज करने के लिए ऐसे कानून पारित किए, जिसमें आईपीसी, सीआरपीसी, लैंड एक्विजिशन एक्ट और मल्टीपल एक्ट्स थे 1857 के बाद। उसमें से ये भी एक एक्ट है। और एक्विजिशन दे मेंशन द पर्टिकुलर पॉइंट हियर इटसेल्फ, दिस इज वन। ओके, दिस एक्ट वाज ऑफ 1894। इन कानूनों को बदलने की जरूरत थी, और वाकई में थी, बिकॉज इसमें डेकोरियन लॉस थे, प्रोविजंस थे जो अगेंस्ट द विल एंड विश ऑफ इंडियन सिटीजन्स चल रहे थे, जो ज्यादा पावर्स देते हैं स्टेट को, मतलब जो एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन बैठे हुए लोग हैं उनको। तो उसका शोषण होना स्वाभाविक है अगर मोनोपोली रहती है किसी एक की। इसके बाद ये जो एक्ट आपके सामने सिलेबस में फर्स्ट 2 लाइंस लिखे हैं, ये एक्ट पास हुआ 2013 में, जब जयराम रमेश ये मंत्री थे रिस्पेक्टिव मंत्रालय के। मिस्टर जयराम रमेश was the minister who passed this law. The long cut name is Right to Fair Compensation Transparency in Land Acquisition, Rehabilitation and Resettlement. मतलब लैंड एक्विजिशन करना सिर्फ यही टारगेट नहीं है, रिहैबिलिटेशन भी करना और रीसेटलमेंट भी करना। इन आधार के लिए कानून बना, उसका नाम क्या है? लैंड एक्विजिशन रीसेटलमेंट एक्ट 2013। क्वेश्चन आता है, ये पूरा लॉ का नाम लिखिए, इन विच ईयर दिस लॉ गेट पास। आंसर क्या आएगा?
2013।
लिख लीजिए 2013। बहुत सिंपल है, आज इतना टॉपिक सिंपल है कि ज्यादा टेंशन नहीं लेना। ठीक है, स्टेप बाय स्टेप सारे टॉपिक्स कवर करेंगे, थोड़ा वास्ट है, एक ब्रेक भी बीच में मैं दूंगा 4 बजे। अगला क्वेश्चन लिखिए, लैंड एक्विजिशन एक्ट, ये जो एक्ट बना 2013 का, इसमें लैंड एक्वायर करने के अधिकार किसको है? हु इज द लैंड एक्विजिशन ऑफिसर? 4 ऑप्शन रहते हैं, क्या लगता है आपको? एनी गेस? हु इज द लैंड एक्विजिशन ऑफिसर? उसमें एक रहता, पहले आप आंसर लिख लो, मतलब वो आप कंफ्यूज नहीं होंगे। आंसर इज डिस्ट्रिक्ट कलेक्टर। व्हाट इज द आंसर? डिस्ट्रिक्ट कलेक्टर। लैंड एक्वायर करने के अधिकार, लैंड कंपेंसेशन अमाउंट डिसाइड करने के अधिकार किसको दिए हैं लैंड एक्विजिशन एक्ट के अनुसार? हु इज द नोडल ऑफिसर? डिस्ट्रिक्ट कलेक्टर। ठीक है, क्योंकि वो स्टेट गवर्नमेंट का बंदा है, रिप्रेजेंटेटिव है, एडमिनिस्ट्रेटिव ऑफिसर है, तो ये डिस्ट्रिक्ट कलेक्टर क्या करता है, जब लैंड एक्वायर करनी है तो उसका असेसमेंट देखता है कि उसकी फेयर मार्केट वैल्यू क्या देनी चाहिए या कंपनसेशन किसने देना चाहिए। नेक्स्ट क्वेश्चन देखिए, हु इज द अथॉरिटी which will look after finalization of compensation amount? Finalization of compensation amount. आंसर लिखिए, डिस्ट्रिक्ट कलेक्टर। अगली लाइन लिखिए, whether compensation amount finalized by district collector is binding in nature, question mark। क्वेश्चन बहुत बार आया, is binding in nature, question mark। Answer is big no। It's not binding। लैंड एक्विजिशन एक्ट में प्रोसेस दी गई है, अगर आप डिस्ट्रिक्ट कलेक्टर के कंपेंसेशन अमाउंट से खुश नहीं है, एग्री नहीं है, तो आप उसको चैलेंज कर सकते हैं। महाराष्ट्र जैसे स्टेट में इसमें above district collector there is a one committee, at chief secretariat there is another committee which will be appealing body, but in few state you can go directly to the civil courts also, and then after high courts also you can go up to the Supreme Court and ask for the compensation into the amount. But I will tell you why this law is there in your syllabus. Why? Any guesses? Why Land Acquisition Act is in your syllabus? अरे भाई बोलिए, टू वे रखिए, आपको पता है आई लाइक ओनली टू वे कम्युनिकेशन। आप दीजिए आंसर, फिर मैं दूंगा। लैंड एक्विजिशन एक्ट आपके सिलेबस में क्यों रखा? ये इसलिए रखा, डिस्ट्रिक्ट कलेक्टर ये टेक्निकल पर्सन नहीं है कंपेंसेशन अमाउंट फाइनल करने के लिए, वो भी आप लोगों की हेल्प लेता है। आप लोगों के रिस्पेक्टिव असेसमेंट क्या किए गए ओवर द पीरियड ऑफ टाइम, वो रिपोर्ट्स देखता है और फिर फाइनलाइजेशन की तरफ जाता है। ऑनरेबल कोर्ट्स कैन आस्क फॉर योर रिपोर्ट आल्सो इफ देयर इज अ डिस्प्यूट फॉर द कंपेंसेशन अमाउंट। आर यू गेटिंग माय पॉइंट? That's why your report have a significance as far as the land acquisition and compensation policy is concerned. Mr. Swami ji, understand? बोलिए, समझा है? जी, ओके। नाउ अगला क्वेश्चन, फाइनल क्वेश्चन जो आपको परीक्षा में आता है, वो मैं आपके ग्रुप में डाल रहा हूँ। कृपया आप पहले वहां से पढ़ेंगे और फिर मैं उसको डिक्टेट करूंगा। आपके ग्रुप में मैं ये क्वेश्चन डाल रहा हूँ, ये क्वेश्चन बार बार आता है परीक्षा में, तो प्लीज रीड इट रिलीजियसली। पहले आप रीड करेंगे और फिर मैं उसके ऊपर टिप्पणी करूंगा। Right to fair compensation act, this is from my MCQ bank. Please read this question. कौन रीड करेगा? Bharatji, please read loudly for everyone.
Under the right to fair compensation and transparency in the Land Acquisition and Rehabilitation Act 2013, market value is decided by the collector as per the dash. The options are circle rate, guidelines, rates. Next one is the average of the sale price for similar type of land being acquired, ascertained from the highest 50% of the sale deeds registered during the preceding 3 years in the nearest village or nearest vicinity of the land being acquired. Our next option, purchase price of adjoining land. And the last option, purchase price paid by the owner at the time of purchase of land which is to be acquired.
Correct.
And out of 4 options, the right answer says option is B. And the second one, the average, 7 number.
Read it.
The average of the sale price for similar type of land being acquired, ascertained from the highest 50% of the sale deeds registered during the preceding 3 years in the nearest village or nearest vicinity of the land being acquired.
करेक्ट। सब लोग से रिक्वेस्ट है कि ये क्वेश्चन को एक बार पढ़ भी लीजिए और लिख भी लीजिए, ये बार बार आ रहा है करके। कंपेंसेशन अमाउंट कैसे फिक्स होता है, तो बी इज द आंसर। एक बार आप रीड कीजिए, नहीं समझा तो फिर मैं एक्सप्लेन करता हूँ।
Sir, in the sense, this ascertainment was done in the span of last 3 years जो भी किया है, तो that is done by some RV only, no?
Sir, what happens, I'll read for you. Sale deeds registered during the preceding 3 years in the nearest village and nearest availability. अब डिस्ट्रिक्ट कलेक्टर सेल डीड्स को देखेगा, हाईएस्ट 50 जो लगे हैं, करेक्ट। लेकिन विदाउट एनी रजिस्टर्ड वैल्यूअर्स रिपोर्ट, नो सेल डीड हैज बीन एग्जीक्यूटेड, वेदर इट इज लोन, you know, means the fair market assessment done by the registered valuer, that is you. So district collector always look into the matter what reports are saying.
Okay.
You know, he looks into it whether we are giving a proper assessment or not, whether it is escalated amount or not. What happens generally, few politicians wanted to influence and take higher compensation for their own proxy lands in land acquisition. So district collector has to look into it at a very sound mind. That's why district collector is just a generalist person. So without your report and their assessment and their entire views, he never go forwards. Generally, what happens, he will ask for the independent 3 reports also. You know, All these things are there as a practice. Collectors and IS officers and their systems are also nowadays all are aware about what's going on into the system. They are always aware. But after land acquisition, the provisions are, if the compensation amount is not proper, the respective party can approach to the honorable court. In that court of law, suppose in your area, somebody who is affected farmer or any person whose land has been acquired, he will come to you for the valuation report. Are you getting my point? It's not only that the banker will comes to you. The individual person will ask you if your integration and if your integrity and your expertise are well known into the market, he will definitely come to you. Will take your report and present in front of the honorable court. These things happen in Nagpur and in Maharashtra also. Then after that report is being questioned by the another side. Then there is another report also. In this matter, the compensation should not be on the injustice to any party concerned. Likewise to the government also, and likewise to the affected parties also. Are you getting my point?
Understood.
And without your report, no such transactions will be going forward, or it will not start. District collectors are so smart enough, they put your reports whenever they wanted to prosecute or give a decree that this is the amount, they always attach the various types of reports. In the past report, future report, technically sound report, their own assessment, their own survey, Then after they finalize the amount, so that no court can challenge them. And if it is challenged, it should be foolproof. So, IS lobby is always smart enough, So in this way, your report is always used by everybody, either bank, either affected party, either district collector, or either any stakeholder who wanted to save their case. Understand?
Understood. Then the bookkeeping is here matters a lot. So we have to keep last 3 years whatever we have reports generated and given to anyone, we have to keep eye on those all things. ऐसा नहीं हो कि earlier हमने एक report में कुछ value दे दिया है, so that should not differ now what we are giving. So again it bounces back to us only.
आपने शायद इथिक्स का सेक्शन अच्छे से पढ़ाई नहीं की है. उसमें एक पॉइंट है, आप लिख लीजिए. इथिक्स में मेरे बुक में भी इथिक्स करके एक सेगमेंट है, कल भी मैंने बताया था. उसमें 29 पॉइंट्स है टोटल इथिक्स में. उसमें अगर आप मेरे बुक में जाओगे तो इथिक्स सेगमेंट 4 मार्क का क्वेश्चन देता है. उसमें आप एक पॉइंट है उसको IMP लगा लीजिए. पॉइंट नंबर 22. मेरी जो बुक है उसमें इथिक्स करके सेगमेंट है, उसमें पॉइंट नंबर 22 है. ओके, लिख लीजिए, मैं आपके लिए पढ़ के दे रहा हूँ. A valuer, while respecting the confidentiality of information acquired during the course of performing professional service, should maintain proper working papers for a period of 3 years for production before the regulatory authority or for a peer review. In the event of the pending case before the tribunal or appellate tribunal, the record should be maintained till the disposal of the case. Point number 22 in ethics. On this point, there is a separate question in ethics also, that how many times that कितने समय तक आपको maintain करना है client का record. पहला option रहता है 7 years, दूसरा option रहता है 3 years, तीसरा option रहता है 3 years or till the disposal of the case, और fourth option रहता है none of the above. और इसका आंसर है C, 3 years or till the disposal of the cases. तो कहाँ से बना है क्वेश्चन? पॉइंट नंबर 22 इन एथिक्स. Okay. Yeah. Any doubt? Now, Land Acquisition Act 2013 में पास हुआ. Who is the land acquisition officer? District collector. Whether it is final binding? No, you can challenge it. Then after, what is the formula to finalize the compensation amount? I have give you photo in your group. These are the 4-5 questions which will come from this particular act. एक बार सब लोग नजर घुमाओ, पेज नंबर 172 से सब कुछ है from 172. Then after we'll go to the next law. ये important law है Land Acquisition Act. इसमें कुछ क्वेश्चंस है, एक बार देखिए और फिर पूछिए. मैंने एमसीक्यू बता दिए कौन से नहीं है. Any question? एक बार वो एमसीक्यू भी देख लीजिए. सिंपल है, कोई डिफिकल्ट है नहीं. Clear? Shall we go to the next topic? Land Acquisition Act में कुछ किसी को प्रॉब्लम है, पूछिए.
This act came into force in 2014, but the act is called as a 2013 only, no? Land Acquisition Act.
13 में पास हुआ. 13 लिखना.
Okay.
Okay. 13 लिखना. 13. दो हजार 13. एक बार नजर दूंगा, फिर नेक्स्ट मैं आपको शेयर करूंगा. Go to the next topic then. Any doubt? Please ask. Then we will go to the next topic, that is environmental issues. The next topic is green building code. बिफोर दैट किसी को लैंड एक्विजिशन एक्ट के ऊपर कोई क्वेश्चन मन में डाउट है कृपया पूछिए. नो डाउट. Okay, then I'll ask you question. Who is the land acquisition officer under the Fair Compensation Act 2013? Please answer.
DC, Deputy Collector.
गलत. डिस्ट्रिक्ट कलेक्टर. डिस्ट्रिक्ट कलेक्टर लिख लीजिए. अगला क्वेश्चन. What is the formula to finalize the land acquisition amount under the Right to Fair Compensation Act? What is the formula? Good. What is the formula?
Average of sale price of similar type of land acquired ascertained from the highest 50% of the sale date registered during the preceding 3 years in the nearest village or the nearest vicinity of the land being acquired.
ठीक है. इस क्वेश्चन को एमपी लगो और लिख भी लो बुक में ये जो फॉर्मूला है. Okay. Now, next topic is green building code. Please go to your WhatsApp group. There are 2 PDF which I have shared, out of which please open green building code. This is 85 page green building code. This is the best fantastic book of RCAI, RCAC for green building. My kind request is एक 10 मिनट इसको 10 से 15 मिनट अच्छे से रीड कीजिए. ग्रीन बिल्डिंग कंसेप्ट क्या है, क्यों ग्रीन बिल्डिंग होनी चाहिए, उसके बेनिफिट्स क्या है, ग्रीन बिल्डिंग में फ्लोरिंग कैसे यूज करना, वॉल सिस्टम कैसे यूज करना, रूफ सिस्टम कैसी चाहिए होना चाहिए, ऑप्टिमाइजेशन ऑफ रिसोर्सेज कैसा होना चाहिए, इसकी सारी जानकारी विद पिक्चर, फोटोग्राफ एंड बेसिक्स मेंशन की है. एक बार भी इसको अच्छे से पढ़ लिया तो एक क्वेश्चन जो आता है ग्रीन बिल्डिंग का वो आपको बराबर आप कॉमन सेंस से यूज कर सकते हैं, अटेम्प्ट कर सकते हैं. तो मैं सबसे रिक्वेस्ट करूंगा कि ओपन दिस पीडीएफ नंबर 1 दैट इज ग्रीन बिल्डिंग गाइड एंड प्लीज रीड इट रिलीजियसली. ओपन योर वीडियो ऑल्सो. सब लोग अपने वीडियो ऑन रखें। उसको ओपन करो, ग्रीन बिल्डिंग गाइड को। पहले दो पीडीएफ दिए है ग्रीन बिल्डिंग के लिए। पहले ग्रीन बिल्डिंग गाइड ओपन करो 85 पेज की, और अच्छे से उसको देखिए, उसके कंटेंट्स, उसके अंदर के दिए हुए जानकारी कि जब कंस्ट्रक्शन करते वक्त ग्रीन बिल्डिंग साइट को एनवायरमेंट फ्रेंडली कैसा रखना चाहिए। प्लीज ओपन दैट। एक ही क्वेश्चन आता है लेकिन बहुत सिंपल रहता है। आफ्टर गोइंग थ्रू दिस स्टैंडर्ड बुक्स आप उसको ऑटोमेटिकली अटेम्प्ट कर सकते हैं। पहले देखिए उसमें इनसाइड बिल्डिंग कैसे रखना है, ब्लॉक कैसे करना है, ये सब दिया हुआ है। ग्रीन फ्लोर फ्रेमिंग सिस्टम कैसे रखना है, ओपन दैट। आपके जावेद हबीब, ये कौन आपके बहुत बड़े बड़े आर्किटेक्ट इन सब में उसका यूज करते हैं, आप भी करते होंगे। ग्रीन रूफ एंड ऑल दोस थिंग्स on their premises. There is only one question in it. Please read that at least for 10 minutes.
पेज नंबर सर?
व्हाट्सएप ग्रुप में ग्रीन बिल्डिंग गाइड का पीडीएफ दिया है, उसको ओपन कीजिए।
सर अभी आपने जो भेजा है वो इज इट अ पार्ट ऑफ ए जनरल बिल्डिंग रूल एंड रेगुलेशंस इन अ सिलेबस?
उसके ऊपर ग्रीन बिल्डिंग गाइड एक है, दोनों देखना है। पहले ग्रीन बिल्डिंग गाइड देख।
सिलेबस में ग्रीन बिल्डिंग गाइड ऐसा कुछ नहीं लिखा इसलिए।
है सर। जनरल बिल्डिंग रूल्स एंड रेगुलेशन, इसके अंदर में ये दोनों पीडीएफ करने पड़ते। ठीक है,
That's the same thing I asked. That's it.
यस यस यस। अभी ये आ रहा है परीक्षा में, इसलिए अपने को ये करना कंपल्सरी। ओके, I have shared you 2 PDFs in the group. First open green building guide and then after another one. Look into it. I have shared the 2 PDFs. Open that. It's self-explanatory. One is on green building, another is on green new building norms. Please go through that. One question will come. It's very easy to attempt that. It is general question. Which of the following are points you have to take into consideration for green building, like that. तो एक बार आपको ग्रीन बिल्डिंग कंसेप्ट समझ गई बाय एंड लार्ज, तो आप वो क्वेश्चन बहुत इजी रहता है, इतना डिफिकल्ट नहीं रहता है. ओके, टेक 5 मिनट और दोनों पीडीएफ्स को एक बार नजर घुमाइए. देन विल गो टू द रेंट कंट्रोल. ओके, सबका हो गया तो एक बार बताना, फिर विल गो टू द नेक्स्ट टॉपिक. हमने पहले लैंड एक्विजिशन एक्ट किया, फिर ग्रीन बिल्डिंग रूल्स देखे, रेगुलेशंस, उसके तो 2 पीडीएफ्स इन योर व्हाट्सएप ग्रुप. ओपन दैट, रीड इट. इट्स सेल्फ एक्सप्लेनेटरी. उसके ऊपर क्वेश्चन आता है. देन विल गो टू द नेक्स्ट टॉपिक. Yep. When we go to the next topic, first of all, let everyone go through all the 2 PDFs of green building codes. फिर आगे जाएंगे. Shall we go forward to the next topic?
Yes.
Swami, Vijay, Hema, yeah, shall we go to the next topic? आप इन दो पीडीएफ्स को अच्छे से रीड करके कॉमन सेंस क्वेश्चन आता है ग्रीन बिल्डिंग्स के ऊपर, बिल्डिंग रूल्स एंड रेगुलेशन के ऊपर अभी जो ट्रेंड आया है वो ग्रीन बिल्डिंग के ऊपर क्वेश्चन आता है कि कौन सी चीजें ग्रीन बिल्डिंग में आनी चाहिए, ऑप्टिमम रिसोर्सेज कैसे होना चाहिए। एक जनरलिस्ट क्वेश्चन रहता है, ग्रीन बिल्डिंग नॉर्म्स क्या है, एनवायरमेंटल प्रोटेक्शन नॉर्म्स में कंस्ट्रक्शन कैसे करना, उसके लिए ये एक स्टैंडर्ड बुक है। इसकी अच्छे स्टैंडर्ड बुक नहीं, इसलिए मैंने दोनों आपके ग्रुप में डाल दिए कि एज अ स्टूडेंट्स आल्सो यू शुड हैव अ गुड लिटरेचर आफ्टर एग्जाम टू स्टडी व्हाट आर द नॉर्म्स फॉर द ग्रीन बिल्डिंग कोड्स, यू नो। तो दिस आर द टू बेस्ट बुक्स। मैं आपको रिक्वेस्ट करूंगा एक 2 मिनट और उसको एक बार नजर घुमा लो और फिर हम आगे के टॉपिक में जाएंगे विच इज मोर इजियर देन दिस वन। इट्स अ काइंड रिक्वेस्ट। आज हम सब होने के बाद आधा घंटा रिवीजन भी करने वाले हैं एंड में, और फिर सेशन एंड करेंगे। Now, we'll go to the next question. Please write down. Everyone is there? Shall we start? Yes. Next question is simple. It is on the right of way, section 52 of the Indian Easement Act. Question लिख लीजिए पहले. Under which section of the Indian Easement Act the word license enlisted or defined? Under which section of the Indian Easement Act the term license is defined? आंसर लिखिए. सेक्शन 52. सब लोग वीडियो ऑन रखिए अपने. इंडियन इजमेंट एक्ट के कौन से सेक्शन में लाइसेंस इस शब्द की डेफिनेशन दी है? सेक्शन 52 में दिया. क्या लगता है आपको लाइसेंस मतलब क्या? बोलिए. What is the definition of license?
Permit to
चलिए
work
आपके ग्रुप.
under law.
Okay.
Permit to work under law.
और कुछ आंसर्स आने दीजिए सबके तरफ से. वीडियो ऑन रखिए सब लोग. काइंड रिक्वेस्ट. लाइसेंस मतलब क्या? लाइसेंस मतलब कोई भी चीज करने का आपको शासन द्वारा दिया गया अधिकार. फॉर अ पर्टिकुलर टाइम, फॉर अ पर्टिकुलर रीजन, इन अ पर्टिकुलर फ्रेमवर्क. दिस इज कॉल्ड एज लाइसेंस. टू यूज, टू वर्क, like we get a license for driving license after 18. Please write down the definition which I have given in your WhatsApp group. ये क्वेश्चन में रहती है और आपको टिक करना पड़ता है लाइसेंस इस शब्द को एमसीक्यू बैंक एमसीक्यू में से. इज द डेफिनेशन ऑफ लाइसेंस इन योर व्हाट्सएप ग्रुप. प्लीज राइट डाउन. ये बुक में भी है आपके. लेकिन अभी बुक में आप इसको रीड करेंगे भरत जी. WhatsApp group I have already shared. Please read that.
Section 52 in the Indian Easement Act 1882, 52 license defined where one person grants to another or to a definite number of other persons a right to do or continue to do in or upon the immovable property of the grantor something which would, in the absence of such right, be unlawful, and such right does not amount to an easement or an interest in the property. The right is called a license.
करेक्ट. इसको लिख लीजिए. ये परीक्षा में आता है ऐसे केस. सब लोग लिख लीजिए. इसके बाद अपन रिएक्ट करेंगे. पहले ये लिख लो. सेक्शन 52 में है, इंडियन ईजमेंट एक्ट में है. डेफिनेशन क्या है लाइसेंस की? ऐसा क्वेश्चन आता है. डन। अभी आगे जाएंगे। नेक्स्ट ट्रैक जो है उसका नाम लिखिए साइड फीचर्स ऑफ रियल एस्टेट एक्ट 2016। अभी अपन आधा एक घंटा ये लॉ करेंगे, उसके बाद टी ब्रेक बिल्डर। रेरा में से मिनिमम 2 क्वेश्चन आते, शॉर्टकट में इसको अपन रेरा बोलते हैं, रेरा एक्ट। सब लोग जाइए पेज नंबर 182 पे। आपका जो बुक है उसमें 182 पे जाइए, मैंने जो कल बुक आपको शेयर किया उसमें। वन एटी टू। सब नो रेरा एक्ट। पहले एक 10 मिनट सब लोग इसकी हिस्ट्री ज्योग्राफी सुनिए और फिर पेज नंबर 182 से हम इसको एमसीक्यू लिखना और रीड करना समझेंगे। ओके, फॉर नेक्स्ट 10 मिनट डोंट ट्राई एनीथिंग, प्लीज अंडरस्टैंड व्हाई रेरा है। क्या मैं रियल एस्टेट एक्ट 2016 को शॉर्टकट में रेरा कह सकता हूँ? फ्रेंड, shall I say RERA words instead of complete real estate act 2016? Okay, so don't get confused, Pallav or Sai. If I use RERA, you know, in one batch पूरा सिखाने के बाद एक स्टूडेंट ने पूछा सर ये रेरा क्या है, इसलिए मैंने आपको पहले पूछ लिया। ठीक है, समझेंगे ना रेरा मतलब ही क्या? Real Estate Regulation and Development Act 2016. Okay, shall I start? So first question comes in exam. Don't write for next 15 minutes. Then after you can write. रेरा एक्ट कौन से ईयर में पास हुआ? उत्तर है 2016 में। मोदी गवर्नमेंट 2014 में आई, फिर उन्होंने इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर सेगमेंट के लिए ये लॉ लाया, जिसके अंतर्गत सारे बिल्डर, डेवलपर्स, प्रमोटर्स और कस्टमर्स बिल्डिंग क्षेत्र में, कंस्ट्रक्शन इंडस्ट्री में सारे डेवलपर्स, बिल्डर्स और कस्टमर्स, इन सभी की एक्टिविटीज को रेगुलेट करने के लिए, इन सभी को एक कायदे में फिक्स करने के लिए रेरा एक्ट का स्थापना की गई। I'll repeat in English why RERA Act was passed by Modi government in 2016 to regulate all service providers, that is builder, developer, promoters, whether it is small, whether it is big, medium, that doesn't matter. RERA is applicable on everybody. All providers in construction industry, those who are providing flats or any row houses or any project concerned for the development, they all are binding to get a regulations and registration for their each project under the RERA Act. Simultaneously, why this RERA Act was there? Because before 2016, there is no as such law which will govern the RERA activity and the construction activities at a larger level. In that consent, what happens? There was a huge amount of exploitation of customers from the builder lobby. Part 1. Part 2, there is a huge amount of expectations from the customers on the developer side. And at the end of the day, developers are being said that they are criminals, they are money launderers and like that and whatnot. So in such a scenario, there should be law. If there is a law, there are rules, there are regulations, there are setups. When customer is also can approach to the authority for the solution, and developers are also time bound and duty bound to do their activities, and that's why RERA Act was passed. Is it clear to everyone? अब तक मैंने जो बोला उसमें कौन सा चीज नहीं समझी, प्लीज आस्क, फिर मैं टुकड़े टुकड़ों में आगे जाऊंगा. Okay. Simultaneously go to the page number 182 also. Its introductory paragraph itself are more important. Why RERA Act was passed and its premises, how to control the cell, either a small unit or a big unit from the construction site, from the developer side, from the promoter side, we can say so. Please ask any question if you have. Mr. Bharat, can you please read silent features from page number 182?
Yes. Salient features of Real Estate Act 2016. After a lot of opposition, deliberation, and several amendments, the Rajya Sabha has, on 10th March 2016, approved the Real Estate Regulation and Development Bill 2016, which substantially amends the original Real Estate Regulation and Development Bill 2013. The bill largely seeks to protect the interest of the allottees, purchasers, by promoting transparency, accountability, and efficiency in the construction and execution of real estate projects by promoters. It also holds the promoters accountable for not registering their projects with the Real Estate Regulatory Authority or for providing insufficient information regarding their project. In addition to the promoter and allottees, the bill also brings real estate brokers who facilitate the sale and purchase of unit in a project within its ambit. Should I continue?
आप कहाँ तक
Should
एक मिनट, यहाँ पे कहाँ तक पहुँचे आप?
in the first page, two paragraphs. Two paragraphs I have finished. Next bullet was there, no? Is there salient features?
The हाँ वो पढ़िए please.
Salient features. The salient features
सभी लोग
of the
हैं ना
bill
पेज
are
नंबर 182 पे? एक मिनट सर. Everyone is on one page number 182. Be honest. सब लोग yes or no ग्रुप में डालिए. पेज नंबर 182. टोटल इसमें 5-6 क्वेश्चंस है. अभी हम 1 by 1 सब में दूंगा, उसमें से 2 क्वेश्चन आते हैं. ठीक है? Everyone is there. सब लोग है ग्रुप क्लास में अटेंटिव है. प्लीज yes. चैट बॉक्स में yes डालिए. Yeah, your participation is more important. It's ultimately for you. Yes, Bharat sir, please go ahead. Thank you.
Real Estate Regulatory Authority, RERA. Under the bill, instead of a regular forum of consumers, the purchasers of real estate units from a developer would have a specialized forum called the Real Estate Regulatory Authority, which will be set up within 1 year from the date of coming into force of the Act. In the interim, the appropriate government, that is the central or a state government, which shall designate any other regulatory authority or any officer preferably the secretary of the department dealing with housing as the regulatory authority. Registration with a regulatory authority. The promoter has to register their project, residential as well as commercial, with the regulatory authority before booking, selling, or offering apartments for sale in such projects. In case a project is to be promoted in phases, then each phase shall be considered as a standalone project, and the promoter shall obtain registration for each phase. Further, in case of ongoing projects, on the date of commencement of the Act, which have not received a completion certificate, the promoter of such project shall make an application to the regulatory authority for registration of their project within a period of 3 months of the commencement of the Act. The following types of projects shall not be required to be registered before the regulatory authority, where the area of land.
Wait. This point is very important. उसमें question ऐसे पूछते हैं, which of the following project do not require to get registered? I'll tell you, every project has to register with the project with the RERA authority. Means before commencement, you should register it with the honorable RERA authority. In every state there is a RERA. क्वेश्चन ये है कि कौन से प्रोजेक्ट्स को रजिस्ट्रेशन कंपलसरी नहीं है, करेक्ट?
हाँ. So can't hear.
कौन से प्रोजेक्ट को रजिस्ट्रेशन कंपलसरी नहीं है, पढ़िए सर.
The following types of projects shall not be required to. Can you hear?
आपका आवाज बीच में कट रहा है. बीच में कट रहा है.
Am I audible now?
बाकियों को आवाज आ रहा है? Now okay.
The following types of projects shall not be required to be registered before the regulatory authority, where the area of land proposed to be promoted does not exceed 500 square meter, or the number of apartments to be constructed in the project does not exceed 8 apartments. However, the appropriate government, central and state government, may, if it considers appropriate, reduce the threshold limit below 500 square meters or 8 apartments. Projects where the completion certificate has been received prior to the commencement of the Act. Project for the purpose of renovation on or repair or redevelopment which does not involve marketing, advertising, selling, and new allotment of any apartment plot or building.
ये मेरे तरफ कट या सभी को कट रहा है? हेलो.
हेलो.
आपका आवाज बीच में कट रहा है, सभी को कट रहा है या सिर्फ मेरे तरफ से कट रहा है? कैन रिप्लाई।
आपकी तरफ से ही कट रहा होगा सर।
विपुल निकम, आपको आ रहा है आवाज सर का? कंटिन्यू।
यस सर।
Should I repeat or everyone heard?
भरत सर कंटिन्यू। नो
No,
कंटिन्यू।
I just finished it.
मिल रहा है उनका आवाज?
So continue.
नहीं कट रहा है, इट्स ओके। कंटिन्यू। देन आफ्टर आई गेट इनटू इट। कंटिन्यू।
The application for registration must disclose the following information.
Important.
Details of the promoter, such as its registered address, type of enterprises, such as proprietorship, societies, partnership, companies, competent authority. B. A brief detail of the projects launched by the promoter in the past 5 years, whether already completed or being developed, as the case may be, including the current status of the project, any delay in its completion, details of cases pending, detail of type of land and payments pending. Point C, an authenticated copy of the approval and commencement certificate received from the competent authority and where the project is proposed to be developed in phases. An authenticated copy of the approval and commencement certificate of each of such phases. Point D, the sanctioned plan, layout plan and specification of the project, plan of development works to be executed in the proposed project and the proposed facilities to be provided thereof and the locational details of the project. Point E, pro forma of the allotment letter, agreement for sale and conveyance deed proposed to be signed with the allottees. Point F, number, type and carpet area of the apartments and the number and area of garages for sale in the project. Point G, the names and addresses of the promoters, real estate agents, if any, and contractors, architects, structural engineers affiliated with the project. And H, a declaration by the promoter supported by an affidavit stating that he has a legal title to the land free from all encumbrance, and in case there is an encumbrance, then details of such encumbrances on the land, including any right, title, interest, or name of any party in or over such land, along with the details. Point I, the time period within which he undertakes to complete the project or the phase. And point J, 70% of the amounts released for the real estate project from the allottees from time to time shall be deposited in a separate account to be maintained in a scheduled bank to cover the cost of construction and the land cost and shall be used only for that purpose.
Okay. Now, there are two questions that we have to discuss now. Bharat sir, give me 2 minutes. First is, which of the following projects need not to be registered? First, find below 500 square meter. दूसरा, जिसका commencement certificate मिल गया था 2016 में, उन projects marketing, advertising, selling and new allotment of any apartment plot and building. If in that particular project new allotment नहीं है, तो ऐसे रिकंस्ट्रक्शन के इसको कोई रेरा की परमिशन देने की जरूरत नहीं। ये पॉइंट आता है घुमा फिरा के।
It's not required.
लिख लिया सबने? उसमें दूसरा क्वेश्चन आता है, विच इंफॉर्मेशन यू हैव टू प्रोवाइड विद द एट द टाइम ऑफ रेरा रजिस्ट्रेशन, पॉइंट नंबर ए टू पॉइंट नंबर जे। एक बार नजर घुमा लीजिए सब लोग, उसमें उसी को ए बी सी डी करते और डी में ऑल द अबव रहता है। दिस इंफॉर्मेशन यू हैव टू सबमिट एट द टाइम ऑफ योर रेरा रजिस्ट्रेशन फॉर योर कंस्ट्रक्शन साइट। एक बार ये रीड कीजिए सब लोग, फिर आगे जाएंगे कारपेट एरिया की तरफ। स्टेप बाय स्टेप जाएंगे सब लोग। पहले ये 2 पॉइंट्स अपने लेवल पे रीड कर लो, फिर भरत सर आगे जाएंगे। पढ़िए, अपने मन में पढ़िए दोनों पॉइंट्स। कुछ डाउट होगा तो वो भी पूछिए, अब तक आगे मत जाइए। लिख लीजिए। सबका हो गया लिखकर? यस सर, भरत सर अभी सिर्फ आगे की लाइन पढ़ना, डिफिनेशन ऑफ कारपेट एरिया। ये पढ़ने के बाद सबको लिखना भी है। इसके ऊपर क्वेश्चन आता है कि कारपेट एरिया में क्या इंक्लूड है और क्या एक्सक्लूड है। इट्स अ हम्बल रिक्वेस्ट दैट यू आफ्टर रीडिंग द डेफिनेशन ऑफ कारपेट एरिया you have to write that 4 lines on page number 183. उसमें क्वेश्चन ऐसा आता है, the question like framed like that, what includes in the definition of carpet area and what excludes in the carpet area. Because RERA Act says that you should sell the concerned apartment or premises on carpet area, not on super built up area. Understand? Is it clear to everyone? So the question will like that, what is the definition of carpet area, what includes, what excludes, like that. So go to the page number 183. Everyone is there? Yes, Bharat sir, please read that 4 line only, slowly.
Carpet area. Under the bill, developers can sell units only on carpet area, which means the net usable floor area of an apartment. This excludes the area covered by the external walls, areas under service shafts, exclusive balcony or veranda area, and exclusive open terrace area, but includes the area covered by the internal partition walls of the apartment.
Hmm. Hmm. सब लोग लिख लीजिए इन 4 लाइंस को. What excluded, what included, इसके ऊपर क्वेश्चन आता है. What excluded and what included. ये क्वेश्चन आता ही है. इसमें क्वेश्चन ऐसा आता है, which of the following includes it, included, और which of the following are excluded. मैं लिस्ट फिर से बता देता हूँ. जो कारपेट एरिया है उसमें सर्विस शाफ्ट एक्सक्लूडिंग है. पॉइंट नंबर 1. पॉइंट नंबर 2, बैल्कनी वरांडा एरिया एक्सक्लूडिंग है. इंक्लूड क्या है, तो इंटरनल पार्टीशन वॉल्स, ये इंक्लूड करना है कारपेट एरिया के डेफिनेशन में. सब लोगों ने लिख लीजिए, इसके ऊपर एक क्वेश्चन आता ही है. फिर हम आगे जाएंगे. पेज 183, डेफिनेशन ऑफ कारपेट एरिया, रेरा एक्ट, सब लोग वहीं पे है. किसी को कुछ प्रॉब्लम होगा तो बताइए. हो गया, सबने लिख लिया, आगे जाए. Can you reply so? Mr. Pallav, are you getting my voice? Sandeep, Sai, लिख लिया सबने कारपेट एरिया की डेफिनेशन, व्हाट इंक्लूड्स व्हाट एक्सक्लूड, यस और नो? ओके, shall we go forward? लिख लीजिए नेक्स्ट क्वेश्चन, हाउ मच अमाउंट ऑफ मनी द डेवलपर हैज टू मेंटेन इनटू द सेपरेट एस्क्रो अकाउंट? आंसर लिखिए। 70-70%, ये भी बहुत फेमस क्वेश्चन है। 70-70%।
Sir, please repeat the question, sir.
Yes. How much amount of money the developer has to maintain into the escrow account under the RERA Act? आंसर लिखिए। 70-70%।
Which account, sir?
एस्क्रो अकाउंट एक सेपरेट अकाउंट प्रोजेक्ट के लिए ओपन करना पड़ता है, एस्क्रो अकाउंट। एस्क्रो, ESCROW।
Okay.
अगला क्वेश्चन लिखिए। नेक्स्ट क्वेश्चन, हाउ मच अमाउंट ऑफ मनी a promoter can take as an advance? Maximum how much amount of money promoter can collect as an advance from the customer, obviously? The answer लिखिए 10%. How much it is? Maximum 10% advance amount, not more than that. Very important clause. In the escrow account, you have to maintain 70-70%. And as far as the upper limit is concerned, that is 10% of advance. Then in slots you can take. But in next installment, the maximum limit is 25%. Not more than that you can take as a one-time installment. ये सब ब्लैक मनी और मनी लॉन्ड्रिंग रोकने के लिए कुछ नॉर्म्स बनाए गए हैं, ठीक है। Okay. Yes, sir. Please read, Bharat sir, next point. Go to the page number 183.
Yeah.
70% से points
70%. Yeah. 70% of realization
carpet area के बाद.
from, yes, 70% of realization from allottees in a separate bank account. The Act mandates that a promoter shall deposit 70% of the amount realized from the allottees from time to time in a separate account to be maintained in a scheduled bank. This is intended to cover the cost of construction and the land cost, and the amount deposited shall be used only for the concerned project. Next point, the promoter shall be entitled to withdraw the amounts from the separate account to cover the cost of the project in proportion to the percentage of completion of the project. However, such withdrawal can only be made after it is certified by an engineer, an architect, and chartered accountant in practice that the withdrawal is in proportion to the percentage of completion of the project. The next bullet, the promoter is also required to get his accounts audited within 6 months after the end of every financial year by a practicing chartered accountant. Further, he is required to produce a statement of accounts duly certified and signed by such chartered accountant, and it shall be verified during the audit that Part 1, the amounts collected for a particular project have been utilized for the project, and Part 2, the withdrawal has been in compliance with the proportion to the percentage of completion of the project.
रुक जाइए, इसको क्वेश्चन आता है ये पॉइंट्स के ऊपर, एक बार सब लोग समझ लीजिए क्या बोल रहा है. दिस थिंग्स यू हैव टू फॉलो, दिस द नॉर्म्स. फिर आगे जाएंगे. सब लोग एक बार इसको रीड कर लीजिए. देखा डिटेल्स कौन से सबमिट करने हैं. देन आफ्टर वी हैव सीन carpet area definition. Then after we have seen 2 MCQ of 70%, 10% answer for escrow account and advance amount. Then after we have seen compliance portion. यहाँ तक किसी को कुछ डाउट है तो पूछिए, फिर आगे जाएंगे. रेरा एक्ट कंप्लीट होने के बाद मैं एक टी ब्रेक दूंगा सबको. I hope everyone is there. Video on रखें.
Sir, what is the payment percentage? Is there any percentage to be collected? Like customer say कितना एक इंस्टॉलमेंट्स में लेना है, किसी परसेंटेज है, फिक्स्ड है या टोटल वैल्यू डिवाइडेड
25% के ऊपर मत लेना, कितने इंस्टॉलमेंट आप देख सकते हैं, लेकिन एक इंस्टॉलमेंट नॉट मोर देन 25% of the concern value. Advance not more than 10%. Then
Yeah,
after remaining 90% you can take in any installment, but that should not, one installment should not go beyond 25% of the entire amount. Okay.
Okay.
Sir, I
So,
have
ask the question.
one question, but maybe it is out of syllabus here. See, consider one promoter is a marginal one. Maybe he is going to construct 10 apartments in his building, and he arranges all the money from his own sources. So, what will happen in this case, sir? Because he is not collecting any money, or he is not making any advertisements.
Who
or
is the
anything
who is
initiate.
the beneficiary who will receive? No, my question is, who will receive the flats? It's a
In the
apartment or what?
apartment only. He will construct apartment only, but he is a marginal one. Maybe only 10 apartments he is going to construct. Okay, but he will not ask any money from anyone. At the end of the project, he intends to sell all the flats in one go or something. He plans like that. So, in that case, what happens? Whether he has to go for RERA registration or no need?
First of all, first answer is you required a compulsory RERA registration. Correct?
Okay.
Clear?
Okay. Agree.
Number two, if you are raising money, you have to explain in front of the RERA authority in detail at the time of completion why you are getting all money from XYZ source. Number one, why you are not raising the money, ultimately you have to sell the flats, so why you are not starting sale of the flats concern at the beginning. Your answer is you have money with you, you are a rich person, so you have to explain the source of the money. Correct? Generally no one go with such type of business model.
Sir, he can't, no, because he taken a 10, for example, 1 CR the property value, if he sell 10 lakhs, if he take a advance, out of 10 lakhs, 7 lakh itself he has to deposit in a separate account. He is left only with a 3 lakh rupees.
No.
But we can withdraw that.
So, of course, the owner has to invest.
At the end of the day, he has to maintain 70%. No, his model is entire amount is outsourced from XYZ source, and he will complete the entire project, and then he will sell. It is his model. For that matter, the answer is you have to explain the source of money. We are not here to get into the. It's a matter of source of money. It should not be black money. It should not be money laundering scheme, or it should not be tool to work for the ill money. That's why these rules are there. Generally, such business model are not sustainable. No one give money like this. Means for first we will give money, and then after 2-3 years you will sell the flat and they will return back. No one do such type of model. But still, if you put such type of question, answer I have given. So I hope Vijay sir understand. Okay.
Sir, it means we can sell before construction only. We can sell all the units, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Next. The next point is very important question. कितने दिन में acceptance of the project or rejected RERA को बताना है? Answer is from application date within 30 days the RERA authority has to clear whether you have accepted the project or you have rejected the project. You have to give reason for the rejection also, so that developer or other can make a complaint for that matter. And suppose you are not giving any answer within 30 days, it means deemed to be accepted and you can start your project. Are you getting my point? What I mean to say that? This is called as
Yeah, understand. 30 days.
good
Within a 30 days,
administration.
Rick
If
has
30 days,
to.
you say yes or no. If you say no, if you have not said any reason, we consider deemed to be accepted. ये concept आज administration में लानी पड़ेगी. अगर आप reject नहीं कर रहे तो आप accept कर रहे ऐसा consider करना पड़ेगा. Then only this bureaucratic circle, corrupt practices we can stop out in this country. Understand? Point समझा सबको?
Yes.
Bharat sir, kindly go to the page 184 and read acceptal or refusal of registration point loudly, slowly.
Sure. Acceptance or refusal of registration in RERA. Upon receipt of an application by the promoter, the regulatory authority shall within a period of 30 days grant or reject the registration. Upon granting a registration, the promoter will be provided with a registration number including a login ID and password for accessing the website of the regulatory authority and to create his web page and to fill in the details of the proposed project. If the regulatory authority fails to grant or reject the application of the promoter within period of 30 days, then the project shall be deemed to have been registered. The registration, if granted, will be valid until the period of completion of the project as committed by the promoter to the regulatory authority. This period shall be extended by the regulatory authority for a period not exceeding 1 year in aggregate, only due to force majeure and on payment of such fees as may be specified by regulations made by the regulatory authority.
वहां पे 30 days को IMP लगा दो. इसलिए सबने 30 days वाला point.
Yes. Validity of.
Yes. Then after the revocation and lapse of registration भी पढ़ लीजिए. ओए भरत सर,
Revocation
आगे के भी points पढ़ लीजिए. लिमिट के पहले तक सब पढ़ लीजिए. लिमिट ऑन रिसिप्ट ऑफ एडवांस पेमेंट, वो पॉइंट के पहले वाला कंप्लायंस पोर्शन है. वो क्वेश्चन आया तो इजी समझ जाता है. प्लीज रीड.
Revocation or lapse of registration. The regulatory authority may revoke the registration granted on receipt of a complaint or suo motu or on the recommendation of the competent authority in case the promoter makes a default in doing anything required under the Act or the rules or regulations made thereunder. The promoter violates any terms of the approval granted for the project and the promoter is involved in any kind of unfair practice of irregularities. In the event the registration is revoked by the regulatory authority or it lapses, the regulatory authority shall debar the promoter from accessing the website in relation to the project, specify his name in the list of defaulters on its website, and also inform other regulatory authorities in other states and union territories about such cancellation. Facilitate the remaining development works to be carried out by competent authority or the association of allottees or in any other manner as may be determined by the regulatory authority. However, the association of allottees shall have a first right of refusal for carrying out the remaining development works, or in the project bank account to freeze the account and thereafter take such further necessary actions, including consequent defreezing of the account for facilitating the remaining development works in the manner mentioned above.
करेक्ट. एक बार नजर घुमाइए, आगे तक जाइए. Will be returned to him. Next point.
Website
आगे का
of
भी
the
पढ़िए. Yeah.
website of the regulatory authority. The promoter shall, upon receiving his login ID and password, create his web page on the website of the regulatory authority and enter all the details of the proposed project, including point 1, details of the registration granted by the regulatory authority. Second, quarterly up-to-date list of the number and types of apartments or plots or garages as the case may be booked. Third, quarterly up-to-date status of the project along with the list of approvals obtained and approvals pending subsequent to commencement certificate and such other information and documents as may be specified by the regulations made by the regulatory authority. The fifth one, advertisement or prospectus issued by the promoter. The advertisement or prospectus issued or published by the promoter should prominently mention the website address of the regulatory authority where all details of the registered project have been entered and include the registration number obtained from the regulatory authority and other similar details. Where any person makes an advance or deposit on the basis of the information contained in the notice, advertisement, or prospectus and sustains any loss or damage because of any incorrect false statement included in these, he shall be compensated by the promoter in the manner as provided under the Act. Also, if the person affected by such incorrect false statement contained in the notice, advertisement, or prospectus intend to withdraw from the proposed project, his entire investment along with interest at such rate as may be prescribed and compensation in the manner provided under Act will be returned to him.
Okay. Now, अगला पॉइंट जो है वो है हाउ मच अमाउंट ऑफ एडवांस यू कैन टेक. आप सबको मैंने पहले ये क्लियर किया था. 10% अमाउंट पढ़ लीजिए सर. नेक्स्ट 4 लाइन. Limit on the receipt of advance payment 10%. Please read.
Limit on receipt of advance payment. A promoter shall not accept a sum more than 10% of the cost of the apartment, plot, or building, as the case may be, as an advance payment or an application fee from a person without first entering into a written agreement of sale with such person and register the said agreement of sale under any law for the time being in force.
करेक्ट. 10% को एमपी लगा था. अभी नेक्स्ट पॉइंट. shall I say next point?
Yes, yes.
The next point is, sir, please listen carefully. Then after you can go in detail. Next point says that if you wanted to make an alteration into the project, if you wanted to alteration into the project, in that case, does shareholders, that is the flat holder, can make a change into the plan? Answer is yes. RERA says that you can alter or addition into the plan, no problem. In that case, developer and respective flat holder should sit together and have a discussion and a written consent of 2/3 of the allottees. This is the crux word on which MCQ comes. 2 by 3 participants, allottees must give written consent. Then only there will be alteration into the plan, can be possible, and we can change the plan. Bharat sir, please read that 4 lines of restriction on addition and alteration in the plan by underlining 2 by 3rd allottees written consent is must. That is the crux. Please read.
Restriction on addition and alteration in the plans. The promoter cannot make any addition or alteration in the approved and sanctioned plans, structural designs, specifications, and amenities of the apartment, plot, or building without the previous consent of the allottees. The promoter also cannot make any other addition or alteration in the approved and sanctioned plans, structural designs, and specifications of the building and common areas within the project without the previous written consent of at least 2/3 of the allottees other than the promoter who have agreed to take apartments in such a building.
उसको लिख लीजिए, at least 2/3 of the allottees written consent is must. Then you can make a changes into the plan. Next point is structural defect. Very important point. For this, there was a debate into the parliament also before this law get passed. Huge amount of discussion was there because what happens, customer believe that developer is their worker or their slave for the whole life. Developer is duty bound to give all the facilities throughout the life cycle of the building, which is not correct. So in this RERA Act, it is defined that what is the liability of customers and what is the liability of promoter as far as the structural defect is concerned. Law clearly says that in any case, structural defect means workmanship problem. Workmanship means beam and column problem. In that case, promoter is duty bound only for 5 years from the possession. How many years? 5 years. This is the question. After 5 years, developer is not duty bound for the concerned workmanship problem. And within 30 days, as and when he understands the problem of workmanship is there into the building, he should address that point. That is the concern by the promoter. Okay. Please read, sir.
Sir, pertaining to alteration,
defects.
there is a concern that
Okay.
alteration can only be accepted by a only upon 2/3 allottees written a letter. So that letter is on just on a white paper, or it should be some have a valued paper like a stamp paper, or what is the value of that stamp paper? If it is a stamp paper, what is the value of it? Otherwise,
It
is
should
just
be
a
registered with 100 rupees stamp paper. Yes, yes.
Or if they have an association in that letterhead or something like that, how it is?
It is on the letterhead. If there should be consent from all the stakeholders, it should be registered on the safer side. Okay. And it has to be submitted with the Honorable RERA Authority. So it should be registered.
structural defect. In case any structural defect or any other defect in the workmanship, quality, or provision of services or any other obligations of the promoters is brought to the notice of the promoter within a period of 5 years by the allottee from the date of handing over possession, the promoter shall rectify such defect without any further charge within 30 days. If the promoter fails to rectify such defect within such time, the aggrieved allottee shall be entitled to receive appropriate compensation in the manner as provided in the Act.
Okay. Within how many days he has to address? 30 days. For how many years he is duty bound for the workmanship problem? 5 years.
5 years.
For the structural defect. सब लोग पढ़िए, कुछ प्रॉब्लम होगा तो पूछिए. Okay. नेक्स्ट, अभी डायरेक्ट जाएंगे ऑफेंसेस और पेनल्टीज पे. भरत सर आप पहले रीड करेंगे, फिर मैं उसमें से क्रक्स आपको बताऊंगा. उसमें दो क्वेश्चन आते हैं, एक 10% एंड एक 5%. पेनल्टी और ऑफेंस कितना है, ये क्राइम किया तो कितना ऑफेंस पेनल्टी, ये किया तो कितना. अभी आप पूरा वो पढ़िए, ऑफेंसेस पेनल्टी पेज नंबर 188 पे है. देन आई विल गिव यू द एमसीक्यू, देन विल टेक अ टी ब्रेक. वहां पे रेरा खत्म होता है.
Page number 188, offenses and penalty. Stringent penal provisions have been prescribed under the Act against the promoter in case of any contraventions or non-compliance of the provisions of the Act or the orders, decisions or directions of the regulatory authority or the appellant tribunal, which are the following. If promoter does not register its project within the regulatory authority, the penalty may be up to 10% of the estimated cost of the project as determined by the regulatory authority. If promoter does not comply with the aforesaid order of the regulatory authority, imprisonment of up to 3 years and further penalty of up to 10% of the estimated cost or both. And in case the promoter provides any false information while making an application to the regulatory authority or contravenes any other provision of the Act, the penalty may be up to 5% of the estimated cost of the project or construction. The penal provisions have also been prescribed for any contravention or violation committed by the real estate agent or the allottee. If any allottee fails to comply with or contravenes any of the orders, decisions, or directions of the regulatory authority, there may be a penalty for the period during which such default continues, which may cumulatively extend up to 5% of the cost of the plot, apartment, or building, as the case may be, as determined by the regulatory authority. Further, if any allottee fails to comply with or contravenes any of the orders or directions of the appellant tribunal, this may entail imprisonment up to 1 year or with fine for every day during which such default continues, which may cumulatively extend up to 10% of the cost of the plot, apartment or building, as the case may be, or with both.
Now इसमें लिख लीजिए सिंपल में, if you have given the false information, 5% is the penalty. If you have given false information to the RERA authority, penalty is 5%. And if you have not complied with the compliance, penalty is 10%. This is the crux. Okay. Any doubt? Here it is. RERA is over. These are the questions on which there will be questions. अभी अपने को टोपा और बाकी चीजें करनी है, वो will do after tea break. Before tea break, if you have any doubt, अब तक जो हुआ तो पूछ सकते. Then we will go for a tea break. देख लीजिए. We have started with the Land Acquisition Act. Then we go to the Green Building Codes. Then we go to the Right of Way License Section 52 License Definition Easement Act. Then we go to the Real Estate RERA Act, their internal definitions, carpet area, defect, structural defect, alteration plan. इसको compulsory इसको नहीं है. यहाँ तक हम आए 10%, 5% penalty fine under RERA. किसी को कुछ पूछना तो पूछे, फिर अपन जाएंगे break, then to fire. Please ask. Don't hesitate. समझाए तो समझाए बोलो, कुछ तो बोलो. कुछ मत बोलो. Any problem? Text कीजिए chat box में. Yes, no, sir, clear, understand. कुछ तो बताइए, फिर break की तरफ जा सकता है. कंपल्सरी नहीं, कुछ डाउट होंगे तो कुछ भी सकते हैं. Here, shall we go for a tea break? If all आपको अगर कोई डाउट नहीं होंगे तो we can go for a tea break. Understand? Clear? Okay. We'll start by 5-5. Sharp 5-5 को हम ज्वाइन करेंगे. ओके, 5:05 पे हम शुरुआत करेंगे अगले टॉपिक के लिए। डोंट Welcome back, friends. Shall we start? The next topic for lecture is Transfer of Property Act. सभी लोग एंटर कीजिए. In that, now, shall we start? Friends, सभी लोग आ गए हैं? Yes or no? Yes, अगर पहुंचे तो yes लिखिए चैट बॉक्स में, so that I can get a. Okay, 2, 3, 4. ओके, सभी लोग अपनी यस लगा दीजिए. मैं शुरू करता हूँ. गो टू द पेज नंबर 189. In page number 189, next topic is Transfer of Property Act. Shortcut में इसको टोपा एक्ट बोलते हैं. This is the act in front of your screen. इसके ऊपर टोटल 4 से 5 क्वेश्चन आपको आएंगे. मिनिमम 4 क्वेश्चंस ऑन द ट्रांसफर ऑफ प्रॉपर्टी एक्ट. There are total 8 questions on the land law, out of which 4 questions will come from the Transfer of Property Act. This is the big law. Next 1 hour we will go at least for this law called as TOPA Act, Transfer of Property Act 1882. So shall we start? Go to the page number 189. पहले मैं इसकी पार्श्वभूमि बताऊंगा, and then after I'll tell you one by one topic, और उस टॉपिक के ऊपर एमसीक्यू आते हैं. Okay, I hope everyone enjoy the break. Transfer of Property Act is for all type of immovable property. Point number 1 means Transfer of Property Act ये immovable properties के लिए ही बना हुआ है. जितनी भी प्रकार की immovable property है, like land building, like immovable property which is not movable, immovable, उनके लिए ये लॉ बना हुआ है. क्लियर?
Yeah.
Now, the next word is exchange. उसका सेक्शन और डेफिनेशन इसके ऊपर क्वेश्चन आता है. When two persons mutually transfer the ownership of one thing for the ownership of another, neither thing nor both things being money only, the transaction is called as exchange. A transfer of property in completion of an exchange can be made only in a manner provided for the transfer of such property by sale. It means exchange means when two persons mutually transfer the ownership for one thing for the ownership of another. It means both the things or both the exchange against currency. This will be termed as exchange. Commodity versus commodity, वस्तु वर्सेस वस्तु इज कॉल्ड एज एक्सचेंज टर्म. क्वेश्चन में ये पूरी डेफिनेशन रहती है और फिर ऑप्शन रहते हैं कि इसका मीनिंग क्या है, तो आंसर रहता है एक्सचेंज. एक बार पढ़िए फिर वन बाय वन आगे जाएंगे. सब लोग पहुंचे पेज नंबर 190 पे. अगला जो क्वेश्चन है वो है व्हाट इज सेक्शन 100. If PDF of this, please share. Yes, sir. This book is available in my group. I have already shared. Go to the book. आप WhatsApp ग्रुप में है नहीं है? कल मैंने शेयर किया था, फिर से शेयर करूं PDF कॉपी. Now, what is section 100? Where immovable property of one person is by the act of parties or operation of law made security for the payment of money to another, and the transaction does not amount to a mortgage, the latter person is said to have a charge on the property. This is the definition of term property charge. Correct. Bharat Yankanji, thank you very much. What is the definition of charge? Section 100 is explained this, page number 190 पे. इसमें क्वेश्चन कैसे आते हैं, कौन से सेक्शन में क्या लिखा हुआ है, ऐसे क्वेश्चंस रहते हैं परीक्षा में. ओके. Now, भरत सर एक बार से सेक्शन 100 क्वेश्चन 100 चार्ज की डेफिनेशन प्लीज रीड फॉर एवरीवन. ये क्वेश्चन में रहती है. काइंडली रीड.
Section 100 of the Transfer of Property Act 1982, henceforth referred as the Act, defines a charge where immovable property of one person is by act of parties or operation of law made security for the payment of money to another, and the transaction does not amount to a mortgage. The latter person is said to have a charge on the property, and all the provisions herein before contained which apply to a simple mortgage shall, so far as may be, apply to such charge. It says that where immovable property of one person is by act of parties or operation of laws made security for the payment of money to another, and the transaction does not amount to mortgage, the latter person is said to have a charge on the property, and all the provisions herein before contained which apply to simple mortgage shall, so far as may be apply to such charge. Nothing in this section applies to the charge of a trustee on the trust property for expenses properly insured in the execution of his trust, and save as otherwise expressly provided by any law for the time being in force. No charge shall be enforced against any property in the hands of a person to whom such property has been transferred for consideration and without notice of the charge. The expenses incurred by the trustee are a charge upon the trust property, but this charge, unlike other type of charges, cannot be enforced by the sale of the trust property, for it would have the effect of destroying the trust. Section 32 of the Trust Act says that the trust may only reimburse itself for such expenses out of the income of the trust estate and prohibit any disposition of the trust property without previous payment of his expenses. The second exception lays down that no charge shall be enforced against any property in the hands of the person to whom such property has been transferred for consideration and without notice of the charge. This exception brings out the distinction between the charge and mortgage, which will be discussed in detail by the researcher in the first chapter of this paper. The researcher also wishes to discuss the distinction between a charge and a lien and a charge and
छोड़
a
दीजिए
simple
सर,
mortgage.
उसके ऊपर क्वेश्चन नहीं आता। क्वेश्चन आता है सेक्शन 100 किस चीज को डिफाइन करता है, उसकी डेफिनेशन पे क्वेश्चन रहता है, डेफिनेशन लिखकर उस अपने को चार्ज को टिक करना पड़ता है एमसीक्यू में, इतना काफी है। ओके, सिर्फ डेफिनेशन अच्छे से देखिए एक्सचेंज और चार्ज की, ठीक है। अभी टू द पॉइंट चलते हैं एमसीक्यू पॉइंट ऑफ व्यू से, कौन से सेक्शन में कौन सी डेफिनेशन है, ऐसा क्वेश्चन रहता है आपको एमसीक्यू में। क्लियर? बाकी आप पास होने के बाद आप पढ़ सकते हैं बाकी बुक में भी। ओके, अभी पेज नंबर 199 पे आइए भरत सर, पेज 199। यहाँ से हम एक एक सेक्शन देखेंगे, एक 7-8 सेक्शन है जो आपको 2 से 3 क्वेश्चन देते हैं, आता ही है, इसलिए माय काइंड रिक्वेस्ट इज एक एक सेक्शन को रीड करना है अच्छे से भरत सर, और स्लोली, अपने को घाई में नहीं जाना है, ठीक है। एक सेक्शन खत्म होने के बाद पूरा अपन समझ लेंगे, उसके एमसीक्यू को समझेंगे और फिर आगे के सेक्शन में जाएंगे। पेज नंबर 199 पे आइए, टोपा एक्ट का सेक्शन 3 है, सब लोग वहां पे पहुंचिए, पेज 199 इन माय बुक।
Central Government Act.
Yeah, read sir.
Section 3 in the Transfer of Property Act 1882, interpretation clause in this act, unless there is something repugnant in the subject or context, immovable property, does not include standing timber, growing crops, or grass. Instrument means a non-testamentary instrument. Attested in relation to an instrument means and shall be deemed always to have meant attested by 2 or more witnesses, each of whom has seen the executant sign or affix his mark to the instrument, or has been some other person sign the instrument in the presence and by the direction of the executant, or has received from the executant a person acknowledgement of his signature or mark, or of the signature of such other person, and each of the whom has signed the instrument in the presence of executant. But it shall not be necessary that more than one of such witnesses shall have been present at the same time, and no particular form of attestation shall be necessary. Registered means registered in to any part of the territories to which this act extends, under the law 4 for the time being in force, regulating the registration of documents attached to the earth means
This is important.
rooted in
क्वेश्चन आता
rooted
है
in
व्हाट इज मीन बाय अटैच टू द अर्थ. सेक्शन 3 मतलब क्या? तो डेफिनेशन ऑफ इमूवेबल प्रॉपर्टी, और उसका डेफिनेशन है एवरीथिंग विच इज अटैच टू द अर्थ मींस एबीसी. इसके ऊपर क्वेश्चन आता है. प्लीज सर रीड इट लाउडली.
attached to the earth means rooted in the earth, as in the case of trees and shrubs, embedded in the earth, as in the case of walls or buildings, or attached to what is so embedded for the permanent beneficial enjoyment of that to which it is attached.
रुक जाइए, ये तीनों पॉइंट सब लोग लिख लीजिए. वेट लिखिए सब लोग कागज पे. सेक्शन 3 डेफिनेशन ऑफ इमूवेबल प्रॉपर्टी, और फिर लिखिए अटैच टू द अर्थ ABC. खत्म, क्वेश्चन मिल गया आपको, एमसीक्यू आ गया. सेक्शन 3 डेफिनेशन ऑफ इमूवेबल प्रॉपर्टी ABC लिखिए. Rooted in the earth, embedded in the earth, and attached to what it is so embedded for the permanent beneficial enjoyment of that which to it is attached. Please write down. ABC. What is meant by immovable property under section 3? आपका लिखना हो गया तो बताना, फिर अगले सेक्शन में जाना है. बाकी छोड़ दीजिए, बाकी कुछ काम करनी नहीं, वो परीक्षा पास होने के बाद देखना. अभी सेक्शन 3 डेफिनेशन का है और क्या तीन चीजें उसमें इन्वॉल्व होती है. Okay. Now we'll go to the next section, section 5. सर इसको पढ़िए फिर मैं एक्सप्लेन करता हूँ. प्लीज रीड सेक्शन 5, पेज 201.
Central Government Act Section 5 in the Transfer of Property Act 1882. Transfer of property. Defined in the following sections, transfer of property means an act by which a living person conveys property in present or in future to one or more other living person or to himself, and one or more other living persons, and to transfer property is to perform such act. In this section, living person includes a company or association or body of individuals, whether incorporated or not, but nothing herein contained shall affect any law for the time being in force relating to transfer of property to or by companies, associations or bodies of individuals.
इसमें ध्यान देने वाली बात यह है, व्हाट डू यू मीन बाय लिविंग पर्सन, ऐसा क्वेश्चन आता है. सेक्शन 5 डिफाइंस लिविंग पर्सन मीन्स, लिविंग पर्सन मतलब जिंदा पर्सन तो है ही, साथ ही साथ एनी आर्टिफिशियल पर्सन क्रिएटेड बाय द लॉ, लाइक इन पार्टनरशिप फर्म और इन एसोसिएशन और इन कंपनी, they will also treated as living person who can purchase the immovable property and can sell the property. That is section 5. Please read everyone, what is the definition of living person, what it includes under TOPA Act. If any doubt, please ask question. Section 5. सर फिर से एक बार पढ़ दीजिए सेक्शन 5.
Central Government Act Section 5 in the Transfer of Property Act 1882. Transfer of property. Defined in the following sections, transfer of property means an act by which a living person conveys property in present or in future to one or more than living persons or to himself and one or more other living persons, and to transfer property is to perform such act. In this section, living person includes a company or association or body of individuals, whether incorporated or not, but nothing herein contained shall affect any law for the time being in force relating to transfer of property to or by companies, associations or bodies of individuals.
करेक्ट. वहां पे आपके बुक में लिख लीजिए, लिविंग पर्सन मीन्स पार्टनरशिप फर्म, एनी लॉफुल बॉडी like company or any other person is called as living person and they can sell the property under section 5 of the TOPA Act. सब लोगों का लिखना हुआ तो बताना, फिर अगला सेक्शन लेंगे. हो गया सबका अंडरस्टैंड? सेक्शन 5 में किसी को डाउट है, प्लीज आस्क. Any doubt? भरत सर, read next section, section 6. उसके पहले मैं कुछ उसकी पार्श्वभूमि बता देता हूँ. सेक्शन 6 क्या है कि कौन सी चीजें आप ट्रांसफर ऑफ प्रॉपर्टी एक्ट में ट्रांसफर नहीं कर सकते. सेक्शन 6 says that what you cannot transfer under section 6. Okay. भरत सर प्लीज रीड. थोड़ा धीरे धीरे रीड करना, मतलब सबको समझे कि ये चीजें हमको ट्रांसफर नहीं करनी है, नहीं कर सकते, अलाउड नहीं है. ऐसा एक एक ABCD पढ़ने के बाद थोड़ा पॉज रहना चाहिए. ठीक है, मैं MCQ बताऊंगा इसका. स्टार्ट.
Section 6. The Transfer of
Page
Property Act
201.
1882, page 201. Property of any kind may be transferred except as otherwise provided by this act or by any other law for the time being in force. A. The chance of an heir apparent succeeding to an estate. The chance of a relation obtaining a legacy on the death of a kinsman or any other mere possibility of a like nature cannot be transferred. B. A mere right of re-entry for breach of a condition subsequent cannot be transferred to anyone except the owner of the property affected thereby. C. An easement cannot be transferred apart from the dominant heritage. D. All interest in property restricted in its enjoyment to the owner personally cannot be transferred by him. A right to future maintenance in whatsoever manner arising, secured or determined, cannot be transferred.
Correct.
E. A mere right sue cannot be transferred. F. A public office cannot be transferred nor can be salary of a public officer, whether before or after it has become payable. G. Stipends allowed to military, naval, air force and civil pensioners of the government and political pensions cannot be transferred. H. No transfer can be made in so far as it is opposed to the nature of the interest affected thereby or for an unlawful object or consideration within the meaning of Section 23 of the Indian Contract Act 1872, 9 of 1872, or to a person legally disqualified to be transferee. Nothing in this section shall be deemed to authorize a tenant having an untransferable right of occupancy, the former of an estate in respect of which default has been made in paying revenue, or the leasee of an estate under the management of a court of words to assign his interest as such tenant, farmer or leasee.
इसमें इंपॉर्टेंट है स्टाइपेंड. ये क्वेश्चन आता है परीक्षा में. स्टाइपेंड यू कैन नॉट ट्रांसफर एंड मियर राइट टू सी यू कैन नॉट ट्रांसफर. ई और ईजमेंट राइट कैन नॉट बी ट्रांसफर. ये तीन चीजें बार बार परीक्षा में आ रही है कि ये चीजें आप ट्रांसफर नहीं कर सकते अंडर द टोपा एक्ट. पॉइंट नंबर सी, पॉइंट नंबर ई और पॉइंट नंबर जी, ये बार बार आ रहा है. मेरी रिक्वेस्ट है इसको IMP लगाओ और एक बार फिर से दिमाग में डालो. अंडर सेक्शन 6 व्हाट यू कैन नॉट ट्रांसफर. आपको कुछ डाउट होगा तो पूछिए सेक्शन 6 में, फिर आगे के सेक्शन में जाए।
पॉइंट ए को थोड़ा एक्सप्लेन करेंगे सर प्लीज?
जी। The chance of heir apparent succeeding to an estate, it means legal heir. You cannot transfer the legal heir or legal legacy. Okay. Suppose the person A died and left with only one person who is his son or a daughter, only one daughter or one son, automatically it will be transferred to the legal heir. It's called as heir apparent case, where you cannot transfer to another one. Okay, that's the point. Naturally transferable properties is called as under the TOPA Act. Easement right means what? Can you explain what is meant by easement right? Point number C. Easement right cannot be transferred. Means a right, correct. Access road or adjacent, correct. Permissions to access, correct. That easement you cannot sell. It's automatically transferred with the purchaser of the concerned property. What is point number E? ये भी परीक्षा में आता है. Right to sue. Right to sue. ये भी आप ट्रांसफर नहीं कर सकते. बताइए what do you mean by CUSUEC? What is SUE? The SUE means you can file a case is called as a SUE, SUE. That right you cannot transfer to somebody, you cannot outsource it to somebody. Okay, that's the concern. Stipend and for the military person, they cannot transfer it under section 6. These are the things which you cannot transfer. Section 6 explain all about this. If you have any doubt about section 6, please ask. Otherwise, we'll go to the next section, section 7. Shall we go to the next section? That is section 7. Bharat sir, please read section 7. Who can transfer the
7.
property under section 7?
Person competent to transfer. Every person competent to contract and entitled to transferable property are authorized to dispose of transferable property not his own is competent to transfer such property either wholly or in part and either absolutely or conditionally in the circumstances to the extent and in the manner allowed and prescribed by any law for the time being in force.
Please repeat. What is competent person? Every person competent to contract means side में लिख दीजिए side margin में 18 plus age, sound mind, and not forbidden by any law in this country. These are the three things which are required. First, 18 plus age, competent, sound mind, and not forbidden by any law. This is called as person competent to transfer. Section 7. पढ़िए सर भारत सर एक बार सेक्शन 7 रिपीट कीजिए.
Section 7 of the Transfer of Property Act 1882, persons competent to transfer. Every person competent to contract and entitled to transferable property are authorized to dispose of transferable property not his own. He is competent to transfer such property either wholly or in part and either absolutely or conditionally in the circumstances, to the extent and in the manner allowed and prescribed by any law for the time being in force. Person competent stands to 18 plus age, sound minded, not forbidden by any law.
ये लाइन परीक्षा में आती है. आपने जो आखिरी में मैंने लिखा है दिया ना वो अंडर सेक्शन 7 who is competent A B C D all the above three. What are the three? Just now you mentioned in the last line. 18 sound mind and not forbidden by any law. थोड़ा ट्रिकी चला रहे वो. किसी को डाउट है अब तक पूछिए फिर सेक्शन 25 में जाएंगे. चलिए आगे जाएंगे सर. रीड सेक्शन 25 with illustration also. Very important section.
Section 25, conditional transfer. An interest created on a transfer of property and dependent upon a condition fails if the fulfillment of the condition is impossible or is forbidden by law or is of such a nature that, if permitted, it would defeat the provisions of any law or is fraudulent or involves or implies injury to the person or property of another, or the court regards it as immoral or opposed to public policy. Illustration: A lets a farm to B on condition that he shall walk 100 miles in an hour. The lease is void. Next illustration: A gives rupees 500 to B on condition that he shall marry A's daughter C. At the date of the transfer, C was dead. The transfer is void. In third illustration, A transfers rupees 500 to B on condition that she shall murder C. The transfer is void. In the fourth illustration, A transfer rupees 500 to his niece C. If she will desert her husband, the transfer is void, because these are all unlawful, immoral.
Correct. करेक्ट। एक बार फिर से पढ़िए, इसमें अभी बहुत बार क्वेश्चन आ रहा है सेक्शन 25 पे कि व्हाट इज कंडीशनल ट्रांसफर, यू नो विच कंडीशन इज करेक्ट, विच कंडीशनल ट्रांसफर इज इनकरेक्ट। वो इलिस्ट्रेशन देते हैं, ए ने बी को ये किया, सी किया, फिर ये ट्रांसफर करेक्ट है क्या, सेक्शन 25 में करेक्ट है क्या, कंडीशनल ट्रांसफर में बैठता है क्या। ऐसे ट्रिकी क्वेश्चन आ रहे हैं। इंडिविजुअल्स रमेश सुरेश ये सब इस्तेमाल करके एक प्लॉट बनाते हैं, उसके ऊपर सेक्शन 25 का क्वेश्चन आता है। पहले बहुत डायरेक्ट डायरेक्ट आता था, सेक्शन 25 ऑफ द टोपैक बिलोंग्स टू डैश, 4 ऑप्शन टिक करना पड़ता था कंडीशनल ट्रांसफर। अभी वो इलिस्ट्रेशन वाले फंडे में गए, इसलिए मैं सबसे रिक्वेस्ट करूंगा 2-4 बार इसको इंडिविजुअली पढ़े, फिर मैं क्वेश्चन पूछूंगा। व्हाट इज कंडीशनल transfer, which conditional transfer is legal, which is illegal, which is acceptable, which is not acceptable, like that. I will ask question. Please read section 25 2-3 times, then I will ask question. Section 25, page 202. I hope everyone is there. Any question? Please ask. Section 25. इसको नहीं समझा है? This is called a conditional transfer. Okay. एग्जाम में conditions transfer में क्वेश्चन ऐसा रहता है, A transfer to B, this, whether this is correct or incorrect, valid or invalid. Suppose वहां पे दिया है A lets a farm to B on the condition that he shall walk 100 miles in an hour. This is void. Void मतलब गलत, valid मतलब सही. ठीक है. Clear? Now, my humble submission here is, I'm giving you one example. Suppose Mr. A is selling his land to me and stating that one condition, that I should not build hospital on that land. Apart from hospital, I can do any activity there. Does such type of conditional transfer is valid in the eyes of law or void in the eyes of law? आपको क्या लगता है? Void मतलब गलत. इरफान जी को गलत लगता. उन्होंने कहा कि यू कैन बिल्ड एनीथिंग अपार्ट फ्रॉम हॉस्पिटल, ऐसा उन्होंने कंडीशन डाली है. डज दिस कंडीशन राइट और रॉन्ग? प्लीज चैट बॉक्स में डालिए, राइट और रॉन्ग, और इजी कर देते. राइट और रॉन्ग. वैलिड और वॉइड, ऐसा क्वेश्चन आ रहे हैं परीक्षा में, इसलिए मैं पूछ रहा हूँ. ओके. सब लोग आंसर दीजिए. अब देखिए, इसमें इसका आंसर है ये चीज वैलिड है, राइट है. क्यों? तो ऐसी कंडीशन किसी के अधिकारों का हनन नहीं करती अगर हॉस्पिटल वाला पॉइंट है तो. लेकिन यदि वो कंडीशन डाल रहे कि आई विल सेल लैंड टू यू एंड यू हैव टू come to my doorstep on every day for namaskar, so that is illegal, that is void. You should put such conditions which are practically possible. Hospital exceptionality is a possible thing. बहुत लोग ये पॉइंट डालकर चलते हैं. बहुत लोग नाम ये XYZ, आप कुछ भी बनाओ लेकिन नाम ये इनका देना या ये नाम से चलाना, ऐसा भी डालते हैं. Give this name to the building or any premises which you are going to build. So such type of इसको चेक कैसे करना है सेक्शन 25 को? जो चीज पॉसिबल है, जिसमें कोई इलीगैलिटीज नहीं है, दैट इज ओके. फॉर एग्जाम्पल, कम टू योर पेज नंबर 202. सी पॉइंट देखिए, ए ट्रांसफर 5,000 rupees, 500 rupees to be on the condition that she shall murder C. This is possible in India or under the law? No. This is called as superi. Under section 25, you cannot do a conditional transfer like this. Understand?
Yes.
This is the premises of section 25. भरत जी प्लीज रीड once again, क्योंकि ये सेक्शन 25 अभी बहुत चल रहा है परीक्षा में.
Section 25, conditional transfer. An interest created on a transfer of a property and dependent upon a conditions fails if the fulfillment of the condition is impossible or is forbidden by law or is of such a nature that if permitted it would defeat the provision of any law or is fraudulent or involves or implies injury to the person or property of another, or the court regards it as immoral or opposed to public policy.
Correct. Any doubt? You can ask. Otherwise, we'll go to the next section. सेक्शन 53 इसको कुछ इस प्रकार रीड करेंगे.
सर
Shall
अभी
we go
आपने
to the
जो
next
एग्जांपल
section?
दिया that can be
Yes.
kind of a conditional occupancy kind, no? It comes under.
Yes, yes. वो आप शब्दावली दूसरी कुछ भी यूज कीजिए, लेकिन टोपा एक्ट में सिर्फ कंडीशनल ट्रांसफर ये शब्दावली आती है. ठीक है.
Because morning also similar kind of example was there, a Saraswati statue in a morning session, so that's the reason I asked.
Which subject?
Morning we had a valuation of real
Valuation.
estate by Mr. Kumar here.
कुमार सर, या करेक्ट. सेक्शन 25 ये कंडीशनल ट्रांसफर को दर्शाता है. पढ़िए सर, नेक्स्ट सेक्शन 53 आराम से पढ़िए.
Section 53, fraudulent transfer. Every transfer of immovable property made with intent to defeat or delay the creditors of the transferor shall be voidable at the option of any creditor so defeated or delayed. Nothing in this subsection shall impair the rights of a transferee in good faith and for consideration. Nothing in this subsection shall affect any law for the time being in force relating to insolvency. A suit instituted by a creditor, which term includes a decree holder, whether he has or has not applied for execution of his decree, to avoid a transfer on the ground that it has been made with intent to defeat or delay the creditors of the transferor, shall be instituted on behalf of or for the benefit of all the creditors. Every transfer of immovable property made without consideration with intent to defraud a subsequent transferee shall be voidable at the option of such transferee. For the purpose of this subsection, no transferee made without consideration shall be deemed to have been made with intent to defraud by reason only that a subsequent transfer for consideration was made.
देखिए यहाँ पे लिखिए साइड में, fraudulent transfer comes under section 53. It means when there is a intention to delay or defeat the contract, then it is called as, when there is an intention to delay or defeat the contract, then it is called as fraudulent transfer. ये परीक्षा में आता है. When there is an intention to delay और डिफ्यूज। यदि कोई सामने वाला कॉन्ट्रैक्ट करने वाला व्यक्ति देरी कर रहा है या कर ही नहीं रहा है, डिले और डिफीट द कॉन्ट्रैक्ट, देन इट इज कॉल्ड एज फ्रॉडुलेंट ट्रांसफर अंडर सेक्शन 53 ऑफ द टोपा एक्ट। इसके ऊपर अभी इलिस्ट्रेशन भी आते हैं, ए बी ये कर रहा है, डिले कर रहा है, क्या होगा, तो फिर ऑप्शन में टिक करना बोलता है फ्रॉडुलेंट ट्रांसफर। सब लोग एक बार फिर से पढ़ो, ये IMP सेक्शंस है 53. Take 2 minutes, then we'll go to the 53A. Any question? Please ask. Fraudulent transfer section 53 सबको समझा है, intention to delay और defeat को IMP लगा दो। Okay, yes sir, we can go forward. Section 53A, भरत sir please read. That is part performance. ये अमेंडमेंट के द्वारा बाद में डाला हुआ सेक्शन है। इसमें दोनों पार्टी बैठती है और मिडवे निकालती है। दिस इज वन ऑफ द वे व्हेन देयर इज अ डिस्प्यूट यू कैन फाइंड आउट midway, reduce both parties, reduce their conditionality, offer their settlement and go forward after the problem in the contract. Okay, please read. 53A part
Section 53A of the Transfer of Property Act 1882, where any person contracts to transfer for consideration any immovable property by writing signed by him or on his behalf, from which the terms necessary to constitute the transfer can be ascertained with reasonable certainty, and the transferee has, in part performance of the contract, taken possession of the property or any part of thereof, or the transferee being already in possession continues in possession in part performance of the contract and has done some act in furtherance of the contract, and the transferee has performed or is willing to perform his part of the contract, then notwithstanding that where there is an instrument of transfer, that the transfer has not been completed in the manner prescribed therefore by the law for the time being in force, the transferor or any person claiming under him shall be debarred from enforcing against the transferee, and persons claiming under him any right in respect of the property of which the transferee has taken or continued in possession, the other than a right expressly provided by the term of the contract, provided that nothing in this section shall affect the rights of a transferee for consideration who has no notice of the contract or of the part performance thereof.
करेक्ट करेक्ट उसमें लिख लीजिए सिंपल लैंग्वेज में पार्ट परफॉर्मेंस मीन्स बोथ द पार्टीज आर इंटरेस्टेड टू complete the contract or discharge the contract by mutual settlement. ये वर्ड्स परीक्षा में आते हैं. Both the parties are interested to conclude the contract by mutual settlement. Here, section 53A plays an important role. Okay. ये सेक्शन अमेंडमेंट के द्वारा डाला गया so that there should be if any dispute between both the parties they can work out part performance and move forward. Okay. We'll move to the next section, that is section 54. Section 54 defines the term sale. Okay. Sale means transfer of ownership. Very important. ये words के ऊपर question आते हैं. What is the definition of sale? Transfer of ownership from one person to another. Section 54 define it. उसके बाद important section है, उसमें जाइए mortgage. ये आपको एक क्वेश्चन 100,000% देगा. सेक्शन 58 एक क्वेश्चन इसके ऊपर रहता ही है सेक्शन 58 पे. मैं पेज नंबर बताता हूँ. जस्ट अ सेकंड. पेज नंबर 218 पे आइए सब लोग. 218 मॉर्गेज वन क्वेश्चन कंपल्सरी. सोचे 218 पे. Down. Mortgage transfer of interest. Transfer of ownership means transfer of interest in mortgage. नेक्स्ट लाइन लिखिए, देयर आर 6 टाइप्स ऑफ मॉर्गेज. ये भी क्वेश्चन में आता था, हाउ मेनी टाइप्स ऑफ मॉर्गेज. 6. इस पर तो समझ लीजिए एक सेक्शन पर. फर्स्ट इज mortgage. Second is mortgage by condition. In this, condition डालता है. That conditional fees are being in the mortgage by conditional. So, third is use factory mortgage. In use factory mortgage, what is the thing is they mention that possession will also transfer. Means the mortgage is factory mortgage. For first, second, just let me work out. Give me a second, let me work out any problem there. Now it is okay. Is it okay? Yeah. Now the fact of the matter is, in I'll repeat once again. Mortgage concept. Mortgage comes under the section 58 of the Transfer of Property Act. Point number 1. Mortgage means transfer of interest. Sale means transfer of ownership. Mortgage means transfer of interest. There are six types of mortgages. First is simple mortgage. Second is mortgage by conditional sale. Third is usufructory mortgage. In usufructory mortgage, possession is also given and transfer. Fourth is English mortgage. All mortgages are English mortgages because it is derived from the English law from Britishers. Fifth is mortgage by deposit of title deed. In this is a famous one which you relate with in the banking sector. You call this as a collateral mortgage, where the property papers are mortgaged with the banks, where without your report no mortgage can be executed. So fifth one you are closely related with, called as mortgage by deposits of title deeds. It is also called as collateral mortgage. Sixth one is anomalous. Anomalous means पहले 5 में जो नहीं बैठेगा वो 6 में डालेंगे. इंडिया बहुत बड़ा देश है, अगर पहले 5 में कोई बैठा है नहीं, जनरली बैठ जाता है, तो उसको 6 में रखेंगे, इसलिए anomalous mortgage is the sixth one. These are the 6 types. I request everyone to read once again because इसके ऊपर question आता है. Mortgage, types of mortgages and its meaning. Please read, ask question. We have more 15 minutes. 2 topics we have to cover. Then after your question answer and we'll stop. Okay. Any question? Please ask on mortgage. Okay, I think so. We should go forward. Next section is section 122, which define the term gift. Line लिख लीजिए, simple काम करते हैं. लिखिए. According to the section 122, gift means voluntarily and without consideration. Voluntarily and without consideration, any transfer is called as gift. is called as gift. Got it? I repeat for everyone. मेरी आवाज आ पा रही है? Yes. I repeat. कुछ भी technical error दिखा मेरे इसमें. 122 section कहता है definition of gift. It means two words that we have to write down. That is voluntarily and without consideration. क्या बोला हमने? Voluntarily and without consideration. Okay. Voluntarily and without consideration. These are the two things which are required for any gift at a face value. Here it is End of Transfer of Property Act. Now I want to give you last point in your syllabus is about will and succession certificate. मैं कुछ चीजें आपको अभी दे रहा हूँ ग्रुप में, वो आपको अभी पढ़नी है. उसमें से एक क्वेश्चन आता है. Succession certificate is issued by the district magistrate in our country. Means the person who is going to be the legal heir or by the operation of law became a owner is called as succession certificate. Okay. मैं आपको उसका सैंपल भी भेजता हूँ सक्सेशन सर्टिफिकेट का एंड डेफिनेशन भी देता हूँ जिसके ऊपर क्वेश्चन आते हैं. ओके भरत सर कृपया इसको सबके लिए पढ़िएगा. लेट मी गिव यू दैट वन. हिंदू सक्सेशन एक्ट में ये क्वेश्चन एक बैठता है. मॉर्गेज टोपा खत्म हो गया. ठीक है. देन आफ्टर मिला है थोड़ा सा उसको. सर उसको लाउडली पढ़िए भरत सर. उसके ऊपर एक एमसीक्यू आता है.
Succession certificate is a document issued by a competent court, civil, certifying a rightful person to be the successor of a deceased person. This certificate authorizes successor or successors to realize debits and securities of the deceased person. What are the essentials of succession certificate? Generally, a succession certificate includes details of the deceased, details of the legal heir so chosen, the relation between the deceased and the heir, list of debts and assets, grant of authority, the details of the death of the deceased, and a declaration of an interstate death.
Correct. Okay. अभी उसकी मैं प्रोसीजर आपको दे रहा हूँ. कृपया उसको आप लिखेंगे या बाद में उसको नोट डाउन कर लेना. okay. सक्सेशन सर्टिफिकेट मिलाने के लिए आपको एप्लीकेशन करना पड़ता है इंडिया में एंड देन यू विल गेट दैट. प्लीज रीड दिस वन आल्सो सर. आई हैव पुट इट. इसमें डायरेक्ट इसमें से क्वेश्चन आते हैं इसलिए मैं आपको मुद्दे की बात बता रहा हूँ. ठीक है. अदरवाइज ये सारी चीजें मेरे बुक में अवेलेबल है बहुत डिटेल में. बट आई डोंट वांट यू टू यू नो वो रट्टा रहना चाहिए चीजें, तब आपको परीक्षा भवन में जो याद आएंगे कि व्हाट इज सक्सेशन सर्टिफिकेट, सक्सेशन सर्टिफिकेट। पढ़िए सर।
Particulars of the petition for succession certificate. The petition for the succession certificate made to the district judge must be signed and verified by the applicant and include the following details: the time of the death of the deceased, the ordinary residence of the deceased at such time of death, and if such ordinary residence is not available, the details of the property that is within the jurisdiction of the district judge to whom such an application is made, the family or other near relatives of the person deceased and their respective residences, the rights of the petitioner or applicant, the absence of any reason to invalidate the grant of the certificate, the debt and securities in respect of such the application for such a certificate is made, validity of succession certificate. The succession certificate stands valid anywhere within India. However, where a certificate has been granted in a foreign country by an Indian representative as appointed by the government, accredited to the state, the certificate will stand valid only if properly stamped in accordance with the Court Fees Act 1870 to have the same effect in India as a certificate granted in India. A succession certificate is given to, oh sorry, this is a MCQ. Okay.
Now back to the point. Will is the last declaration by the particular person is called as will, as we all aware that. In India, it should not be registered, not compulsory, and handwritten is also okay, provided two witnesses are there. Number one. But on the safer side, it should be registered. Number one. Testimony is the last time, at the time of death, if last time in the presence of two witnesses, if you have write down something, is called as testimony. In India, it is also valid, but only you have to prove all those things. Okay. Now, I would like to share one copy with you, format, and then your question answer. So I will look into the matter. Okay. Go to the syllabus, look into it, what topics we have covered. 8 questions are there. From last 4 hours, we have trying to cover all those things. Please get into it. Any doubt, you can ask question. Any doubt, please ask question on syllabus. सब लोग वीडियो ऑन करें. Let's have an interaction. Any doubt? आज अपन ने किया उसमें से 8 क्वेश्चन आपको 100% मिलेंगे फुल एंड फाइनल. अच्छे से अपन ने किया है, स्टार्टिंग विथ ईच एंड एवरी पॉइंट. किसी को कुछ डाउट होंगे तो पूछिए. सिंपल है, परीक्षा कोई ऐसा डिफिकल्ट नहीं है. सॉल्व एमसीक्यू एज मेनी टाइम्स and 3-4 days take a break and then go for exam. There are 11 topics, all are easy but vast are there. उसमें कुछ smartly उसको करने पड़ते हैं. Okay, you have to do smart work like section 25 of the TOPA Act with the conditional transfer, 53A for the fraudulent transfer, 53A settlement, part performance. What is will, testimony, succession certificate? What do you mean by section 52 of the Indian Easement Act? What do you mean by green building norms? Who is the land acquisition officer? What is the formula for land acquisition? Like that, smart questions are there, framed by the smart individuals like me, which you going to solve by the smart students like you, all of them. Okay. So now house is open for everyone to ask any question, because later on I will be available only on the WhatsApp. Okay. Yeah, go ahead, ask for your questions. Yeah, please ask the questions. Go ahead.
This succession certificate, what you just said, this is applicable in which case? Like, because as you given one example, if a single if a parent have a single son, the property automatically get transferred. So in
But
that
he
case,
has to
is
go
it
to the
necessary?
authority. In that case, it is safer to he should go to the authority, produce the documents, Aadhaar card, PAN card of father and himself, and death certificate, and get a succession certificate which is full and final and binding. Okay. Okay. Is law of succession is separate for Hindu and Muslim? To some extent, yes, sir. Because this is mentioned in syllabus, yes. In Muslim law, there are a total 192 questions. Generally, one question comes, but they are avoiding. Only Hindu Succession Act, one questions are coming. In Muslim law, as far as the Muhammadan Muslim personal law is concerned, only one Idis question is there, which is repeated. Idis means a reference from which we have to, one question is there, I'll share you in the group also. It is there in my MCQ bank, where the answer is Idis. Generally the students don't understand. That's why I have not explained that one question which comes. So mention that the Idis is the answer. I'll share you in the group, sir. Don't worry. Okay. In India, civil law right now is different from Muslim and Hindus, which should not be there. Criminal law is equal for Muslim and Hindus, so there is no problem. And my frank opinion is it should be common for everyone. Then there will be the legalized system that we have to follow. At the end of the day, law is neutral. Yes. Next, like you use TOPA Act, Contract Act, you go for the RERA. It's common for Muslim Hindus. There is no separate RERA. There is no separate banking system. Some personal law is there. Personal law 1935, not very long old. It will be replaced and have a common law. That personal law is there right now, which is Decorian, frankly speaking, not equal and important, not proper for their society also, because women's names are discriminated largely. We'll discuss later on. Now, next question, starting from land acquisition to any topic, any question if you wanted to ask, please ask. You can text also if you don't want to put in the mic. Go ahead.
The green building, we need to study the two books fully. The whole question.
That's it. उतना पढ़ के जाइए, आपको मिल जाएंगे मार्क्स. काफी है वो, बेस्ट बुक अवेलेबल.
One PDF file is from IGBS website itself. So IGBC website. One file is from IGBC website itself. So as of now in India, only IGBC is building preparing all those syllabus for their exams also.
Any more questions, please ask. Don't afraid.
One more question in the chat of rent control. Rent control.
दीजिए उसको, leave that. Okay. Yes. Any more questions? Please.
Sir, as you told yesterday, you will give some of the other topics also the question. You told yesterday.
आपका आवाज नहीं आया सर. अरुण सर, repeat.
No, as you told, you will provide the other topics, the MCQ also.
Yeah, I'm working on that. I will get back.
Okay.
Wait.
Okay, thanks, sir.
Don't worry. Always have a hard copy of the syllabus on your desk, pen in your pocket, always highlighting the words, then study textbook, then revise MCQ bank 3-4 times, and then go for the exam. You will get pass. Not in the first attempt, 3-4 attempts. Each attempt carries 1500 fees, so save at least 5-10,000 rupees per attempt. Okay, but later on in your one assignment, you can ask for 1 lakh rupees fees. So don't think for that matter. And you are not fail. You just not eligible to cross 60. There is no failure. You are not eligible to cross 60 with your limited knowledge and negative marking. So you have to work out again and get back to the field again. Okay. My one student is there from Mumbai. He qualified at the 34th attempt, 2019. 2019, 34th attempt he qualified. Okay, this is the caliber he is having. He come to Nagpur to meet me, sir. You help me a lot, like that. But I says that no, unka compassion tha, he get passed because he's a full time in this profession from last 20-30 years. Okay, so we want to continue there also. Any more questions, please ask.
सर इवैल्यूएशन का फी कैसे डिसाइड होता है बाद में?
For banks, they themselves decide, and for other, anyone can decide. Means there is no binding. Okay. Any more question? You can decide your own fee, no problem. Next.
We can do other jobs, valuation also we can do after pass means.
You can do a business, you can do a profession, not a service. You cannot be an employment.
Employment.
You cannot be an employee of somebody. Otherwise, you can do any other consultancy, business, profession, simultaneously with this. Like architect, like consultant, like project consultant, like, you know.
Okay.
Can we do business
If you
also,
are
sir?
in a service, you have to deal with that. Yeah, you can do business. No problem.
Okay.
Guidelines is that you should not be employee. It means you can do anything like with this. You know, you should not be employee. That's the only criteria there.
This employee means government sector or private sector, both.
Any employee, sir. कोई भी रहे वो employee नहीं रहना. Okay. Next. Next.
Sir, it is possible to pass at first attempt.
Madam?
It is possible to pass at the first attempt.
Yeah, it is possible.
Oh.
Yes, it is.
Okay. Okay.
Okay. I think we should stop. Everyone questions is address. If you have any more questions, please put me in my number, my WhatsApp number. I will share just now. Please save this. You can text anytime. Don't call. Okay. Thank you very much, everyone, for your patience hearing yesterday and today also. Please give feedback from your side to Mr. Sharma sir and in the group also, so that they will improve my subjects, so that students will get benefited. Okay. Thank you very much, everyone. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Welcome.
Thank you, sir.